Well, good afternoon and welcome along to Emirates Old Trafford for another of the Metro 50 over knockout competition matches here. Lancashire play Leicester today. It's a glorious day. Warm, not quite as warm as yesterday. The toss has just taken place to my left. We're out in the middle and Jennings is alongside me. Keaton, you wanted to bowl first. What's happening?
We have lost the toss and we're bowling first, Walt.
That works well then, doesn't it? That's perfect.
Does indeed, yeah, works nicely. Obviously looks like a really good surface. I don't think it's necessarily a bat first or a bowl first. It's more just sort of weighing up both sides, maybe conditions later on.
Well, you think there might be a bit of dew around, or you prefer to bat in this glorious weather?
Potentially a little bit of dew around later. Obviously there's been quite a bit of moisture in and around that. Might just make the ball, or the older ball, just kiss onto the bat a little bit better. So that'll be the idea. But like I said, I think it'll be a good surface all day.
Really good win at Blackpool earlier in the week. The lads played very, very nicely indeed, especially Josh Bohannon.
Yeah, Bowie played beautifully, first list 100, and really happy with him. He's done some really good work on his batting in general, but as one-day cricket. So, look, really happy to see him get that sort of first 100. And like you said, the lads played fantastically well. To go about the game in the fashion that we did, I thought was fantastic.
Starting to see some decent form from the youngsters as well, the likes of Bell and Aspinwall and Hurst.
Absolutely, some decent other youngsters in Villas as well. He's gone beautifully. But no, look, I think all the lads have chipped in. I think the key for me is the selfless nature with which guys have played. I think Hursty walking in first ball and reverse lapping it, I think for me just highlights the way they've gone about their cricket, which for me is fantastic.
Best of luck then today. Have a good game, and the weather's glorious for us.
Cheers, well, thank you.
Okay, so we're talking about the youngsters. I think we've got another youngster somewhere around the place. I've heard Bumble's here, and I think he is. He's here on the square for us. David, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Let's have a look at this pitch.
Yeah,
then.
I'm looking at. I can tell you a little bit about this pitch. It was the pitch that was ready for the championship game immediately after the test match, and apparently it rained, there a bit of rain, so they moved somewhere else. So we're playing on this, it's pitch 5. I always like to have a stump in my hand. If you can listen to this, just listen to the noise that this pitch makes. It's absolutely rock hard, is this. How's it going to play? It's going to play absolutely fine. Bat, ball, doesn't matter. You get a good bounce on it. In for a great game. Looking that way. Now, the wind's right behind me. Looking that way. That boundary, you know.
The party stand.
The party stand. I reckon I could reach that. But looking the other way...
It's miles, isn't it, to the new hotel?
No, it's in the centre of Manchester, is that? That boundary is in the centre of Manchester. It's miles away, but you're hitting with the wind. Looking forward to this. Leicestershire are a good side.
Yeah, they've got some good players. They're not decimated by 100 calls, are they?
No, and they've got a lot of experience and overseas players, so... Lancashire with all the younger players, which is fantastic to see. I think this is a real good test for them. Bohannon coming off 100, wonderful player. Is he a test match player? Are you asking me? Go on, ask me.
Is he a test match player?
Of course he is.
And is he a white ball player?
Yeah, I saw him. First time I saw him, I rung you up because
Yeah.
you were in charge here. In fact,
Yeah.
I think you owned it at one stage.
Yeah.
And he got 100 in 48 balls for the second 11. And I rung up and said, just seen a little guy. I said, little chap smacking it. And so I think he's coming on brilliantly.
He was on a scholarship then, and he's progressed
Really?
now. Cap
Yeah.
player,
Yeah.
done really well. Other youngsters coming through. I think this is the beauty of this competition. Got the likes of George Bell and Tom Aspinwall and young Hursty.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen so much of these guys.
You wait.
Well, I went in the changing rooms and made myself a coffee early on, and this little lad come in, and I said to one of the lads, I said, who's that? They said, that's George Bell, and he didn't say anything. I thought, he's a good player. He's been opening the batting, hasn't he?
Yes, brilliant. Little lad from Alderley Edge and has played for them since he was 12, I think.
Well, I think it's a great competition now, how it's emerged, because it gives these young players every chance. And the people who come and watch, your members, from my time here, they always like to see who's coming through, particularly if they're local lads.
They certainly do. David, a lot more from you through the afternoon and the evening. We're all set here at Emirates Old Trafford. It's a glorious afternoon, and Leicester are going to be batting first.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
So here we are again, the Metrobank One Day Cup fixture live from Emirates Old Trafford in Manchester on Lancs TV and on the BBC Sport website and the app. We've got a beautiful day, and just been listening to your pitch report, Bumble, and it looks like an absolute belter then, doesn't it?
Well, it's number 5 pitch, and it was the one that was got ready for the match, the championship match, immediately after the test match, and it wasn't fit to play, so we're on a new pitch. There's a real breeze across the ground, and there's one short side to the party stand, but that's hitting against the wind. But hitting the other way, it's a very, very long boundary, but you've got the wind. It looks a super pitch, and dead right, bat first.
Which is what Leicestershire have done. They've won the toss. And they've handed a debut to an 18-year-old leg spinner who you've been chatting to, I think, haven't you?
Well, he was stood out there, this young lad, and he looked super. He was looking at the pitch. I said, come on, what do you bowl? He said, ball spin. I said, well, finger spin or wrist spin? He said, wrist spin. I said, well, this is a perfect ground to bowl wrist spin. Shane Warne loved it here. I said, have you got all the tricks? He said, I've got the lot.
Well, he's not shy of confidence then. Well, we wish him all the best on his Leicestershire debut. We'll see him bowl a little bit later on. So we're going to see Will Williams to open up the bowling for Lancashire from the Brian Statham end, and it is Rishi Patel on strike. A couple of slips are in place, and Williams is bowling over the wicket and down the leg side to begin with. So wide signal by the umpire.
I'm looking at Lancashire's team, and they're saying that they don't think this is going to spin. Morley is in the team, left-arm spinner, but it's 5 seamers. Blatherwick will be the quickest. But Will Williams, Balderson, Bailey, round about 78, 80 miles an hour. But just on this pitch, it's got a little bit of grass, but it is rock hard, absolutely rock hard. It should be a belter.
Here's Williams again to Patel in and bowling. He brings him forward and he defends, pushing the ball calmly away into the offside. And Balderson comes up from cover to field and there's no run.
Scott, who's keeping wicket? I counted up that Lancashire on the staff have at least 6 wicket keepers. Who's keeping wicket?
It'll be Matty Hurst with the gloves for Lancashire. But you're quite right. They're not shy, are they? They've got plenty of options.
George Bell, Lavelle, Salt, Butler, Villas.
Yeah, there's a few options there, but it's Matty Hurst with the gloves on. There's Williams in and bowling. And Patel again forward and drives straight to Balderson at cover, and there is no run.
It's a good test, is this, for Lancashire's younger players. I think it's a brilliant competition for bringing young players on. Bohannon scores a century in the last game, but you look at this Leicestershire side, and I don't think they've had too many players leaving for the 100, so they're vastly experienced. This is a good test for Lancashire.
Yeah, there's some international players in this Fox's side. Had a good start to the competition this year. Oh, that's a good ball by Williams. Nips back and it's taken by Hurst, the keeper, bringing Patel forward. He beats him.
I just wonder whether that swung at all. We'll just see the replay here. We're just off centre in our commentary position, but that certainly came back on the breeze. Yeah, definitely. It's with the wind, with the breeze, white ball.
Yeah, it is a strong breeze. As we look from the media centre end, kind of blowing left to right, you can see the flags on the roof of the pavilion as Williams bowls again. Forward goes Patel and defends. There is no run. You must have seen there on the flags. It's pretty strong breeze blowing across the ground, blowing towards the city centre. So it's blowing towards the bigger boundary. It is a short boundary, isn't it, to the party stand?
Yeah.
You've got the challenge of hitting into that strong breeze.
And seats occupied in the new hotel just in front there.
As Williams comes in, 2 balls left of the first over. Forward again goes Patel and defends, and there is no run.
Just line and length from Williams. He bowled that, the first delivery was a wide. Since then it's just push forward length. One swinger.
Final ball of the first over. Williams turns and sets off again. And bowls over the wicket to Patel, who muscles it away to the leg side towards the wide long on boundary. And that's the first boundary of the match.
Drop short. No real pace from Williams. It's a banging ball. It sits up nicely. Just pulled away and trusting the bounce. And I think going back to the pitch, and the bounce will be pleasant. It'll be really nice. It'll be consistent. You'll get full value for shot. And I just wonder who will share this new ball. Who's that, number 4?
It's Jack Blatherwick.
So this is the extra pace. You get a bit of extra pace from Blatherwick.
On the back of his best List A figures in the match and the win at Blackpool on Wednesday against Kent. Finished with 4 wickets in that pretty emphatic win that Lancashire had. 125 run victory on Wednesday at Stanley Park.
2,500 spectators on, so that'd be a good scene.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was an excellent day. Really nice.
I've not been to Blackpool for you. I used to love going to Blackpool. Used to love it.
Been there a little bit this season. A T20 game there and the 4-day championship match there as well. So here's Blatherwick. He sets off and then just loses his rhythm a little bit and has to go back to the top of his mark. Down to the one slip, which is George Bell, and there's a cover point. Cover mid-off. There's a mid-on, there's a mid-wicket, there's a short fine leg, and there is a deep backward square leg and a fine leg. So the 2 outside the circle at deep square and at fine leg. Sorry, at third man. That's nudged away into the onside by Budinger. Straight to the Lancashire captain, Keaton Jennings. And there is no run.
Budinger, he's a left-hander, he's got a very wide stance. You see some players that would favour this very wide stance. The first one I saw would be Graham Pollock, going way back, a wonderful player, world-class player. And Blatherwick in again.
He just rolled away for a single this time. The score ticks along to 6 without loss. Brings Patel back on strike. Yeah, it was a belting day on Wednesday at Blackpool. Really good. Good crowd, good weather. It's a good pitch.
It's always a good scene. Any changes pavilion-wise or changing rooms? Or?
I don't think so. I mean, I've not been in the actual pavilion. I mean, they've done a lot of work to the outfield over the last couple of years, but it's a grand old pavilion building, isn't it?
Oh, fabulous. Nice. Yeah. Richard's here.
We'll bring Bumble back a little later on. Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester. I've got Paul Allett with us as well today, so plenty of voices to keep you company through the course of the afternoon. Here's Blatherwick in from the Anderson end. Balls to Patel. And that's it defended up towards mid-on. And there's no run. Afternoon, Richard.
Good afternoon, Scott. Good afternoon, everybody. I feel so scruffy compared to Bumble. He looks so smart. I can't believe it.
Very dapper, isn't he?
I know, the waistcoat, I like it. Very much.
You've gone for the more casual look, haven't you? Which is
I'm
absolutely
afraid,
fine by me.
T-shirts,
Yeah.
T-shirts. But we're black, we're stylishly black.
We do, we are matching in black. We've got our one-day kit sorted, haven't we? Our Metrobank one-day kit sorted in the commentary box. Here's Blatherwick to Patel. It's eased away into the onside. Through they go. Pick up and shy at the stumps by Balderson. They get through for a single. Score moves on to 7 without loss.
Talking about stylish, I think the Lancashire kit is reasonably so. It's quite understated, isn't it, by the standards of one-day cricket? Sort of darkish blue, but with a grey front on the shirt. Oh, perfectly acceptable.
There's a little clash of colour for the Leicestershire strip, isn't there?
A little bit.
Yeah. And Blatherwick to Budinger. Oh, he takes that on, swing and a miss from Budinger. He's not shy at playing his shots, is he?
No, he's not. This is, as they say these days, how he plays. And it sometimes comes off, and just more often than not it doesn't. But if it does, you know, he will get Leicestershire off to a flyer. But too often, as far as Leicester supporters are concerned, Sol sort of gets a start, gets a few away, and then goes for 20 or 25, something like that.
Final ball of Blatherwick's first over into Budinger. That's carved away towards that shorter boundary in front of the pavilion stand, the temporary stand, towards the rope for 4. Completes the second over of the game. 11 runs on the board for the Foxes. 11 without loss after 2.
Rishi Patel will play it slightly more restrained, but he will look to put bat to ball as well. Decent crowd already coming in. The temporary permanent stand is unoccupied. It's terrifying that from the back, isn't it? when you sort of come into the car park and look up there. How anyone ever dares to clamber into it, I'm not sure. Will Williams then, tall right armour, is in and bowls. Line and length on off stump, leaning forward. Plenty of time is Rishi Patel, dropping the ball back down the pitch towards Williams. We're saying the new hotel is structurally complete, but as yet unoccupied, with the exception of the, I was going to say ground floor, but not sure it is the ground floor. There might be something underneath that, but there is a sort of bar stroke restaurant which looks well populated at the moment. Plenty of sources of revenue for Lancashire County Cricket Club around this fine old ground. In goes Williams, forward goes Patel, thick inside part of the bat, steers it slightly inside Edgeley out towards mid-wicket. Jennings moves around to his right, no longer Well, last time we were here, we were sort of sporting a bubble perm of sorts. I don't know if you remember. That was a while ago.
That was his
no
COVID look,
longer,
I think, wasn't it?
That was his.
I think it was his COVID look. That was his
it?
lockdown haircut, I think.
Right.
It was a thing of beauty.
It looked like hair from the Hair Bear bunch. But he didn't get that reference when it was a very generational reference when I suggested that to him. But he looked at me rather askance. Williams is in and bowled. Slower delivery, but it's just drifting down the leg side. Didn't get it quite right, the young man, and it will be signalled wide and is. 13 without loss after 2.2. Will the crowd build? Will there be people coming in after 6, do you think, on a Friday night? It's a funny sort of...
It is, yeah. I can't quite work out I presume the reason behind the 2 o'clock start is to try and see if they can attract a few more people a little later on.
Williams is in, driven in the air, just the one bounce, sprawling away to his left mid-off, makes the stop. Budinger again looking to hit on the up, nowhere near the pitch of the ball, went through with the shot anyway. Could have spooned it up towards mid-off, he has once or twice, didn't on this occasion. Yeah, Leicestershire have gone down that road a couple of times. The 2 o'clock start, they've changed the game for Leicestershire supporters who are listening against Middlesex on Friday, as Williams is in, clipped down to fine leg, but directly too short fine leg, a couple of yards either side. That would have whistled down to the boundary, but whipped away off his legs by Saul Budinger again, not holding back. But again, he never does.
Well, I suppose you've got a little nice little balance of the 2 opening batters here, haven't you? Patel's slightly more cautious and careful approach, and maybe Budinger just have a little bit more of the licence to try and play a few shots in the first block of power play overs.
Jennings has come out of slip now, gone into sort of fairly conventional mid-wicket, saving one, as Williams is in, swing across the line from Budinger, may just have gone through a little bit low to Hurst behind the stumps. Either way, he missed it, was trying to put that somewhere into that huge scaffolding stand away to our left. Does it have a name?
It is the party stand.
The party stand?
Yes, the party stand.
Is the name is father to the wish, perhaps, to the thought. 13 without loss after 2.5. Williams turns, elbows jutting, runs away from us and bowls nice and straight, played back down the pitch towards him by Budinger, sticks out a big right boot. Williams stops it in his follow-through, end of his over. The third of the Foxes' innings. 13 without loss. Reports from the Leicestershire camp suggested they thought there was going to be quite a lot of runs in the pitch, that it was very hard, and there doesn't look to be a great deal of grass from up here, that's for sure.
You know, for viewers on Lancs TV, if you were with us at the very start, then you'll have seen Bumble's pitch report, and I think Bumble was saying it was it's going to be a belter. It's rock hard, I think was the phrase that Bumble used in his pitch report. Here comes Blatherwick and balls. It's left by Patel and taken by Matty Hurst, the wicket keeper, and there's no run.
A bit of pace about delivery, went through quite nicely.
He will be the quickest, I would think. Jack Blatherwick. It's quite a seam-heavy attack. They've got the left arm spinner in Jack Morley, but they've actually, from their last game, which was the victory against Kent on Wednesday, they've actually replaced a batter with the bowler. They've gone for the extra seamer with Will Williams coming in, replacing George Lavelle. And it's Blatherwick to Patel, forward again, defends, and there's no run. Actually, I've not run through the 2 teams, so let's run through how Lancashire are lining up. Keaton Jennings and Josh Barnum, George Bell, Dane Velas, George Balderson, Matty Hurst, Tom Aspinall, Jack Blatherwick, Tom Bailey, Will Williams, Jack Morley is the Lancashire 11. I want to guide us through the Leicestershire team in just a few moments as Blatherwick turns and sets off again with 2 slips in place. Rishi Patel on strike. 13 without loss in the 4th. It's a short ball. Sends down a bouncer to Blatherwick. It's left and through to the keeper. No run.
Leicestershire's first team squad not quite as big as some, so fairly familiar to Leicestershire supporters, with one exception. So it's the same side as played against Nottinghamshire a couple of days ago, with the exception that Roman Walker has been left out, a former Glamorgan seamer, for the 18-year-old leg spinner Uttam Ramji, who is making his first team debut for the Foxes. What a place to do it.
Blatherwick from the Anderson end bowls to Patel, who leans forward and turns the ball to the leg side. Picked up by Keaton Jennings, who gives George Balderson a bit of a hug as he fields the ball at mid-on. And there is no run. Oh, well, yeah, what a great opportunity then for the young leg spinner.
They have looked, with the exception of young Josh Hull, who's we think a pace bowler, left-arm pace bowler of considerable potential. They've looked a little bit samey, so I'm quite pleased to see a spinner in the side. Ackerman would theoretically provide a little bit of off-spin, but he's just not keen on bowling, essentially.
Blatherwick moves back in again, bowling over the wicket. Patel plays forward, drives to mid-off, bounces a couple of times, picked up at mid-off by Dane Villas, and there is no run. Score remains on 13 without loss.
Started with 2 good wins away from home at the Oval and at Beckenham against, obviously, Surrey and Kent, respectively, but lost a bad toss at Grace Road a couple of days ago, and it was a long way to recover from 70-odd for 6. They did, nearly.
Yeah, Blatherwick just pulls away as he sets off from the Anderson end. Yeah, this is second against third in the group. Nottinghamshire top with 5 points, played 3, they've won 2. Lancashire second, 4 points, and Leicestershire third with 4 points. Level on points with Hampshire, who are fourth. They played 2 and won 2 with 4 points. Blatherwick to Patel. It's short and it's pulled out towards the leg side boundary. And it rattles into the rope beyond the reach of George Balderson, who was trying to catch up with it.
Not sure he got all that. He lobbed it up a little bit, didn't he? Just got enough of it, though. The outfield, green as it is, still has some pace about it. Had a few rain problems, a few watery issues up here in Lancashire.
Test match was effective, wasn't it? The final day of that. They did a remarkable job, actually, because there was a championship match here. I think 2 days after the test match had finished. It was some turnaround to get the ground ready, the outfield ready for a championship match 2 days after a test match had finished.
Williams is into Budinger, who slogs him really over wide mid-on, and it's going to roll down to the long-gone boundary for 4. Maybe being a little bit unkind to Budinger there, but it felt a little bit of a hoik, but he got plenty of it. And he does have that left-hander's elegance. Something of a golf swing, though. Got enough of it, again. Budinger onto 9, from 9 balls faced, 2 boundaries to his name. Sort of bobs at the knees, rather, slightly open stance as Williams is in, bowls Fuller. He's driving, he's got it into the gap in the covers. Should be 2. They think about it for a moment, but they are going to make 2 comfortably enough in the end. So Budinger into double figures now, on to 11-23 without loss. Yeah, you think it's a little bit of a clash, the Leicestershire kit, do you?
I'm not keen on it. It's just the kind of red and green.
In goes Williams and bowls, and this time Budinger covers up a little bit on the walk as the defensive push steers the ball out into the offside. Mid-off moves across to his right, and there is no run.
It's an interesting combination of colours. The red tops and the green trousers and the green pads.
It's, as you say, it's not blue, which so many teams seem to be in one way or another.
Yeah, this is different.
In this competition.
There's some kind of stripe down the front of it as well, in the middle of it.
Indeed. Which I'm told is stylish.
It's a stylish stripe.
It is.
Okay.
Budinger, very much a sort of baseball stance almost, isn't it, at the crease. slightly open. Bobs at the knees, in goes Williams, bowls to him. He's picked it up beautifully on that occasion and lofted it high over, wide long on, stroke wide mid-wicket for 6. That one he saw, it was a length delivery from Williams. It was in the slot, to be quite honest, and Budinger helped himself, basically. A fairly safe shot with the leg side field, with the exception of deep square up inside the circle. And it is a shortish boundary, as I'm sure you've said, on that side of the ground, albeit that hitting to that side of the ground, I suppose, west, are we looking essentially north?
Yes.
So the west side of the ground, it is a slightly short boundary. In goes William, looking for a much fuller delivery. Maybe the Yorker wasn't quite there, but Budinger covered up nonetheless, and indicates to Patel there might have been a little bit of movement as he steered it out into the covers. No run, 29 without loss. 1 ball to go in the 5th over. It is certainly already beginning to feel like a sort of 650 run day, perhaps more. In goes Williams, bowls, hit up into the air. He's got plenty of it again. Budinger, it's going to drop short, I think, and plug, just go to the ropes. I thought it was almost going to stop dead there, almost plug into the beautifully green outfield out there. It was only a foot inside the ropes when it landed, but it had just enough momentum to pop out of the lush turf down there and stagger to the rope and lean up against it. So Budinger, well, it'll be entertaining however long he's there.
Yes.
Short or long, and from Leicestershire's point of view, it'll be even more entertaining if he's there for 25-30 overs. 33 without loss after 5.
He's a good signing, isn't he? Was that last year?
It was, yes, yeah, no, he's, and they've given him a chance in red ball cricket,
okay,
as well, but he has not really a chance. He's taken. He's not really established himself in that respect, but they're persisting with him. They like him. Quick hands, as Claude Henderson, the director of cricket, says. Blatherwick is in from the Anderson end, the pavilion end, if you like. This lovely ground. Fine ground. And it's defended by Rishi Patel. Again, very much playing second fiddle. Patel 10 off 17, Budinger 21 off 14, 3 fours and a 6 to his name. Blatherwick, who sounds like a character in a Peter Tinniswood play, is in and bowls onto the legs of Patel. Oh, who slips as he turns and gets back into his ground just in time. I suspect that he even had the throw from Balderson coming in from square leg, hit the stumps. He might have just about made his ground, but almost done by lack of spikes, perhaps, in his boots. I don't know. Spikes still a thing? I'm not quite sure. Should be. Blatherwick turns, starts his run, isn't happy with it, and decides he's going to go back and start again. Maybe a little gust of extra wind as Paul Allott comes back alongside. Afternoon.
Afternoon, Richard. How are you?
Very well, sir. Thank you. Always a pleasure to be here.
See, this is what Manchester should be like, isn't it? Glorious sunshine,
Isn't
25
like
degrees. Apparently not, no.
Blatherwick is in and bowls on off stump. Patel waits for it, dabs with a slightly angled bat down towards the gully area, but can't get it past the man at point moving in, who makes the stop.
Which playwright, did you say?
Peter Tinniswood.
Oh, Peter Tinniswood, yeah, okay. Yeah.
It's just the name, Jack. I'm sure he's nothing like a character in a Peter Tinniswood play, but Jack Blatherwick is a good
You could almost
Tinniswood
imagine
name.
him in a Wodehouse novel as well, couldn't you?
Possibly. Yeah, possibly.
Anyway, he's doing okay, is Jack.
He loved his cricket, didn't he, P.G. Woodhouse?
He did. Mad keen.
In goes Blatherwick. I'm probably going to call Woodhouse one of these probably soon now, and that is carved away by Patel off the back foot. It sat up quite nicely outside off, banged in by Blatherwick, but it did, as I say, sit up, and with no fielders out on the offside, beyond the edge of the circle that is, it was a reasonably safe club away over wide-ish extra cover to the long off boundary for 4.
In the trade, that's called a hit-me ball. half tracker wide of off stump, could have hit it anywhere he liked. Might have been tempted to flat bat it over mid wicket. He had that much time, but as it was a really good stroke, up and over, extra cover off the back foot.
Blatherwick is in again, straightens up his line, plus much better length. Might just have shaped back in a fraction to Patel there as he blocked it out into the offside. It's been a bit of a breakthrough season for Rishi Patel, certainly in red ball cricket. 3 centuries, 800 odd runs in the county championship, and Paul Nixon, formerly Leicestershire head coach, says he really genuinely believed there was an international player in the making in Rishi Patel. I know Nico is a incorrigible enthusiast about every sort of cricketer, but well, you can see what he was talking about sometimes this season.
Well, anybody that scores hundreds and accumulates runs is bound to be talked about as in an elevated position, that's for sure.
Blatherwick is in, Patel waiting, leaning forward rather than a big stride, defending that one off middle and off, out into the offside. End of the 6th over of Leicestershire's innings. 37 without loss is the score, and so far we haven't seen anything to suggest that the pitch is, other than your pitch report suggested, a pretty good one.
Yeah, well, yeah, Bumble and I were out having a look at it. It looks a classic Old Trafford slab, doesn't it? It was supposedly going to be used for the 4-day championship game straight after the test match against Northamptonshire, but the monsoon that descended on Manchester and the northwest that weekend precluded the pitch being used. So here it is now in all its glory, first time it's been used, and I noticed one or two of the Leicester players just looking and standing and admiring.
Williams is in, a huge swing and a miss from Sol Budinger. Intakes of breath around the ground. As I say, Leicester supporters are kind of used to it, but
well, yeah, I saw a bit of Sol Budinger when he played for Notts. I saw him in the second team quite a bit, and he was one of those exasperating batsmen when you were bowling against him or watching and wanting the opposition to do well. He just tees off from the word go.
He does. Williams is in, bowls to him. He's just tempering his drive to a certain extent there. It wasn't quite there to be driven, and for once Budinger didn't go through with the shot, just made sure he got just about on top of the bounce, steering it out to wide-ish mid-off.
He's got an incredible degree of confidence, hasn't he, and self-belief. He just thinks that down to the number 1 on his back, I think, you know.
Yeah. And if he ever takes his helmet off, you'll see his dyed blonde hair, which again is an indication of a degree of self-confidence which certainly I don't possess. Hair like that. In goes Williams, bowls to him, hits it high and long and straight for, can't quite see, but I think from the sound of the noise of the ball hitting the advertising hoardings below us, for 6, and indeed the umpire raises 2 arms to the air, beautifully picked up and a straight hit. And yes, it is sometimes frustrating watching, because you can sort of see that he has such a good eye and such good sort of coordination and fast hands, as Leicestershire coaches refer to him, that you know, he should score more runs than he does sometimes, you sometimes feel. Williams is in, bowls to him, and a sort of little indeterminate jab at the delivery as it bounces past his outside edge into the gloves of Hurst, perhaps trying to steer it fine down to find third man.
We've just seen the best and worst of Budinger, haven't we, in 2 balls. Glorious, flowing, straight-driven 6, and then a little fiddle outside off stump, where an indeterminate stroke, trying to nudge it probably down to third man, but with no conviction at all. It's a question for him that's probably been hanging over his head for 4 or 5 years now, how to play.
Williams is in, bowls to him, and he plays that one nicely away through that gap down to the wide third man boundary for 4 again. Just played it late, waited for it, played it under his eyes, angle bat, and beautiful piece of placement as well.
Well, he tried to do that the ball before, but just didn't complete the stroke. That one was, even though it was sort of semi-defensive and ended up in as a boundary backward a square on the offside, it was played with a lot more determination and decision and precision.
Williams is in, bowls. He's looking to drive. It's in the air for a few feet, but it's well short and well wide of mid-off. Has to move smartly away to his right to make the stop. Does so, but Budinger picks up a single, keeps the strike. He's charged onto 32 of just 20 deliveries, 4 fours, 2 sixes, and he's giving Leicestershire an impressively rapid start. 48 without loss after 7.
I'm a little surprised that Keaton Jennings hasn't got a man on the drive on the offside and possibly on the leg side as well. A short extra cover, short mid-wicket for Budinger, because he hits in the air quite regularly. And I'm also a little bit surprised that the likes of George Bell, Tom Aspinwall, who else? Matthias probably won't have seen him, but Bell and Aspinwall will have seen him more than once and know how he plays. Maybe it's just a question of the younger and putting the hand up. Scott's here.
Here's Blatherwick bowling to Budinger. That's just flicked off the hip down to short fine where Morley fields, and there's no run. It's a good test for Blatherwick, isn't it? Budinger's going to come at him, isn't he? That's the way he plays, isn't it?
Well, he comes at everybody.
Well, yeah,
it doesn't matter who you are.
Yeah, fair enough.
Blatherwick, he's been on the verge of playing, hasn't he? Fringe of establishing himself. Young Jack, these two will have played together, Budinger and Blatherwick.
He's in too, Budinger. That's pushed back into the offside, no run.
Both former Nottinghamshire players, of course. Blatherwick didn't really make his way into the first team at Notts, and he's still trying to push his way in here at Lancashire.
The back of his best list day figures, actually, on Wednesday. Picked up 4 wickets in that win against Kent. Actually, he bowled a spell in the middle of the Kent innings, which basically won the match for Lang.
2 in 2, didn't he?
He did, yeah. And balls, putting off the back foot, tries to pull. Tracks it down towards Morley at short fine, there's no run. I think he picked up 3 for 6 in 3 overs, and that basically got the deal done, really.
Good win at Blackpool. Good performance. This will test Lancashire. This game today. Leicestershire, strong side in 50 over competition. They don't lose too many players. They've lost 2 spinners basically to teams in the 100. Apart from that, it's virtually their full strength team.
Blatherwick balls, and Budinger rocks back, pulls high towards deep backward square leg. Oh, he's got it for 6 actually. Powerful looking shot off the back foot, muscles it away towards backward square leg. 6 runs, brings up the 50 for the Foxes.
Yeah, 50 partnership greeted by a handshake in mid-pitch between the 2 openers, Patel and Budinger. I'd be tempted to just keep bowling the odd short ball bouncer at Budinger because he can't help himself, but I'd have 2 back.
Just got the 1 back at deep backward square. Blatherwick balls again, just drops it into the offside and wants to dart through for a quick single. It'll push and go as the throw comes in by Bell, underarm throw towards the stumps. Budinger gets 1, moves on to 39, and the Foxes are 55 without loss with the ball left to the 8th.
Well, that short extra cover not only would ask questions of Budinger with his aerial drives, but it would have saved the 1 there as well. George Bell doing the fielding, going back into slip now for Patel.
Ball left of the 8th over. First 10 of the power play overs, so there's 2 outside the fielding circle, and there's 1 at deep square leg in front of the party stand. As Blatherwick is in and bowling to Patel. That's worked her way through the leg side. That's a nice looking shot just off his hip. Oh, he's timed that beautifully. That's run away for 4. Gorgeous looking shot. With some kind of muscle by Budinger from that last delivery, which was pulled to backward square leg, and that's just timing by Patel.
Glorious shot. Just worked off middle stump, maybe middle and off. And Jack Blatherwick just shrugs his shoulders and says, or as if to say, what can I do? But it's how you have to bowl on these pitches at Emirates Old Trafford. You've got to be basically on 4th to 5th stump. and your margin for error is marginal to say the least. I'll change your bowling now.
Yeah, Tom Bailey coming into the attack. Williams 4 overs opening spell, 4 overs for 34. Blatherwick 4 overs for 25. Plenty of people on the balcony of the Point today.
Yeah, just noticed that.
It's Bailey over the wicket and bowls. Budinger can try to pull it behind square. There's a direct throw towards the stumps by Balderson, trying to run Patel out.
Had to scamper there. Did Patel. It was a good piece of fielding by George Balderson. Quickly in from short fine leggers on the edge of the circle, and it was a pad that it hit on the way to him. But Patel did scamper and scampered well. It was past the stumps when the ball hit them.
60 without loss. It's Bailey for the in and ball. It's back of a length to Patel. It's off the back foot and finds the Lancashire captain Keaton Jennings at mid-off, and there is no run. Remains on 18. Budinger on 40. Good start for the Foxes. 60 on the board in the 9th over.
Got a lot of runs in it, this pitch. An awful lot of runs. This is a fantastic start. Admittedly, it's in the power play and the field has to be close set. But there's nothing that has suggested from any of the bowlers that there's much in the surface for the seamers, and there's no swing either.
It's a good look.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck. Yeah, no slips now.
Yeah.
Just rings of fielders on off and leg side.
Bailey over the wicket, balls to Patel. That's worked out to mid-wicket where Bohannon fields. No run. 18 to Patel, 40 to Budinger. Bohannon fresh from his maiden List A century in that match against Kent. First time he got to 3 figures in List A cricket. And Bailey to Patel, swatted behind square on the leg side. And it's Aspinall that comes up from the boundary to field. And they get through for 161 without loss.
Yeah, 40 to Budinger, and Patel, the quiet partner, just on 19 at the moment. Budinger on strike again.
Comes Bailey and balls, slower ball by Tom Bailey. It's going to trickle away down the leg side, maybe a little deflection off the pad of Budinger. Taken by Hurst, the keeper, no run.
That's a ball that Tom Bailey's been working on for years. And he's not played much white ball cricket. I mean, he's starting to play a bit more now, but hardly played at all in his formative years. That sort of slower ball, I think he's got 2. One I think he flicks out of the front of the hand, and the other he bowls from the back of the hand, and I couldn't quite spot which that one was.
We see it occasionally in red ball cricket, don't we, as well?
We do.
From Bailey now. It's a slower ball attempted. It's a full toss in the end. That's muscled away towards the leg side, and they'll come back for 2. Scooped up by Jennings on the mid-wicket boundary. Budinger moves on to 42 not out. Foxes 63 on the board, without a wicket to fall. And that's the end of the 9th over. Bailey's first over going for 4. Well, the hotel balconies are pretty busy today, and there's a couple of Leicestershire fans who are making maybe a weekend of it in Manchester. The Foxes flag draped over the balcony. Got a bit of a road trip actually of Leicestershire, because they go from Manchester today. There's 1 or 2 people see themselves on the big screen, so give us a bit of a wave. Down to Southampton. They've got a game against Hampshire on Sunday, so a bit of a road trip for the Foxes. Double bowling change. Aspinall coming into the attack, replacing Blatherwick. And balls to Patel. It's a cute shot, just leans back and allows it to deflect off the face of his angled bat down to third man for a single. Patel moves on to 20 now, 64 without loss.
Keen to see how Tom Aspinwall bowls. I've seen a fair bit of him through second team academy cricket. He's a budding talent. Tom bowls. He's got slippery pace, good batter as well. But he bowls a pretty mean Yorker.
Okay.
And I've seen him bowl in T20 cricket in the second team, fire those Yorkers in, and it's all about when you want to bowl them, or when you feel it's right to bowl them. You don't have to wait till the last five or six overs. It's just interesting to see if he can slip one or two in now with Leicester on a bit of a roll and getting away. Buddinger's waving his bat like a baseballer.
Here comes Aspinwall in and bowls to Buddinger, and that's muscled away towards the mid-wicket boundary for a single. Swats it away. Buddinger picks out Velas on that leg side boundary. Moves on to 43 now, 65 without loss.
It's not a bad attack against Buddinger, I don't think, that short ball, because he can't help himself and he's got little control over where it goes. He's hit one for 6 over fine leg, a bit more of a top edge than out of the middle.
Aspinwall balls to Patel, has lifted out towards that shorter leg side boundary. It's clonking its way in towards the empty seats in the party stand. It's 6 for Patel. It pushes the Foxes to 71 without loss halfway through the 10th.
Picked that up really quickly, did Patel. It was a half tracker, but played a lovely stroke. In control, hit it high. It's into the wind, and it's quite a strong breeze, but he's gone a number of rows back. Blatherwick going to retrieve it. They're halfway up the stand.
Well, it's the party stand, but they're having their own little party here, aren't they?
And it's shut today. You've got to go and retrieve it yourself. If you, or the fielding side has got to go and retrieve it themselves if they get hit into it.
71 without loss. Aspinwall from the Anderson end bowls. Patel drives to mid-off, and there's no run.
Well, I think the last 2 balls have been symptomatic of just how good this pitch is. 1.5 tracker swatted into the stand, and that a length ball on off stump driven firmly, and I mean really firmly, to mid-off. Will Williams doing the fielding, and it cannoned off him, some part of him, hands or knees or whatever. Looks a great pitch for batting.
Aspinwall balls again to Patel, muscled away towards the leg side. That'll be 4. To the right of the Lancashire captain, Keaton Jennings, who's at mid-on. He went tumbling away to his right, just trying to see if he could get something on it to stop it. 4 more takes the total on to 75 without loss. With 1 ball left of the 10th, it's a terrific first power play this for the Foxes.
Certainly is, and it's highlighting just how difficult it's going to be for the fast medium bowlers, of which Lancashire have 5 in their lineup. Just the spin of Morley to offer any point of difference.
Aspinwall balls to Patel, that's edged past Hurst, and 4 more to Rishi Patel. 79 runs on the board from the first 10 overs. Little frantic look over his shoulder, but he sees the ball disappear to the boundary for 4.
Well, how often do we see this happen, especially during the power play? Fielders taken out of slip to protect areas on the ground, and then the final ball of the power play just edged to where first slip would have been. No matter for Leicester, they've had a wonderful 10 overs, 79 without loss. Take some dragging back here by Lancashire.
Set up by Buddinger's 43 from 29. Patel's 34 from 31. Captain Keaton Jennings can push 2 extra fielders back towards the boundary rope. And he's done that. Long on, deep mid-wicket, deep cover, third man. Full toss, hit over cover, and out towards the boundary, or probably before. It's bouncing along this quick outfield. Does beat the chase that Morley was in pursuit of, and it's 4 more.
Didn't quite time it, and I thought it was going to go straight to extra cover. Keaton Jennings fielding there, and he sort of went to put his hand. Well, he did put his hands up, and anyway, it was way wide of him and just over his head. But now deep square leg goes back, so the field is spread.
Bailey balls back of a length, that's turned into the onside. Bohannon's chasing after it. Williams out in the deep fields. Score moves on by 1 to 84 without loss.
Well, it may just be to Lancashire's advantage this that the field can spread, because Budinger will play his strokes, and he hits in the air a lot, and he backs himself to ride his luck, play these aggressive pulls and drives. Question of getting the fielders in the right place.
Bailey pushes it a little fuller to Patel. That's nudged away to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Coming into this game, Budinger with 156 runs in the One-Day Cup this summer from the first set of games. Top score of 67. He's striking at 140 in the competition. At the minute who's on strike as Bailey sets off again and bowls. Just runs it down towards backward point. Through for a single. Nice running, actually.
Runs everywhere, really, aren't there? It was just a nudge. It was well played by Patel. Good length ball from Tom Bailey, who his stock ball basically is running it back into the right-hander off the seam generally. That was just nudged away down to gully, and a neat, simple little run.
Budinger 2 away from a 50. He's off the back foot this time, just trying to open up that offside and work it down to backward point perhaps. Can't get it past Aspinwall, who fields at point. 85 on the ball for the Leicestershire Foxes. They won the toss, elected to have a bat first. It's a super start. Budinger making 48 with Patel on 35. Lancashire searching for the first breakthrough. Can barely find it. And then balls hammered away. Goodness, that's a ferocious looking shot all along the ground. That's a fabulous 50 for Sol Budinger. 52 from 33. Emphatic way to get to it as well.
Yeah, well, you can't bowl with any width at Budinger, and especially not as full as that, because he will seize on anything that's slightly awry. And that is a good 50. Just 33 balls, 3 sixes and 6 fours. Impressive start. Worthy of a drink.
Oh, it's a conundrum for the Lancashire skipper here, isn't it now?
Yeah, well, he might just try Morley, see how he goes now that the power play's over and fielders can be pushed back a little bit. Haven't really got anywhere else to go. All the bowlers are similar pace. As I said a couple of overs ago, it might be worth Aspinwall looking to bowl his Yorker, which he bowls well. But he'll probably need to be encouraged to do so by one of the senior bowlers, having a chat with Will Williams. It's very difficult for young bowlers, only 19, Tom Aspinwall.
Into Patel. Leans forward and drives to mid-off, and there's no run. Will Williams fields for Lancashire.
Yeah, sometimes younger bowlers need a bit of extra encouragement to go through their repertoire, especially when it's the Yorker's tinged with stigma, if you like, about when you should bowl it and how you should bowl it, and it being a difficult ball to bowl.
Aspinwall to Patel, and that's up and over mid-wicket, and that'll be 4 more. Blatherwick inside the circle at mid-wicket. He leaped up and hands above his head, trying to just get something on it to stop it. Clear Blatherwick, rattles into the rope.
That's a crunching shot, Scott. That really is. I mean, it's very impressive whip stroke work over mid-wicket from a length, just short of a length ball on off stump really. And it's a flurry of bat and wrist and timing from Patel, precipitating a change in the field. Fine leg comes up and the mid-wicket goes out on the boundary.
93 without loss. Patel takes a little step forward and with plenty of bottom hand tries to flick it away to the leg side. Just finds Bohannon at mid-on this time, no run. 93 without loss, halfway through the 12. Why is there a degree of stigma attached to the Yorker now?
Well, it used to be the go-to ball to stop batsmen scoring, and I'm going back a year or two, more than a year or two, but that was one of the ways in which you could stop or attempt to stop a batsman scoring. There's one. That was an attempted Yorker. It was just slightly short of Yorker length. And as we're all aware, batting technique and style has changed over the last, well, particularly over the last five years, maybe 10 years, that batsmen play that full ball very well. They look to scoop it, ramp it, flick it, guide it down to fine leg third man, step away and hit it through cover.
Aspinwall to Patel, slow ball, that's eased down towards the third man boundary where Morley fields.
And if you don't get the Yorker right, the perceived wisdom is that batsmen find it easier to play because they've got so many options. Well, okay, that's fair enough, but every ball is tricky. You know, if you're bowling at the top of off stump, you're bowling at the top 3 inches of a stump, which is an inch wide. So, you know, your margin for error is minimal wherever you're bowling. So if you can bowl a good Yorker and a consistent Yorker.
Final ball of the over for Aspinwall, and the balls to Budinger, steps right across the stumps, trying to send it away towards the leg side. In the end, it's a plain a miss and through to the keeper. It's the end of the 12th, and it's 94 without loss.
So if you can bowl it consistently and get it and try to get it in there with your field set for that type of delivery, so have your mid on and mid off bat. It's very difficult bowling in modern one-day cricket because you've got to set fields for all types of balls. You can't do that. You've only got 9 fielders, haven't you? But if you can bowl the Yorker, bowl it effectively and efficiently, then I still think it's worth persevering with.
Well, bowlers today are going to have to dig deep into their well of variations to try and conjure up a method of stopping the runs. This is run down to third man for a single. Patel takes his total on to 41. It's 95 without loss as we start the 13th over.
Yeah, well, we've already seen Tom Bailey revert to his slower ball, which is almost flicked out loops. Seen a couple of those each over. And this sort of surface, when you're faced with this type of partnership and explosive batting, demands that you do start to bowl with variation and explore the various possibilities.
Bailey to Budinger. Guides it down towards third man where Velas fields, inside the circle, no run. 52 to Budinger, 41 to Patel. 95 so far for this opening partnership. Bailey into his third over. Creeps in again, bowling. Again, that's hammered out through the offside, underneath the fingertips of Jennings at extra cover. Bell sends it in from the cover boundary. Good pick up and throw by Bell. They hustle back for 2 though. 97 without loss.
Again, punched on the up through the offside by Budinger. Good pick up and throw by George Bell. One of 3 wicket keepers in the side today. Matt Hurst behind the stumps, Dane Villas wandering around in the outfield, and George Bell patrolling the covers, the deep covers.
Bailey in, balls. That's turned out towards the leg side. Meat and drink, really, that for Budinger. Muscled out towards the party stand again.
Well, he stands like a baseball hitter wafting the batter high in his back lift, waiting for a ball like that. Half tracker at Tom Bailey's pace on this pitch is only going to go one place, flat towards mid-wicket square leg.
Brings up 3 figures that for the Foxes as well. They have raced to 101 without loss. 2 balls remaining of the 13th over. Bailey to Budinger. Come for that slower ball again. This time does beat him. It's gone through to the keeper. There's no run.
That's well bowled. It's completely deceived Budinger, who was playing a defensive stroke at it probably 3 yards early. Ended up just lurching forward. Matt Hurst behind the stumps, taking in almost on the second bounce.
Bailey sets off again, right arm over balls, the slow ball. Budinger can't time this one out towards the leg side. Finds Williams on the mid-wicket boundary, just gets a single. Keeps the strike though, that's the end of the 13th over. Budinger 59, Patel 41. It's a lovely day in Manchester. It's the Metrobank One Day Cup, and the Foxes are batting first. You're with us either via Lancs TV or on the BBC Sport website and the app as well, for coverage of this first one-day fixture here at Emirates Old Trafford, Lancashire having played 2 home games at Outgrounds, one at Sedbergh, which unfortunately was affected by the weather, but the Wednesday match in Blackpool was a lovely day, and we've got a full game in. We are going to see some spin for the first time this afternoon.
Well, I think it's just about the only way that Keaton Jennings could go, just to see how Jack Morley bowls. He might have been just a little bit reticent because Budinger being left-handed, the ball spinning into him, it's not going to get much turn, Morley, at all. But might be hitting with any spin that he does get, and as such there's nobody out on the offside at the moment, apart from a deep long off. 4 in the circle on the offside, extra cover, backward point and short third.
So here's Morley's left arm spin to Budinger. That's just nudged away cautiously through the onside for a single. Ticks him up to 60 not out. The score moves on to 103 without loss. And Captain Keaton Jennings patrolling and marshalling his troops around. There's a long off and a long on with a deep square leg and deep point. Short fine, short third, backward point, extra cover and a mid wicket. Morley to Patel now. That's just played calmly away off the front foot, defending into the offside for no run.
Well, he's had a look, hasn't he? Looked at one ball. What's he going to do now?
Morley to Patel. Oh, it's an edge. Runs down towards short third. Aspinwall picks it up. They shuffle through for a single. Takes him to 42. It's 104 without loss.
Bowled by Jack Morley, a bit quicker. And if Patel favours the working the ball through the leg side, he's just going to have to watch himself against Morley, who spins the ball away from the right-hander.
Budinger waits for Morley, a little flatter and quicker, and that's helped on its way down towards fine leg. Not a great ball by Morley, and put away by Budinger.
Just might have seen him, or thought Jack Morley that Budinger was going to use his feet then and fired it down the leg side, but it was clever by Budinger. He just waited and then a little wristy flick over short fine leg.
108 on the board. Budinger waits for Jack Morley, who's toiling in. Again, just dropped into the leg side. Field all set back towards the rope, so Morley actually has to cover quite a bit of ground to catch up with the ball and field off his own bowling. They get 109. With 1 ball remaining of the 14th over. There's Morley to Patel. It's driven on the bounce back to Jack Morley. He does well off his own bowling. Low to his left. completes his first over. It's gone for 7. Budinger 65, Patel on 42, 109 without loss. 14 overs gone.
Yeah, Morley going for 7 off his first over. Won't be happy with that 4 that was flicked over square leg, but I'd say that 6 and over is going to be about par for the course. 300 plus, very much on the cards. I mean, it's certainly looking that way at the moment. Nevertheless, a wicket or two will just peg the batting side back a little. It's a question of getting them.
Bailey, another slow ball to start with. Budinger scoops it away towards the leg side. There's 2 fielders protecting the mid-wicket boundary. Williams is the one who's in the game. Scoops the ball up and throws it in. Across for 1. 110 without loss. Brings Patel on strike. Bailey walking back. He's got this strong breeze pushing into his left-hand side, blowing right across the ground. Short ball by Bailey. Patel ignores it. It's gone through to the keeper. No run.
Good change from Tom Bailey. Don't expect too many quicker, shorter balls from him. He's called one for the over, but it was a good height. So often you see bowlers bang it in short and it goes soaring over the head of the batter, and that'd be a wide or a no ball these days.
Bailey bowls again, just back of a length to Patel, who defends into the onside. No run. Well, he's sent down 3 balls, all different so far, Bailey. His bag of tricks, trying to break this partnership, which has been outstanding for Leicestershire. Patel 42. He's the man on strike, waiting for Bailey, who sets off from the Brian Statham end. It's flashed away to the leg side. Tumbling start by Aspinwall.
Fielded, Tom. He's just around a couple of old wicket ends as well, which are always a bit bobbly, but good dive, 2 hands to it, rolling over. Fine athlete. Gave up his rugby at Sedbergh to pursue his cricket. He was a good rugby player.
From a rugby part of the world, isn't he?
The two don't mix, do they?
Patel, flick away off his hip, just in front of square on the leg side for a single. Takes him on to 43, 111 without loss, with 1 ball remaining of the 15th over. Budinger back on strike, 66 from 43. Rests his bat on his shoulder, walks away towards the leg side, waiting for Jennings, who's buzzing around in the outfield, trying to manoeuvre his men around. He's dropping Villas down towards the 3rd man boundary. So there's a deep cover, deep third, deep mid-wicket. Now Morley, who was at mid-off, goes to long off, and mid-wicket comes inside the circle. They've got there in the end. Final ball of the 15th. Bailey sets off again and bowls, pushes it full and wide of off stump. He scoops it away into the offside Budinger for a single. It's 112 without loss, with 1 ball left of the 15th. I'm going to bring Bumble into the commentary box here. Patel on 43, Budinger on 67.
He'll be here in a minute, Will Bumble. It's a really good position that Leicester find themselves in now. Solid base, 15 overs gone, 112 without loss. Morley then from the James Anderson end round the wicket. Just a good length ball pushed into the leg side by Budding. They're looking for 2. Patel very quick, but also quick to say no. As Bohannon comes in from deep long on, flattens it in to the keeper Hurst. All right, David.
Just
It might be 300. Heard you saying it might be 300. It's a super pitch, is this? I think it's nearer 400.
Yeah, I thought you might say that. Morley again. That's a half tracker, and it's launched high and handsome by Patel away into the party stand, and that'll take a bit of getting back.
It will. That's gone, as they always say, 10 rows back. Short ball, and it sits up nicely. These two are going very, very well for Leicestershire. Very commanding. Hitting some big boundaries.
Well, they're getting a few half trackers to do it, and your margin for error on this pitch, look how far back they are for that. They're 30, 40 rows back in the party stand.
Yeah, it's bounced its way around and gone way back, so we've now got to wait for two Lancashire fielders to get back onto the pitch.
But there's no margin, is there, on this pitch?
No, I've noticed that Tom Bailey in particular bowling lots of slower deliveries. I think that's the way that you've got to go and mix your pace up, because there's only Blatherwick with a bit of extra pace, so you've got to box clever and take the pace off, I think.
Morley again after being hit for 6. A bit flatter and a bit straighter and a bit fuller. And Patel gets it away to point and goes through to a half century. Slower than Budinger, but very well played nonetheless. 2 6s, 7 4s in his 50 from 48 balls.
Well, they've got a great start, Leicestershire Foxes here, winning the toss, batting first.
Budinger on strike just nudges that away to deep square leg.
You know, when we were out there just before the round about the toss and had a look at the pitch and saying that it's rock hard, you can see now after 16 overs nearly, there's not a mark where the bowlers come to the creases.
No. And no follow through, is there, as Morley gets pushed to long off. A length delivery.
I'm just intrigued with Morley. He's a young left-arm spinner. He's got a lovely action, and as to whether does he try and fire it in and just contain, or does he try and get a wicket by a little bit of flight and a bit of movement, maybe towards the offside.
Well, here he comes again. That's fired in. Flatter and flatter and quicker. Pulled away to deep mid-wicket, and a comfortable 2 to end the 16th over. It's 124 without loss, and Morley's gone for 19 in 2.
I just wonder whether he can be a little bit more deceptive, and that means he's got to get the ball above the batter's eye line. If he's just going to fire it in, I think he's going to get picked off, as we've seen so far. But he's a young left-arm spinner, and hitting down the ground is going to be quite easy for the left-hander. To the right-hander, a little bit more flight, a touch outside off stump, but not lobs. You can't lob it, he's still got to bowl it.
Yeah, and Patel likes to hit through the leg side, so he might just fox him. Anyway, he's facing Bailey, who's starting his 5th over. He's pushed a good length ball behind square. Patel gets another single. He's on to 52, Budinger 71. 125 without loss then, Leicester.
I don't think any of us have spoke about movement off the pitch, movement in the air, definitely no swing.
No, absolutely nothing. And you've got 2 new balls in this competition as well, one at either end, so I think everybody's well aware that the white ball doesn't swing much, but it perhaps stays harder, which might just actually favour the batting side on this surface. The ball coming onto the bat nicely. There's a decision to be made virtually every ball about field placing. Long off's out now. Bailey's in. Slower ball. Budinger drives it to wide long off. It's just a leisurely single.
I've forgotten that there's a ball at each end for these matches. That was years ago when the white ball got really old and scuffed and dirty. They changed it to 1 ball from each end. A lot of controversy in the test match about the change of ball. In my understanding is that all the replacements have a stamp on. They're stamped on the year, and the year it would be 2023. That would be stamped on all the the balls that were available.
It's my understanding too, as Bailey's in again, half tracker, which is whipped away. Square leg, George Bell picks up on the boundary. It's one more. Yeah, I mean, each batch of balls you get at the start of every summer has the year stamped on them. A bit like a coin.
Yeah, I'm certain that was the case, and you can only use as your replacement balls from that year.
We got into a real spot of bother at Lancashire because we were running out of balls towards the end of the season, and we used a ball from a previous year. And actually they were the same batch, if you like, but just different years. Some of the balls vary from year to year. This seems slightly prouder or whatever, but we did get into a spot of bother as Bailey comes in for the 4th ball of his 5th over, but he just slaps that to deep point.
But there's an inquiry, isn't there, about that ball?
What are they going to do?
We'd have to play it again. Do it all again.
Oh yes, that's the way. But I mean, I did see pictures of it, and they were quite clear on the TV and in the newspapers after. It looked completely different to the ball they changed, didn't it? It was a scuffed old thing that they swapped and brought back this thing with shiny red and writing on it. Anyway, it's done and dusted now. It's Bailey in again. That's neatly played by Patel. He's just nudged that down to fine leg. Picked up 2. .130 without loss then. 1 ball left in the 17th over. Bailey just adjusting extra cover, putting Jennings right back on the edge of the circle. That's beaten short fine leg. Bell does good work out there and flattens it in, but they get 3. And that completes another over from Tom Bailey. 5 overs for him for 34. It's 133 without loss and from 17.
Scoring off every delivery there. 4 singles, a 2 and a 3. Will it be Morley again as a 12th man comes on for the 2 batters? I always wonder about this. You just plays on my mind when a substitute runs on and the batsmen are just having a break.
Yeah, what?
Just having a drink and take the gloves off.
I mean, it's a nice day.
Yeah.
But, what are we now? 17 overs. I think it's the 3rd time that the 12th man's been on to assist the batter. Not quite. He's brought a towel on. And
there are 2 things that just stimulate my mind that I'd like to, as a fielding captain now, say, OK, I'd like a drink as well. If they're having one, we're all having one.
Yeah, and just add 2 minutes onto our time as well, will you, as Morley comes in. Oh, that's heaved into the leg side. It's not middled, but it hit well enough. And it's gone all the way for 6 over mid-wicket. Morley just bringing that length back a little bit too much. Picked up nice. He's flamboyant boy, isn't he, Patel?
Well, again, it's fired in, but it's short, and it's just going to sit up. And particularly to Patel, the right-handed batter, a bit more flight, a bit more outside off stump.
Morley just gets his line a little bit better there, outside off stump.
Just don't get too straight at him.
Were you talking to Patel before the start of play? I saw you having a chat to one of their lads as Morley comes in again. Fuller ball, driven down the ground for a single to long on.
No, that was to the young leg spinner who's making his debut. He was a lovely lad. And I asked him, I said, you're fine here, bowling. What do you bowl? He said, a leg spin. I said, you're fine here. I said, Shane Warne loved it here, bowling leg spin. I said, have you got all the tricks? He said, I've got the lot.
Oh, we like a bit of confidence from
I
the
think
youngsters,
he's 18,
don't
he's
yeah.
just a lad.
Yeah, nothing wrong with a bit of self-confidence, is there? Morley in again then, round the wicket. Budinger punches it back, straight to the bowler, no run.
I remember my debut. At the same age, 18, I was petrified.
Yeah. You wouldn't speak to anybody, would you?
Oh.
Morley in again, getting through his over quickly. That's well bowled. It's beaten Budinger, one of the few balls to have beaten the batsman at any time in the 18 overs we've had today.
It was a Saturday match, I remember, and I was designated 12th man. I had to come in and just do 12th-man duties.
Last ball of the 18th over, Morley in and beaten Budinger again. So hope for Morley. 140 without loss now. Budinger's 73, Patel 65, and David's back to 1968.
No, 1965
Oh,
actually.
65.
So I'm on 12th man duties, and Lancashire's firepower opening bowler for England pulls up short. Brian Statham. There's nobody else on the ground. Nobody. That lad'll have to play.
Oh.
So from England's opening bowler to some left arm.
Occasional.
Occasional.
Well, you were more than that.
Spinner.
Did you start as a spinner? And
I started as a spinner, and I finished up batting. But in that match, I got 2 wickets. I bowled about 18 overs, 2 for 65.
not with the new ball, I hasten to add.
Instead of Brian Statham.
No.
No.
Well, Lancashire could do with Brian Statham today, to be honest. 140 for none, Leicester. It's a record opening partnership for Leicester against Lancs in one-day cricket. Darren Maddy and Laurie Potter, the previous best, 132. Well, we've got a change of bowling. Tom Aspinwall is replacing Tom Bailey. So change of ends for Aspinwall. Right arm over the wicket. Bit of pace, Aspinwall. Patel on strike. Stands tall and punches it into the offside. Not timed, but they get one.
Quick arm.
Yeah.
From that first
Slingy
delivery.
as well. You've not seen much of him, have you?
No, I've not. This is the first time I've seen him. And you're just looking, what has he got? You just said there he's got a bit of pace. And that one delivery, quick arm.
Skiddy. He's only 19. He's Sedbergh School. Been on the academy. Bats as well. Reminds me a little bit of a young Darren Gough. And you've seen a lot of Goughy. He was part of your team when you were in charge of England.
A wonderful bowler.
Yeah. Well, if he can be half as good, he'll do all right. Well, Tom. 141 without loss then. Tester for Aspinwall. He's bowling to Budinger, who's on fire. In he comes. Full ball and wide, but steered by Budinger to backward point. No run.
Remember when Darren Gough first started and the speeds were round the boundary? It just used to show each delivery speed. And he just had a competition with Andy Caddick. He could bowl quicker than him. And he used to shout, if he got 90 mile an hour, he'd shout up to the balcony, 90 mile an hour, did you see it?
Well, I don't think Aspinwall's quite up to 90, but he's mid-80s at least. That's drilled, bottom hand coming into that to long off. Morley Fields, it's just a single.
But again, you look at Darren Gough, and at that time, swing. He would bowl genuine outswing and then reverse swing. When the ball got a little bit older, he could tail it back in. A good exponent to getting that Yorker in, like Wakar Yunis.
Aspinwall will tail it back in. He's in again. Half track, a slightly slower ball. Again, no real damage done. It's pulled away for a single to deep mid-wicket.
Aspinwall, no follow through as yet. No follow through, just stops dead.
No, and he falls away a little bit to the offside in delivery as well, which obviously accentuates the impression that he's a slingy bowler. But he's in his very formative years, David, really. He's just starting bowling. In again. Rhythmical run-up. Punch to extra cover this time, just to thought of a single from Buninger, and he's sent scurrying back by the throw from Jennings.
I suppose it's when you've got a young lad like this, Aspinwall, it's good for a coach to work with, to encourage him to drive through at the batter, to be snappy at delivery and then drive through at the batter. So Graham Onions would be perfect to work alongside him.
He's had a lot of contact with Graham Onions. He's in again. It's full ball, and that's steered, maybe thick-edged, but I'll give the batsman the benefit of the doubt. I think that was placed down to fine third for 4 more. That's the end of the over. It's 147 without loss from 19.
Well, boundaries are flying, aren't they? And lots of sixes. Difficult to contain on this pitch and this outfield. And I just wonder whether Keaton Jennings now is thinking, well, if we can restrict it to 320, we might have done a good job, and then we'll chase. So he obviously wanted a chase. Didn't he say that I wouldn't mind a bowl?
No, he said he wanted to bowl first. Yeah. Because I think he thought that the day-night match, there might be a bit of dew around. I don't think there's a chance of that tonight. It's blowing a stiff breeze, tends to ward off dew. The clouds have come down a little bit, but it's still nicely warm. It's a flat pitch. He may have thought the ball would skid on a little bit later on in the game. Well, the batting's going to have to skid on, I tell you, because they're going to be chasing a huge total here, Lancashire. It's Morley again, round the wicket. Short and wide. Chopped away for a single by Patel.
Morley, he's into his 4th over now. He's none for 27.
But they've nowhere to go, Lancashire, really. Only got Morley as one of the slower bowlers. He's in again, round the wicket. Buninger flicks that with an accentuated whip with his bottom hand to deep backward square.
For a young lad like this, it's going to be difficult, but there's nothing in the pitch but flight. Just a little bit more, get it above the batter's eye line.
Yeah, you've got to tempt them, haven't you, I think, now, especially when they're in. That's another flat one round the wicket, but no run. Just drilling it in towards middle stump, isn't he? And ready to bowl again. Likes to get through his overs quickly, does Morley. A little bit of width on that. It's a single to Patel, out to Bell, who's the busiest of the fielders. 150 up.
And plain sailing, an easy 150. He played so well in the 20th over. I'll keep on about this flight, but you've got to get it wider at the batter.
Misfield by Jennings at mid-wicket allows the single as Buninger whips that through the leg side. Yeah, a little bit of flight, a little bit of guile, try and tempt both these batsmen down the pitch. You never know.
They can fetch it. They can fetch it from wide.
Still 5 in the circle, of course, as Morley bowls, and this is just pushed tantalisingly between the bowler following through and Jennings running round from extra cover. It's another single. So 5 singles from that Morley over. 20 overs gone, 30 remaining. It's 152 without loss.
You see, one of the coaches for Leicestershire is the great Alfonso.
He is.
He is fantastic.
Former Somerset bowler. Yeah. Alfonso Thomas.
The great Alfonso. Back in the day, he was a magician. He used to come on stage. Here he is, the great Alfonso. I think he were from Wigan as well.
Wasn't there a Nixon who was a magician as well?
David Nixon, yeah.
Well, Paul Nixon. Yeah. Nixon and Alfonso. There you go. Anyway, he's gone now, Paul Nixon, hasn't he? He's not at Leicester anymore.
Yeah, gardening leave, I heard.
Yeah. Aspinwall in again from the Brian Stay the men. Short, pulled away in front of square and timed nicely. This may run away for 4. George Bell can't get there. It is 4. It was a beautiful stroke from Patel. Played very comfortably, very easily, and timed wonderfully.
It's pulled away off the front foot. Ball back of a length, not a bouncer by any stretch.
So it might have been a slightly slower ball from Aspinwall. Whatever it was dispatched with ease. He's in again now. Just pushed away into the leg side. It'll just be one. I was saying to Scott before you came on, David, I've seen quite a bit of Aspinwall, and he bowls a mean Yorker. But as a young bowler, don't seem to have the confidence to bowl it early in an innings. He's very good at the death, the final overs, bowling Yorkers. It's crying out to me for that type of variation now.
And change of pace.
Yeah. Yeah. Field spreading again for Buddinger at thirds back. Ringer 3 on the offside. Aspinwall in. Wristily drilled again at Jennings, who fires the ball back in. Hurst collecting it behind the stumps and tumbling over, because you have to keep pegging away and keep that enthusiasm up in the field. Very easy for heads to drop. Aspinwall again, scampering in. There's a fuller ball. It's whipped away through the leg side. Just a single. Tom Bailey quickly to it.
So where are they from then? Young Hurst is the wicket-keeper.
Newtonley Willows.
Newtonley Willows for him.
Yeah.
You mentioned Sedberg School.
Sedberg School. He's Cumbrian lad.
So a Cumbrian lad.
Yeah. Very good rugby player he was at school, but packed in rugby because he wanted to pursue his cricket. As he comes in again, bounding in, flicked off his toes by Patel. It's another single. So you've got your 3 youngsters, haven't you? Hurst behind the stumps, who's a good batter as well. I think you'll enjoy watching him bat. Let's hope he gets a few today. George Bell will open the batting.
Yeah.
Alderley Edge, all England under 19 cricketers. Aspinwall, another one.
And I noticed that Lancashire have 3 under 19s in this present crop.
Yeah, Harry Singh.
Yeah.
Aspinwall is one. Here he is. Oh, that's stand and deliver. Tom Bailey's under it, takes it. So Buddinger perishes as he's played. It's been a hugely entertaining knot from the left-handed opening batter. And Lancashire breathe a sigh of relief as Buddinger is dismissed by Aspinwall, caught by Tom Bailey at deep long on. It's 159 without loss.
It's a low full toss. And he's right on the boundary. Tom Bailey at long on makes no mistake. He's tried to get his Yorker in a couple of times in this over, but it's a timely wicket for Lancashire. 159 for 1. Leicestershire, they were going absolutely fine. Break the partnership, get a new batter in, and see if they can quieten this run rate down.
So Buddinger the first man to go. 81, 61 balls, 9 fours and 3 sixes. 159 for 1, of course, not without loss. What we're talking about. Buddinger looks disappointed that probably with those 3 figures looming, that's why. But he plays that way. I mean, I've seen him a lot through his career. Saw him at Notts when he played in the second team, and he just goes out and hits, basically. Leicester's captain's in now. Lewis Hill in at number 3.
Well, it's important to break that partnership for Lancashire. And it's a low full toss. He's tried to get his Yorker in 2 or 3 times in that over. Right at the bottom of the bat. I think it's important also that you have a tall fielder at long on. Tom Bailey fits that bill. He was right on the boundary when he took the catch.
That was the final ball of the 21st over. Batsman didn't have time to cross, so it's Patel who will be on strike. He's 76 from 65 balls, and it's Morley to continue. I wonder if that'll just check Leicester back a little bit. Check Patel. Short and wide from Morley. George Bell scampering quickly again.
So it gets rid of the left-handers, so 2 right-handers at the crease now.
Yeah, it's a chance for Morley just to settle a little bit, bowling at a new new batter. There won't be much change in the field, if any. 2 out on the leg side at deep square and deep long on. There's a deep long off and a deep cover. The other 5 in the circle. 3 on the offside. Backward point, short third, extra cover, mid wicket, short fine leg. Morley in. Oh, palmed. It was a chance. It was a very difficult chance as the ball was short and wide and may have spun a little bit. But backward point couldn't cling on.
Full stretch. Backward point at full stretch, fingertips.
George Balderson, the fielder at backward point, he was well off the ground. Got one hand to it, but could only palm it over the bar. It's Morley again. Well, that might just give Morley a little bit of encouragement. Single there to Patel as he cut it away to point. And another chance to bowl at Lewis Hill. Put down first ball. A little bit more careful. Just pushes it back to Morley. And goes for a little walk around short leg and back again. On strike, Morley in. Giving himself room again and cutting that away much more convincingly. It's only a single though to George Bell. Better over from Morley. 163 for 1. Just 4 off that and a missed chance as well, although it was a very difficult one.
It was difficult, absolutely a fingertip stretch. I've not told you about the mystery of the cricket stump. Matt Merchant, the groundsman here, has very kindly given me a new cricket stump. Because I have a field at home and I have these stumps. Here I'll just show you for all those watching Lancashire TV.
What, you have stumps? What, in your lawn?
No, not a lawn, I've got a field. Proper field.
Cricket field?
Yeah, I've bedded into a cricket field.
With a square?
Yeah, well, only one
look,
pitch.
You're
one
on
pitch.
now.
There it is. There it is. There's a mystery to it.
Aspinwall is in again. Big appeal for LBW, it's going down leg. Enthusiastic shout though as Patel wafted at that. It's got a leg by.
You know, I live over the M62 on the dark side.
Yeah,
now.
you do, yeah.
And so I have my stumps in the ground and the bales are on. I came down one morning, 3 stumps flattened on the ground and one of them split in half. And we'd had a massive storm that night, huge storm.
What was it? Struck by lightning?
Ah.
Aspinwall is punched away on the offside, off the back foot. It's good running, really good running from Patel to come back for 2.
Other end would have been interesting there. There was hesitancy. Now then, lightning.
Yes. Well, it would be
no
burnt if it
marks.
was lightning.
No scorch marks, nothing.
What, it's split in 2, the stump?
Split in 2, the stump. 3 stumps flattened on the ground.
What, straight down the middle?
Straight down the middle.
Mad Axeman?
Yeah, well, I hope not.
Hey? Well, Aspinwall. Clipped off his legs nicely by Patel. It's just a single though to deep square leg.
I've been there.
Come
now.
on then, what's the theory?
I don't know. So this is a replacement. But you know, I'm doing missionary work over there and educating them and
I understand
getting used to running water and cutlery and that sort of thing. Electricity. But it was a complete mystery. It's just split in half, one stump and the other 2, but the stumps at the other end absolutely fine.
Well, Aspinwall, half tracker, gone through head height, one for the over, no wide or no ball signalled, so good bowling from Aspinwall. Just testing Hill, new to the crease, 2 not out, drop first ball. Good even pace run. Ooh, it's a bit Bit high, that full toss from Aspinwall, knee high. Not high enough to interest the umpires in calling a no ball. So the mystery, is that it then?
That's it. I mean, it's unsolved.
Yeah.
But this is a replacement stump.
Police informed or not?
No, I wouldn't be bothering them with that.
No. Nothing missing?
No, nothing. Nothing. The bails were there.
Just split in half. Amazing. Wouldn't be frost, would it?
No.
Aspinwall whipped away through mid-wicket again, just angling the ball back into the right-handed Patel and getting a single. I think I'm being dismissed, David. That's the end of that. 23 overs, 169 for 1. I'll see you later.
The Who, substitute. Bit of Roger Daltrey. A timely wicket. Break that opening partnership. Just try and quieten things down. 5 bowlers used. Morley will continue. 169 for 1.
It's tough for a young spinner on a track like this, isn't it? In he goes and bowls. Tempted slog over mid-wicket by Rishi Patel. Doesn't get anything on it. Did that straighten a fraction? Probably not. Came off the pad, bounced down towards short third man. No run. He's got long on, long off. Sweepers on both sides. Morley is in. Gives it a little bit of air. Nice delivery. Brave. Patel just pushes it back down the pitch. An honour and a privilege to be sitting alongside David Lloyd here on his home turf. Morley is in, bowls, and that one is slog swept over mid-wicket. I think that's going to go the distance. It is deep in, not deep, 4 or 5 roads back into the scaffolding stand, the party stand, David, I understand it's known as.
It is, and it's very lively when the ground is full. It's great fun.
Does it it scares me just to look at it, as I say, just when certainly from the back with all that scaffolding. It doesn't look the most solid, but it clearly is.
I think it's 9,000 people in there when it's full.
Have you been up to the top?
No, I haven't, but I've got pals who had tickets right on the back row. They said it was fantastic.
I see all of Lancashire, I would think. Morley is in again. 2 Rishi Patel goes back, cuts, can't get it past backward point. There's a little bit of confusion between the 2 batsmen before Hill is sent back to his ground. Good work by Balderson at that backward point position. 175 for 1. Patel on to 88. This would be if he goes on to it, as Morley bowls to him. He's forward solidly back up the pitch, pushing the delivery. Would be his, I think, 5th century of the season, 4 in the county championship. It's been a breakthrough year for the young man from Essex. Morley is in. Driving is Patel, stylishly gets it past the diving Jennings at shortish extra cover. Good work out on the long off boundary, running across by Dane Villas in the wide open acres out there in front of the, I don't know, would you call it almost the old hotel these days? I remember staying in it when it first went up, but now positively ancient compared to some of the buildings at this fine ground now.
It is a terrific ground, and you mentioned home turf. I absolutely love coming back to Emirates Old Trafford. I live over the other side, and equally I like going to Headingley. I think Headingley's a wonderful, nostalgic, full of history.
As a Yorkshireman, I entirely understand. It goes Aspinwall, bowls down the leg side, helped on its way, I think, by Rishi Patel. Yes, got a little nice tickle on that one and played it very nicely indeed. He will pick things up while Hill plays his way in. I thought they might change the order a little bit given the start they'd made. Bring in Louis Kimber in at 3, who is the big hitter of the side, even more so than Budinger, but they've decided to keep that powder dry for the time being, the Foxes.
That was a lovely shot. Just a nice tickle down the leg side. It went so quickly to the old pavilion.
He's a classy player, Patel. Aspinwall is in to him. He just leans forward, turns it off middle and leg down towards deep mid-wicket. Running in from the boundary is George Bell. Gets his throw away. Good throw too to Hurst.
They've been in good form, haven't they, Leicestershire's batters?
They have.
They've been scoring 300 plus. Couple of good wins.
They struggled against Nottinghamshire on a difficult day at Grace Road a couple of days ago. They were 70 odd for 6, still managed to get the score up well past 200, but they were never really likely to put Notts under pressure in those circumstances. Aspinwall is in 2. Hill wristily flicked off his legs by the captain down towards long leg. He is going to take a second. The throw from Villas goes to the bowler's end, but that is a long throw from down there, and Patel, big man but fit, made his ground. Good runner.
He's had a good year if he's got 4 championship centuries.
Yeah, over 800 championship runs.
Very good.
Already so far this season. And I was saying to Paul earlier, as in goes Aspinwall bowled, a little short-armed pull from Hill, but only as far as Jennings at shortish mid-wicket, that Paul Nixon really genuinely reckons there's a potential international in Rishi Patel, and he does have a certain elegance, and he's very much a fixture in both red ball and white ball cricket for the Foxes. Sign from Essex. He made a lot of runs for Essex twos, but couldn't break through into the first team. Aspinwall is in. Bowled short, pulled by Hill round the corner. Down towards Villas, and 1 is taken.
This first time I've seen him, and he looks very well organised. He's played some lovely shots. He's been powerful as well with his shots. Now, the one thing that's missing when you look to international cricket, he's not been tested round about shoulder high, consistently with pace. And so that's the next thing that you would look at, because everything that you see today is an excellent player.
Well, Aspinwall bang one in here. No, he doesn't. Bowls a length. Patel is waiting in his crease, playing on the back foot, dropping the ball back down the pitch at the relatively diminutive young Aspinwall. He takes his cap philosophically from the umpire. 184 for 1 after 25, so halfway through. They'll be targeting 350 plus here. They have to be targeting on a very good track, don't they, David?
It's 350 plus as a minimum, I would say, because it won't change, the pitch won't change. But back to Patel, that the other thing that you would say, if you were writing a report on him, that he seems to have time. Just that, it's a precious commodity, and it's only a split second. When he decides to play, say, defensively, it's almost like slow motion as he gets in position, plays really tight into his body, and it just drops down. So that's telling you that he's got time. And so your next quest, as I say, is what's he like with a consistent 85, 90 miles an hour round his shoulders. How does he play then? But from what we've seen so far, he's been excellent. So we're having a drinks break now. There's a helicopter or something going over. What a round.
Sounds very close.
Yeah. Gracious.
He does have a List A century to his name. Not this season. Rishi Patel. There goes the chopper. Very fluorescent.
Is that air ambulance? Is that the green colours?
Sort of yellow topped and black underneath. There's a little helicopter landing port. Heliport, I suppose, is the word I'm grasping for. Not far from Grace Road, just on the other side. About sort of 2 miles north of the ground, or south of the ground, I should say. Occasionally we'll get a helicopter going overhead. Police helicopters usually, or sometimes to the football ground.
Not been down to Grace Road for years. You still love going down there. Enormous ground with the used
the outfield.
To have
it is the big outfield.
The practice areas, when they were state of the art, they were absolutely brilliant. And over to the right of the pavilion, there used to be like a Nissan hut, which was like members.
It's called a Meet, and it is still there.
No, is it really?
It is, yeah, with a curved roof.
Like a Nissan hut, yeah.
Yeah, like a big Nissan hut, basically. It looks like almost a station building or something like that, but that building was taken to Grace Road from the old ground on Aylstone Road back in the 1950s. If you went, I think you would be very comfortably familiar with your surroundings.
Nothing's changed.
Nothing too much has changed.
Yeah.
Oh, there obviously. I don't know whether the indoor centre was there when last you went. That's been there 20 odd years. So I'm guessing it might have been. Balderson George is coming in from the Anderson end and bowls outside off stump, pumped in the air, bounces just in front of Jen, bounces horribly actually, and he did well probably to get anything on it at all. He went down, he's a tall man, Jennings, and bounced maybe a foot, 2 feet in front of him and bounced up and clipped him on the shoulder as he tried to get something behind it.
Oh, it's awkward.
That was a nasty one.
Yeah.
And as I say, he could really have collected that one on the side of a cheekbone, something like that. Happily, he didn't, and only one single was the result, so he won't be too upset with himself. Hopefully the skipper, in goes Balderson and bowl, just waiting for it. Patel turning it around the corner, down towards short fine leg, where Tom Bailey trots around to his left to make the stop.
They used to have it in the old pavilion, they used to have a problem with hot water. And going back to when Raymond Illingworth was captain, he had a remedy for it. He took the bath taps off ours. The away dressing rooms, he took the bath taps off so we couldn't run hot water. You're speechless.
Well, Balderson is in, it's hit in the air, should be caught, and is caught at square leg Hill. Little short-armed pull, but he picked out the one fielder on the leg side boundary, taken around about chest high, and Hill will be disappointed with that one. But he seemed to get a big piece of it, but he absolutely picked out the fielder, and Blatherwick was the catcher, made no mistake. Was almost knocked off his feet as he took it, but took it well, two hands up.
He's going into the wind, and you're right, it's just a bottom hand real shovel into the leg side, and it catches in the wind. Blatherwick takes the catch, so number 3's gone, captain's gone. 186 on the board for Leicestershire.
And in his very first over, Balderson, with his very third delivery, has picked up a wicket. Now, who's going to come out? No changes to the order. It's going to be the Australia international, Peter Hanscom.
Was at Middlesex, captain.
He's been at a few counties, actually. But yes, you're right. Didn't have the greatest of times as skipper at Middlesex.
He didn't.
But he's enjoyed himself here at Grace Road as Peter. He's going to play the group games. He played the first part of the season. He was brought in at a little bit of the last minute for Ajinkya Rahane, who was supposed to be coming to Grace Road, but Rahane then, not having been a part of the India international squad, suddenly started to get picked for the India international squad again. And he's actually now vice-captain, so very much a part of India's international picture. So Peter, who wanted to be in England just in case for the Ashes, he wanted to be around scoring runs and being available, accepted a deal with Leicestershire, and he's done so well it's sort of been constantly extended. But he will be going home at the end of next week, the end of the group games, because he's got he's got a new baby, and he wants to see him, and of course he's required by Victoria as well. But he looks a class act with that. He's got a very curious little foible, as you'll see when he takes guard. Watch what he does with his bat. Boom, he just turns it sideways, and then as in goes Balderson, and he bowls to him, and he's perfectly correctly forward.
So it's an Australian thing. If you look at Steve Smith and Labuschagne, they're very quirky.
Yeah, they are. But once they're in position, once the ball's coming down, it's usually pretty correct.
But do you not think it takes a bit of time to get into that position?
Yes.
That why not be there? You know, you look at the great players.
Balderson is in, Hanscom is forward, trying to steer it through the covers, can't get it past Keaton Jennings.
I'll qualify that. The great players of yesteryear were very calm and very still at the crease. But, you know, the two, Labuschagne and Smith and Hanscom, I see what you mean as he sets up.
He turns the bat sideways, boom, and then he's ready. Balderson is in, bowls to him, a little bit airy there as he goes forward, thick inside edge, pushes it through square leg, out to that man, Jack Blatherwick, the catcher, and that is the end of Balderson's over. A successful one, and 1 for 3 in the circumstances of 187 for 2 off 26 is a pretty decent effort.
So if you look at Hanscom there as to what he does to receive, before he receives, How was he when he was 14 and 15 years of age? Did he do that? No. It's something that will have crept in. Same with Steve Smith and Lancashire. Did they do that when they were in their formative years? I doubt whether they would do.
If they've found something that, however quirky, works for them, I suppose would you criticise them for that?
No, I wouldn't. But it's the intrigue as to
how they
how did it come around? What made you change? And do all your little mannerisms. That's what it is. It's a mannerism.
It is. It's not a sort of trigger movement or anything like it. But turning the bat sideways like that, whether he just feels that then he's in the right line or position, who knows? I must ask him. He's on strike anyway, with Rishi Patel at the other end on 95. Blatherwick's back and in, down the leg side, not a great delivery, a little bit short as well. He's got away with it to a certain extent. He has a sort of long leg now, so just helped on its way down there by Peter Hanscom.
An Englishman with a mannerism was Rory Burns. Again, did you bat like that when you were 14 years of age? He might say, yes, I did, so that's fine. But these things creep in, and like you say, it's what works, what makes you comfortable.
Blatherwick leans forward, gets into his run, ball short outside off stump. Up on his toes is Patel, doesn't quite time it, gets it out through the gap at point. Man on the point boundary is Tom Aspinwall. One is taken.
There are 2 50-over matches next week at York. And Surrey is one of them. I think Surrey play there next week.
Is the York ground?
Clifton.
Okay.
Yeah.
Up to the north of the city. In goes Blatherwick and bowls and caught. Well, Hanscom, whatever you think of that little tick, if you like, didn't work for him on that occasion. He went forward, pushed firmly, a little bit hard hand, had a ball without getting to the pitch of it, looking to drive, wasn't quite there, and he handed out a fairly straightforward catch in the covers. I'm assuming that would have been Jennings, and he made a straightforward catch look as straightforward as it was. Held it two-handed. Hanscom goes for just 2, so 3 Leicestershire wickets in reasonably short order. Lancashire will feel, right, we're getting back into this now.
And it's a front foot shot that he punches straight to cover. Just had to move ever so slightly to his left. Patel is still there on 96 from 82 and played thoroughly well. But again, that's a timely wicket for Lancashire. 189 for 3. You've got to chip away, keep getting wickets. Of course, the big wicket would be Patel. Get 2 new batters in. He's just punched it straight to cover.
It's how Patel gets out sometimes. He goes a little bit hard-handed, but once he gets in, he usually makes it count, Rishi Patel, and he's doing so today. But again, the fall of those 3 quick wickets just changes the pressure on him a little bit. They want to bat around him, but he can't play quite as freely, perhaps, and just has to make sure that the next man gets in. Colin Ackerman comes to the crease, another international.
Loads of experience. Is he a relative of Hilton Ackerman, who played, and he's not?
He says not.
Okay.
Apparently Ackerman in Afrikaans means basically farmer, fieldsman.
Yes, yeah.
So he said it's a very common name, but no, he says not. He's on strike anyway to Blatherwick, who is in bowl short. Just bobs at the knees, lets it bounce over his left shoulder into the gloves of Hurst behind the stumps. Crowd sounds a lot livelier and happier now. They were a little bit subdued for a while.
I'm sure they're knowledgeable that this is a super pitch. Going to be a big score.
And they will be confident that the Lancashire line-up can chase it down. Blatherwick turns. Runs in. Bowls. Little bit short. Ackerman stays on the back foot. There's hesitation. Patel, good call by him, and he runs between the fielder and the stumps, as all good batsmen should. And the throw, as it came in low from George Bell, connected with some part of Rishi Patel. Good running.
It is. It's a determined run, is that?
the bat.
He's in comfortably as Bell dives and throws.
Lovely day in Manchester, looking across the ground as Blatherwick tosses the ball from hand to hand. Longish run up. Is in and bowls straight, a little bit short of a good length, and Patel is up on his toes, blocking it out into the offside. Will that be painted red as well, do you think? The new hotel? Are you not keen?
Going on that. No.
Are you not keen?
Do you want me to tell you exactly what it's all about? That the architects insist that the new hotel is grey, when all the buildings around to us are red, but we're going to start at the point.
Okay.
Let's start at the point.
Okay.
So that is, I'm looking from the air. This is from the air.
Right.
From the air, that's red. The old pavilion is grey. The old hotel is red. The new hotel is grey. Our building is red. Continue.
It goes Balderson and bowls. Ackerman works it out towards point. Good throw. Hits the stumps, but Rishi Patel was safely back in his ground.
And then further round, the temporary stand is grey. So it goes red, grey, red, grey, red, grey from the air.
But from above, where nobody can see it.
Well, if you're paragliding, you see it.
Well, of course. We must cater for the paragliding. Pushed in the air off a thick outside edge, almost a leading edge, I suspect, there from Ackerman. It's gone into the gap, though, and it runs out towards the cover boundary. And George Bell feels Ackerman is off the mark.
Hot air balloon. Or if you're flying with Emirates. This
or
is Emirates Old Trafford. Emirates Old Trafford. If you're flying Emirates Old Trafford, it looks fantastic.
That helicopter will have had a good view, won't it, of the red, grey. But to us, it's 90% red with that grey hotel. Balderson is in, and Patel is very carefully forward and defending it back down the pitch to the young seamer. Patel, you get the feeling, just and fair enough, is conscious of the approach of her three figures. 96 and not out to him. Off 84 balls. As Balderson is in, and again Patel, with all the time in the world, is solidly forward to a length delivery. Back up the pitch, the ball bounces.
You see how calm he is? I watched him at the non-striking end, and he just stands there. He's not sort of shadowing shots and looking busy. He just waits and stands.
No. And talking about sort of batsman's ticks, he doesn't really have any. You see some of them, like Smith, forever fiddling with something, but he just stands calmly as Balderson is in. He's forward, working it off his pads. Turn of the wrist. He is quite a wristy player. Pushes it out towards deep mid-wicket stroke square leg and takes the one. Blatherwick, the fielder, Patel onto 97.
And he's quite a tall batter, so he has a good stride. He's just played that shot. He took a real big stride and then worked it for a single into the leg side.
Balderson is in to Ackerman, who is leaning forward. No big stride from the South Africa Netherlands international. Pushes it out into the offside, into the gap in the covers. Fielder comes off the ropes. I think it's Bell out there and takes one. Ackerman, that is. End of the 28th over. 193 for 3. Well, they say double it after 30, but if Leicestershire do that, they can still be thinking in terms of well over 350. But a long way to go, and they have lost 3 quick wickets. 193 for 3 after 28.
400's on here.
It feels that way a bit, doesn't it? But the last few overs, they've had to... what have they gone for? 3-3. The last 4 overs have gone for 3 apiece. In goes Blatherwick, pushing out into the onside. This time is Ackerman taking 1. Again, slightly short of a length delivery, perhaps deliberately so. Just that's the length he wants to bowl.
I'm just watching these two. The two at the crease, they've just took 1 or 2 risky singles.
Ackerman can be a bit like that early in his innings. I'd always be very alert if I was at the other end when he first comes in. In goes Blatherwick, and it's dropped down into the offside, again off the front foot by Rishi Patel. Good delivery on off stump.
It's the sort of thing on a pitch like this that you'd seize on as a fielding side. They're a little bit hesitant. There's a chance. of a run out, tighten up just that inner field at short mid wicket, cover point, backward point. Just keep it tight.
He's not sometimes that quick between the wickets. Once he gets going, Ackerman, he's okay, but he tends to gallop a bit, and like sort of a lot of galloping creatures, he just takes a couple of steps just to really get up to pace. In goes Blatherwick, clipped away down into the long leg area by Patel again, sort of almost off the front foot automatically, despite it being a slightly short of a length delivery, and ristily worked down to long leg, but again just for the one, so he moves on to 98. Do it in ones if necessary.
You'd say that delivery from Blatherwick, it's just short of a length. It's neither one thing nor the other. And if he's going to bang it in, you've got to get it shoulder high.
Leicestershire bowlers will be watching and hopefully learning from this. In he goes and bowls. Fullish delivery forward. Leaning is Ackerman. The ball bounces back towards Blatherwick, who takes it right-handed in his follow-through.
Who's the Leicestershire left arm opener? Quite a giant of a lad.
Josh Hull.
Right.
Hull, as in Kingston upon.
He was just, I said, look, you knew, aren't you? He said, yeah. I said, you've got to hit the pitch here. Don't float it up, just hit the pitch. Yeah. He seemed a grandchild, a big lad.
He's a huge boy, isn't he? Well, he's 6'7" with size 15 feet, but when he's got his left hand up, and he's got a very upright action, he must be delivering it from close on 8.5 feet.
He was huge.
He's a big boy. He's just 18, but he's been eating his breakfast cereal, clearly. Comes from farming stock in the Huntingdon area. In goes Blatherwick, bowled, dug out rather, by Ackerman out towards mid-wicket. Almost for, an overthrows.
Yeah.
And there's a few gestures going on out there saying, well, why weren't you back on the stumps, or why wasn't there a bit more back up? But whether it was legitimate for mid-wicket to have a little bit of a shy at the stumps, well, he clearly felt so. Keeping the batsman honest, George Bell, and a bit of a double teapot out there. He's cross. 196 for 3. Brings Patel back down on strike. Can he get his 100? Before I have to go and update BBC Radio Leicester. Possibly not. So we'll bring Scott back alongside David.
Well, he's on 98. Patel is on strike.
Yeah, it's Blatherwick running in to Patel. Plays forward, pushes it up towards mid-on, and there is no run. On 96 for 3. No ball signalled by the umpire. Blatherwick just overstepping, so this will be a free hit. A free hit for the man 98 not out. Couldn't really ask for anything more ideal. 2 away from a century. Here's a free hit for you to try and get over the line. Batted superbly. 98 off 89, 9 fours and 4 sixes. So Rishi Patel with a free hit to try and get himself to 3 figures. And bring up the Foxes 200 as well. Blatherwick to Patel, step to the leg side, swats it away towards the onside. Almost a one-handed catch by Bell. He goes through for 1. Takes him to 99. And it pushes the score to 199 for 3.
Do you know, I'm not sure that the crowd are aware that that's a free hit. And he's just one of the tiny fielders. It's George Bell, isn't it? Again, at full stretch, fingertips. But it wouldn't have mattered, it's a free hit. The very svelte Paul Allett is coming in. He's lost stones. I think he's going to play again. I think he's in for a Cheshire over 60s. I think he could be racing in. He's just said he's fit for the England tour of India. I'll leave it to him.
Cheers, Bumble. 199 for 3. Patel's on 99. And it's Balderson in to Patel. That's whipped away. Lovely way to get to a century. Fine shot through mid-wicket. Flashed out towards the boundary. Excellent century for Rishi Patel here at Emirates Old Trafford. His teammates appreciate a fabulous knock And it brings up the 200 for the Foxes as well, Paul.
Top effort from Rishi Patel, really good performance. 91 balls for that 100. He was perhaps in the shadow of Buddingham to start with, but he's since those wickets have fallen, he's kept this pace of the Leicester innings really well. So it's Balderson again. Patel works that into the leg side for a single. Fantastic 100 for Patel. Yeah, since that opening partnership, Buddingham made 81. Just a little bit flat at the other end.
It's pushed away by Ackerman into the offside for no run.
Hill and Hanscom out cheaply, but Patel more than still there. 10 fours and 4 sixes so far in his innings.
With Ackerman waiting, here comes Balderson, flashed away off the hip through the onside, just for a single. Takes him to 6, 205 for 3. Brings the Centurion back on strike. 104 not out. Partnership with Sol Budinger at the top was worth 159 runs for the first wicket. Lancashire chipping away, taken 3 so far. Slow ball by Balderson, rolled away towards the leg side by Patel, just leaning forward. Little flick of the wrist and sends it out towards wide mid on where Bohannon fields. 206 for 3 now. To bring Colin Ackerman back on strike. Balderson with 1 ball left of his third over, 1 for 13. He sets off again from the Anderson end. Ackerman defends, playing it calmly back down the pitch, gathered by Balderson, and that completes the 30th over for the Leicestershire Foxes. 206 for 3.
It's a pretty good batting lineup this Leicestershire side have got, with Patel and Buddingham at the top, and Hanscom. Then they've got Wian Mulder still to come. Colin Ackerman at the crease at the moment, and Mulder's playing well in this competition. So plenty of runs still out there for Leicester as they pass 200 with still 20 overs to go. They'll be looking at 350 as a minimum, I would have thought. Lancashire will have other ideas. Those 3 wickets that they've got relatively cheaply they'll think they're back in this contest in big style.
Blatherwick to Patel, that's run down to third man for a single. He's on to 106. Not out, 207 for 3. Yeah, just potentially just slows things down a little bit, that doesn't it? Dismissals of Hill and then Hanscom just a few deliveries later. Bringing Colin Ackerman out to the middle to join Rishi Patel. Ackerman's a clean striker of the ball himself and can score quickly. Waits for Blatherwick. It's off the back foot and punched into the offside. Lancashire captain Keaton Jennings is an extra cover to field and there's no run. Strong, powerful T20 player, isn't he, Colin Ackerman? I wonder if he'll bowl a little bit for the Foxes today.
Yeah, he bowls in T20, doesn't he? He has done.
Yeah.
And bowls quite effectively too. He'd be useful on here with his brand of sort of off-spin, occasional off-spin.
Blatherwick to Ackerman. Well, that's deflected down towards fine leg. Hurst, the keeper, went leaping away to his left. His bat on that. Will flick off the pads down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, Blatherwick just erring leg side. If there's one criticism I've got of him, he does straighter than middle stump, or should I say leg side of middle stump, perhaps a little bit too often. And anything that line on these pitches here at Emirates Old Trafford is a gift to batters.
211 for 3. Blatherwick Sets off again. Straighter ball, but turned to the leg side by Ackerman. Clipped in front of square.
That's about as straight as you can afford to be. Even that was worked away just in front of square. Dane Villas out at deep square, looking directly into the sun.
.212 for 3. Blatherwick 1 for 40. This is 7th over. Back of a length delivery to Patel. That's helped down towards fine leg. Easy runs for Patel. Just swivelling it off the hip down towards the fine leg boundary.
Yeah, it's poor from Blatherwick, and I think he knows it. But two gift deliveries in the last 3. Help yourself balls down the leg side.
Moves on to 110 not out, 216 for 3. Blatherwick to complete the 31st over. Into Patel. Glanced off the pads down towards fine leg for 1. Takes him to 111. That's 31 overs gone. 217 for 3 after 31. The Leicestershire Foxes. The wickets of Budinger for 81, Hill for 7 and Hanscom for 2. Patel on 110, Ackerman on 11. And the Foxes in a strong position after 31 overs with wickets still in hand.
Yeah, 11 off that over from Jack Blatherwick. Just erring a little too straight with a field that's set for offside deliveries. He's bowling a 4 men on the leg side, and I think every ball was leg side of off stump.
Balderson from the Anderson end. Patel off the front foot, works the ball out through the onside. Gets through for a single. Moves on to 112, 218 for 3. Lancashire's bowling options. Well, Will Williams has bowled 4 overs for 34. So he's got 6 remaining. Blatherwick's gone through 7. 1 for 45. Bailey 5 overs for 34. Balderson's in to Ackerman. It's punched through the offside for a single.
7 and over's your average, isn't it? That's 350. But it's not easy. Not easy bowling on this surface. There's nothing in it really for anybody. So bowlers relying on variation, whether in pace or direction, or whatever.
Wasn't in a slow ball this time to Patel. That's nudged out towards the leg side. And there is no run. 112 not out, Rishi Patel, who has become the first Leicestershire player to score a century in all 3 formats in 1 season. And he finds mid-on this time for no run. He's got 4 championship centuries, 1 T20 century, and now 1 One-Day Cup century this season for the Foxes.
It's a fine performance, isn't it? It's making people sit up and take notice, that is for sure. Even though those championship centuries in the 2nd division, it's consistent run scoring.
Swatted out towards the leg side again, but to mid-on where Bohannon fields. And doing it at the top of the order as well.
Yeah. I just wonder whether the selectors take as much notice of 2nd division centuries as they do of centuries in the 1st division.
Balderson to Patel. That's worked out through the leg side for a single. To keep the strike as well, he moves on to 113. 32 overs gone, 220 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, purely because the standard of bowling is higher in the 1st division. It's a little bit more like you would face at test level, although critics of county championship will say that the bowling in the county championship is not up to the standard that it perhaps should be. But Patel has played some wonderful shots today. He loves that onside, doesn't he? Predominantly onside. He's a very wristy player. Loves to work the ball through the leg side. And he's barely put a foot wrong.
Will Williams returns for the first time since his 4-over spell to start things off at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Balls to Patel, who's defending. And there's no run. I suppose that's the consequence, or one of the consequences of going to the 2 divisions, isn't it? That you do invariably see players migrating towards Division 1 sides. I suppose, therefore, that the gap potentially only gets bigger.
Yeah, well, you'll get sides interested now, won't you, in Patel? And Patel will be thinking, had a good season here.
Williams to Patel. Clipped down to short, fine leg. Direct throw towards the stumps at the keeper's end.
And, you know, if I want to get any further in the game, if I want to knock on the door of international cricket, should I try and move to one of the more established First Division counties? I mean, it's been a perennial problem for Leicester for years now. You know, going back to Stuart Broad, for instance, was a good example of that, moving from Leicester to Notts.
Williams to Ackerman. Takes a single through the leg side, just flicking the ball off his pads for 1. Moves on to 13 and 221 for 3. Richard telling me he has just signed a 2-year contract extension with the Foxes.
Well, there we are. He's made up his mind. He's going to stay and score as many runs as he can at Leicester.
Williams right arm over, balls to Patel. Nice looking shot. Steered out through mid wicket. Stands tall in the crease, isn't he, Patel? Easing the ball nicely through the onside. Good looking player to watch. 115 not out.
I'd like to see a wagon wheel of where he scored his runs. I think it is predominantly leg side.
I can show you one.
Well, I'm waited with bated breath here.
Fortunately for viewers on Lancs TV, unless you can zoom into my laptop, as Williams is in and balls to Ackerman. It's off the back foot.
A shot.
Blade out through the leg side. That is a shot. Out towards at wide mid-on. Through he goes for 4 runs. Glorious shot by Colin Ackerman.
Well, I know that was Ackerman hitting that through the leg side from probably top of off stump, whipping it away. We just go to show how good this pitch is and how much it helps batsmen hit the ball through the leg side. And Patel's wagon wheel, which you've obligingly put up on your laptop, proves just that. Probably 80% of his runs through the leg side.
It's eased down the ground by Ackerman. Back to Williams, off his own bowling, end of the over. It's 227 for 3.
That area between mid-wicket and long on is well populated with strokes, isn't it, in Patel's wagon wheel? I would think that's over 50%, isn't it? No, maybe not. Maybe 40%. But leg side generally predominant.
Yeah, it's kind of 67 through mid-wicket, 67 runs through mid-wicket. Compare that through cover, where he's only scored 13 runs. He's on strike, waiting for Balderson. He's in and bowling. That's punched to mid-off. Driven firmly to Jennings. 1 bounce to the Lancashire captain. He's on the rings at mid-off.
Well, he's equally elegant through the offside. He punched 1 or 2 beautifully through extra cover and mid-off. And like any self-respecting batsman, loves playing on these sort of surfaces.
Balderson to Patel, down on 1 knee, plenty of top edge on this. It should land safe, I think it will, just beyond the reach of Bailey. Never felt like Bailey would catch up with it. The top edge off the sweep from Rishi Patel went a mile in the air. Bailey with ground to try and make up. Just didn't fancy Bailey catching up with it.
Always the hardest of catches, these. Tom Bailey up inside the circle, trying to backtrack from short fine leg over his head, the ball swirling, It's a strong breeze blowing. The ball will be spinning.
Mullered down the ground for 4 by Patel. Little step towards the bowler, advancing to Boberson and thumps it with, well, a bit of VAT on it. It's gone for 4.
Yeah, well, this is getting more and more impressive by the ball, this innings from Patel. That really was a class stroke after the slightly false one the ball before. It spiralled away down to fine leg.
Boberson to Patel. Gives himself a bit of room by stepping to the leg side and drills it into the off. Straight to Villas at extra cover, and there's no run. 121 not out. Rishi Patel. Fabulous century for the Foxes. 233 for 3. 2 balls left to the 34th over. Balderson for Lancashire over the wicket. And a nice on drive by Patel. Through mid-on for a single, takes him to 122 not out. 234 for 3. Playing with such a degree of kind of flourish, isn't he? He's got a bit of something about him now. He's 122 not out.
There's an elegance to his stroke play, but there's a dominance as well to it, and a confidence. And those combined things just go to make him look a very assured player.
Balderson to Ackerman. That'll be a sharp single up to mid-on as well. And Bohannon's an outstanding fielder for Lancashire at mid-on. You need to be certain that you can back yourself to get through for one, which Ackerman did. And he keeps the strike as well. He moves on to 18. It's a 235 for 3. 16 overs left, with Patel on 122 and Ackerman on 18.
Yeah, and Balderson, the most economical bowler for Lancashire at the moment, 24 from 5 overs, plus a wicket. So going at less than 5 and over, which is way ahead of his teammates at the moment. Done well, actually. Balderson comes on and takes wickets, doesn't he, in this time? And he's done it in the county championship as well.
Will Williams to Ackerman, who's forward in defence for no run. He's got a bit of a handy habit, hasn't he, Balderson, of coming on and taking wickets.
Breaking partnerships, taking wickets.
Another stylish looking batter when he gets going, isn't he, George Balderson? Lancashire going to have some work with the bat. A big score to chase, it looks like. Ackerman getting forward up on that front foot, drives it to mid-off for a single.
Yeah, and interestingly, they've left a batter out this game from the game at Blackpool. George Lavelle stepping down and Will Williams coming in. Interesting decision on this sort of pitch. Maybe selectors thinking that a bit more variation or more numbers in the bowling department necessary on this flat pitch.
Patel, gorgeous shot, step to the leg side, lovely lofted drive through straight mid-off.
Well, that's an example of the elegance I was just talking about, and the quality as well, because he didn't try and overhit that, kept his shape, gave himself a little bit of room and drove it firmly straight of mid-off. Really was wide. Tom Bailey's back on the edge of the circle, but he had no chance. Really fine piece of batting.
126 not out. Mid-on drops back to long on as Williams comes in to Patel, a full ball just on his off stump, and that's worked through the leg side. George Bell comes up to field. Patel moves to 127. The Foxes continue to bounce along. 241 for 3 in the 35th over. And Rishi Patel, the beating heart of it for the Leicestershire Foxes. It's been a tough afternoon for the bowlers.
Lancashire will be hoping it's a tough evening as well.
Williams to Ackerman. It's pushed into the offside, and there is no run. Keaton Jennings at extra cover. inside the circle on the offside. There's a backward point and there's a mid-off. Short fine leg. Was the third man, that's George Bobbleson coming into the circle. So mid-on drops back to the boundary. The deep point and deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square leg. Williams loops around and sets off again to bowl over the wicket. Ackerman takes a single through mid-on. Having seen Bohannon drop back. And he goes through for 1. Moves on to 20. And that's the end of the 35th over. And it's 242 for 3. With 15 overs left, and this partnership have added 53 runs so far. Seeing people on the point again, the balcony of the point.
Yeah, there's a decent crowd in at Emirates Old Trafford this evening. Enjoying the brief spell of warm weather. Pretty warm yesterday, but not quite as warm today, but still pleasant. As you say, plenty on the point, plenty in the pavilion. A smattering on the balconies of the hotel rooms as well. Be great when the new hotel's open and gives another 50 or so points from which you can watch the game.
Those hotel rooms set to be open next year, I think, aren't they?
Well, no,
Oh,
I think October the 1st is
really?
the date they're aiming for.
Right.
So I don't know whether you can book one yet, Scott, for your next time you're covering Manchester United or whatever. You can wander off down Brian Statham and Sir Matt Busby Way. I think there are going to be some quite flashy 2-bedroom apartments on the top floor.
Bailey comes into the attack. That's driven on the bounce to mid-off by Ackerman. Bouncing in front of Keaton Jennings. Oh, so the top floor is not hotel rooms then?
Well, I think they're suites, or maybe they can be made into 2-bedroom suites.
Right.
It looks a slightly different configuration, doesn't it? I think it does anyway. The windows are slightly different.
Bailey to Ackerman. It's driven square of the wicket for a single. Takes him to 21. 243 for 3. It's kind of like the penthouse level of the hotel.
Yeah.
Executive floor.
Yeah.
You need a special card key to get into the lift.
Vice presidents only, that sort of thing.
Former directors of cricket, that type of thing.
Oh dear, maybe. That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Bailey. Slow ball. Patel launches it down towards long arm. Oh, he's been put down. Josh Bohannon spills a chance. Patel survives. His innings continues.
Well, that's poor from Bohannon. I mean, it was bowled for and got. And it was a comfortable catch from Bohannon. If anything, perhaps could have done with making just one more yard towards the ball. But it was a simple chance.
Ackerman pulls out towards square leg for 1 this time. He's on to 22, 245 for 3. Frustration for Tom Bailey. Patel, well, his innings goes on, 128 not out. He's back on strike. Standing tall in the crease and waiting for Bailey's slower ball, which he drives away through the offside out towards wide mid-off. Over the rope and in front of the hotel for 4 runs.
Well, Patel has made Lancashire pay enough already, let alone without the gift of a life, and a very simple life at that. Josh Bohannon putting the catch down at deep long on. Next ball he faces is just caressed through extra cover for 4.
Bailey to Patel, goes on the reverse. Big shout for LBW there.
Good shout, I think. Not out.
Yeah.
Not out. Good shout. Just like to see whether he got outside the line. Still looks pretty close on the replay, but not out anyway, so he's still there. 249 for 3. Patel 132. Ackerman 22.
Sure, I've seen him play a reverse sweep in this innings.
Doesn't need to, the way he's playing, does
exactly,
he? Don't bring that one into your repertoire. Just carry on playing the way you're playing.
Over number 37 for the Foxes. The slow ball this time sent down by Williams, which Ackerman drives away through the covers for a single. Takes him to 23. Brings up the 250 for Leicestershire as well. 250 for 3 in the 37th over. Still with power to come. Because you can keep them below 350. I think Keaton Jennings will be absolutely thrilled.
He will.
Williams again. Patel drives. It'll out. Pick up and throw by Bailey towards the stumps at the bowler's end. He hits as well, Bailey, but Patel through safely for 133 not out.
There was a half-hearted appeal for the run-out from Will Williams. Patel perhaps a little lazy in his running here. Good throw from Tom Bailey.
Yeah, it was a bit casual, wasn't he?
It was
at
first,
a bit. And
then, yeah.
There's a little concern that maybe actually he could be in a spot of bother. Williams sets off again into to Ackerman. It's nudged down towards mid-on for 1 run. 252 for 3. Ackerman to 24. It brings the man of the moment back on strike. Rishi Patel, who has dominated the day with the bat. 133 not out. Just one chance really that he's offered, which wasn't taken. Williams to Patel. Up and over extra cover this time. And Blatherwick comes round to complete the fielding. They run 254 for 3.
He didn't quite time that, did he? Like, he's looking to give himself a little bit more room now to hit away on the offside, which is not the way he's been playing so far. As we've said in the last 10 minutes or so, it's been a very leg side dominant innings. He's on strike again as Williams comes in. Slower ball, and it's a attempted scoop. Well, more than attempted. He's got it over short fine leg. Morley tracking back, picks up and throws. There's 2 more to Patel, who's starting to expand his repertoire of strokes. He's seen a attempted reverse sweep in the previous over. Now looking to play a ramp stroke to half tracker from Will Williams. 256 for 3 then Leicester. More room given. This is up in the air and it's falling safe between extra cover and deep extra cover. Just a single. That's the end of the 37th over. It's 257 for 3.
Cheers, Paul. Patel 138. Ackerman 24. Bumble's back alongside me. And Rishi Patel batting beautifully. Stylish innings, this Bumble, isn't it?
It is, it's eye-catching. He's been powerful as well, but he's so calm at the crease. I mentioned previously that he seems to have a lot of time to play his shots. He looks well organised.
138 not out. And waits for Bailey, who is in again. He's down the pitch and swinging and missing this time as Patel through to the keeper, no run.
I just wonder what he's thinking now, because a couple of times he's took a risk just recently. you've never got enough. You just never have got enough. And he's got a 200 for the taking here. The way that he's playing, he's only been in there 119 deliveries.
It's in a reverse sweep in the previous over. We've seen him come down the pitch and have a big swipe at it just there. Steps across the stumps this time and brings the leg side into play. Works it out towards Aspinwall on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Another no ball.
Ooh.
Another free hit.
Ooh. And as always, the bowler questions this. I must be behind. I've got to be behind the line. There's a signal from the umpire. It's James Treadwell, isn't it? Played for Kent, played for England in lots of one-day cricket. So this is a bugle call. Just hit it wherever you want.
Ackerman on strike for a free hit. And he swings away towards the leg side into the party stand. Half a dozen rows back. Well, that's making the most of a free hit.
Well, that's damage. He sets himself, and it's a slower delivery. When I say he sets himself, he's got a wide stance, and his first movement is back towards the stump, so he gives himself a little bit of time. As a fielder, is that Blatherwick who's got to go and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 rows. I do chuckle when professional sportsmen have to fag it. They've got to go fetch it back.
.266 for 3. That's 6 takes Ackerman onto 30. It's flashed away down towards the fine leg boundary. Angled into Ackerman by Bailey. Flicks it off his toes for 4.
Into his 7th over. Again, a movement back into his stumps and flicks it down to fine leg. 4 more. Big boundary count here. Lots of boundaries for Leicestershire. Plenty of 6s.
Patel's hit 4 6s. Budinger hit 3. And Ackerman with that one from the free hit, his first. Bailey halfway through his 7th over. In from the Anderson end balls. And that's pushed up towards mid-on for a single by Ackerman.
Just had an opportunity at deep long on. Bohannon was the fielder. He never really got into a great position to catch it, and it went down. Would have been a timely wicket then. Patel, he's on 139 from 120, 271 for 3.
Bailey strides in, bowls again. Patel goes high, gorgeous shot, back over the bowler's head, all the way over the rope. Watch out in the crowd below the pavilion. 6 more for Patel. He's edging towards a 150. It's a fabulous hit over long off for 6, 277 for 3.
Almost slow motion. It's a slower delivery. Patel gets all of this just in front of the old pavilion. There are probably about 10 rows and they're well occupied, and it's coming your way.
145 not out. Waits for Bailey, who's in again, and actually in the end doesn't release the ball, just goes through with his action, Bailey, but doesn't release the ball.
They just got to gather themselves, Lancs, here, because it's a beautiful pitch. It's not going to change. Damage limitation, 277 for 3.
Bailey to Patel, 4 ball which he drives to mid-off. Scamper through for a quick single. Jennings throws at the stumps. Patel is safely home. Takes him to 146 not out. It's 278 for 3. 38 overs gone.
And Tom Bailey's going at a fraction under 9 and over. None for 62 from 7. Patel is 146 from 122. But Ackerman gone unnoticed really, 35 from 31. 12 overs remain. They get another 100. 380, just put a bit of VAT on that, and they've got 400.
And if Lancashire gets somewhere near, we're in for a thrilling finish.
Well, this pitch won't change. It's a super pitch. Yeah, and you just have to glance at it, just have a little look at it. Wow.
Aspinwall returns from the Brian Statham end with Patel on strike. Oh, he's danced across the stumps and ramps it over his shoulder, over short fine leg. He's picked out the long leg boundary with that ramp scoop shot to bring up a terrific 150 for Rishi Patel.
Well, he's a big man, and the way that he's played that shot, he's very nimble on his feet to get into position and get that scoop shot over fine leg. Fine leg is inside the circle, so he's looked round and see that's an area, that's an opportunity. Aspinwall full of length. He's going to change it. We're just looking at him now. Where does he want to change? Who does he want to change?
Well, he's chatting to his experienced bowler in Tom Bailey. Little word between the two. That's the decision. Looks like cover's coming up.
Long off. Bailey himself has moved back to the long off boundary.
282 for 3. Patel 150 not out. Oh, it creams it over Jennings out towards that extra cover boundary. Fabulous display of batting this by Rishi Patel, and it goes on for the Foxes.
Just moves outside leg stump. It's a ball that's banged in short of a length. By going leg side, he's just given himself room, Patel, to hit over the offside. 154, get yourself 200.
286 for 3. Aspinwall over the wicket to Patel. Can't get it past short fine leg this on this occasion. Jack Morley does really well to stop it. It's a fine piece of fielding.
Well, he's playing them all now. All sorts of things, Patel. A couple of scoops in this over. A dance down the pitch leg side, hit it over the offside. So there's that chat again, this time with Jennings and Aspinwall. Tom Bailey, having dropped back to that boundary on the offside, has now come inside. Point drops back in front of the party stand.
Ackerman's on strike and waiting for Aspinwall, and takes it off his hip down to fine leg. 4 for Colin Ackerman. 300 knocking on the door here for the Foxes. 291 for 3 now.
Young ball is suffering here. Going for plenty of boundaries. Wayward down the leg side. Excellent partnership this. Ackerman has 39 from 32. There's a lot of overs remaining. 11 after this.
Yeah, that's a century partnership up as well, isn't it? Between Ackerman and Patel. 4 ball by Aspinwall, which is driven through mid-on for a single. It's 102 off 75 balls, the partnership. It's now 103, this partnership, as a result of that single. Super work.
Well, you can tell that when a bowler's suffering, there's no follow-through whatsoever. It's just a delivery and stand still. Where's it going?
First over back into the attack for Tom Aspinwall. Drilled away through the offside. Good work by Blatherwick inside the circle. Excellent stop. An extra cover. Super piece of fielding by Jack Blatherwick. If it beats the diver Blatherwick, it's got 4 on it. He stopped that. End of the over. 293 for 3. 39 overs gone. So 11 remain. Bumble, Rich is going to come and join you.
Run rate is 7.51 and increasing. So there's plenty of work to do. Can Lancashire just keep a lid on it for the last 11 overs? It's all about the chase, this. It really is. It's all about Lancashire chasing down a massive total. Patel is still there, 156 from 126, but he's got a super partner in Ackerman, who's 40 from 33, century partnership, and they're motoring. It's not over yet. There's a long, long way to go in this game. This pitch will not change. It's all about the chase.
The 380 that Leicestershire got against Kent last Sunday was their record list day score against a first-class county. That is in danger, you'd have thought, if they keep going at this sort of rate. They did get 400 in Vince Wells' day, but that was against a minor county.
Vince, I remember Vince.
There you go.
Nice lad.
The old, might have been the old Gillette Cup or something like that, I would imagine. No,
it was
50 over. 60, Gillette Cup was 60 over.
Yeah, and then there was the NatWest Trophy.
Jack Blatherwick's in. Patel steps across, whips him wristily over backward square, down to the deep backward square boundary. 4-4. Clever shot. And cleverly played as well, but well, if you're not seeing it like a football when you've gone past 150, you probably never will. He was dropped twice, remember, on 98 by Bell at mid-wicket off Blatherwick, high above his head. He got a good hand to it, and then on 127 of a more straightforward catch, Josh Bohannon at long on off Tom Bailey. But you can't say he hasn't taken advantage of that. It's not his fault he was dropped.
He's playing beautifully, and it's like Strictly Come Dancing now. He's all round the crease.
Have you not been invited on that yet?
Absolutely not.
David, I thought you might have been.
No, crikey.
You and Angela Rippon? No? Do you fancy it?
Two blasts from the past there.
Well, she's on. She's proud she can still do the splits. So, if you can, you've got a chance.
He's never grabbed me dancing.
No. I'm too self-conscious. I know where you're coming from. Blatherwick's in. Patel steps away, clubs him back. Oh, brilliant stop at mid-off, diving across to his right, saves 3 runs. Will Williams, wow, what a stop that was. What athletes these youngsters are. It was a back-of-the-hand delivery, and whoa, diving across. Williams managed somehow athletically not just to stop it, but to take it cleanly, get up and throw the ball at the stumps. Wow.
Well, they're all smiling about that. They've something to smile about, but he's back to business.
That was a special piece of fielding. Blatherwick is in to Ackerman, who relatively normal shot from Leicestershire's South Africa Dutch international, clipping it off his toes out to deep mid-wicket for 1. Patel's using his feet, using the crease all the time now. They have 2 big hitters to come, the 2 quickest scorers in the side in first Vian Mulder, who's 218 runs for once out in the 3 games so far, and then Louis Kimber, who really does hit a long ball. So they'll be conscious of that, these 2. There's plenty to come. In goes Blatherwick. Patel backs away in the air. Should be caught this time. Is caught at this time. It was a full delivery, full toss, a low full toss in the end from Blatherwick. Patel backing away, had to reach for it, and all he could do in the end was chip it up to extra cover. So a fairly spectacular innings from Rishi Patel comes to an end. He gets a couple of pats on the back from the Lancashire team as he leaves the field, and I'm sure he'll get a good hand from the Lancashire faithful.
Well, he's played wonderfully well. A good piece of bowling there from Blatherwick. It's a very, very lawful toss, aimed round about middle stump. Patel moves away to the leg side and finds extra cover. He's got a massive smile on his face as he leaves and lifts his bat and takes his helmet off. It's been a super innings. Eye-catching, lots of power, but a certain amount of time, and that will make a super player if you've got a little bit of time. And he's still smiling as he takes his gloves off and leaves them out there to dry. Well played.
He gets a pat on the back from John Mallett, Leicestershire's club photographer. He has become the first player in Leicestershire history to score a century in all 3 formats of the game in the same season. And that was his 6th century of the season, 4 in the county championship.
It's an eye-catching season that he's had. He's arrived here from Essex. Perhaps didn't just work out at Essex, so Leicestershire take him on. Indifferent last year, not the greatest season, but you've got a player. I mean, the time that he's had to play, this is a super pitch, but you've got to play on it, and I think he's been splendid. Now then, is this one of your big hitter lads in?
Vian Mulder, yeah. Half century in each of his 3 innings in this competition so far. He was the competition's most valuable player last season. Across all the counties, and having given him the big build-up, you know what's probably going to happen now. Blatherwick going to endeavour to make that happen. Comes running in from the Anderson end, bowls and clumped in the air by Mulder, wide of the diving Jennings to the extra cover boundary. 4-4. Had to reach for it again a little bit, but he got rather more of it than Rishi Patel managed to do. It was a fullish delivery, but it did pitch, and he clobbered it away to the extra cover boundary to get off the mark.
Well, you can see as Mulder advances down the pitch, he takes a stride down, full of confidence with the bounce of the ball. Ball disappeared under the covers there.
Been dug out now. Young Blatherwick, 2 for 55 from 7.5. In the context of the innings as a whole, that's not the worst return, really.
No, it's not.
Sticking to his guns. He's going to send mid-wicket back to the deep mid-wicket boundary and bring third man into the edge of the circle. In he comes and bowls. Mulder is playing straight, pushing it out through mid-off, down towards mid-off on the edge of the circle. So always going to be a single in those circumstances. Mulder takes one, keeps the strike. He brought up the Leicestershire 300 with that boundary out to the extra cover region, and the Foxes now have 10 overs in which to get the score. They must be targeting 100 off the last 10, you would
should
think.
get 400. The pitch is great. Got wickets in the hutch and big hitters to come. I like that idea of the MVP, the most valuable player. Our domino team has one of them as well. The MVP. He's 92, Sam. He's the best domino player in North Yorkshire. You just have to ask him.
None of the knocking.
And his name is
Don't tell me it's Sam Domino.
No, he is Sam Robson. It's Sam Robson, not the opener.
Not the Middlesex opener.
No.
The Australian. We had Sam's brother Angus.
Yeah, I remember.
Top of our order for 3 or 4 years. Had a voice like the man from Snowy River. It was deep from the desert of Australia. He used to growl. In goes Jack Morley, so back to spin for Lancashire. Fullish on the toes, towards the toes of Vian Mulder, just clips him out to deep mid-wicket. That's where he's got his cover, Morley, understandably enough. It is the long side of the ground, so he's going to be bowling, you would think, towards the legs of Vian Mulder. In he goes, again, leg side-ish, middle and leg side-ish. Fuller, though, and Ackerman just leans forward. Clips it firmly. Slightly taller of the two South Africans is Colin Ackerman, out towards long on. Takes one, leans on his bat, watches. He's on 42 off 35 as Morley is in again. Fullish again. Drifting slightly towards middle and leg. Mulder clips him out towards deep mid-wicket. Bell comes in and fields.
It will drift on this breeze. It's a bit more than a breeze. Across the ground to the big boundary, and you hit him with the breeze.
It's a sort of lovely westerly wind. Morley is in, and his slog sweeping is Ackerman. Hesitates for a moment as he sees it going more or less straight to Bailey at shortish fine leg, but Bailey can't stop the ball clean. It was travelling quickly, bounces off him a little bit, and as a consequence, one is taken. Ackerman on to 43. Morley into Mulder. Straighter. Mulder just makes a little bit of room. Gets forward and drives him through mid-off out towards long-off. Will Williams, the fielder.
Just think of when the pitch was the other way around and this is the prevailing wind and it's a howling gale you're either with or against.
Morley tosses it up, full toss, and missed out a little bit there, I think, Ackerman. He swept it, although he did place it well wide of Bailey, and it's a long run round the boundary for Dane Villas, down from deep backward square to long leg, and Ackerman takes 2. End of the 41st over, and there were just 7 from it, so I suppose that's something of a result from Lancashire's point of view. 311 for 4.
You just mentioned the last 10 overs, go at 10 and over and you get your 400.
Patel's 161 is the 3rd highest list day score against Lancashire. Begging the question, the other 2.
Go on.
Trying to get by the same man.
Really?
By the same man.
Fairly
4
recent. Fairly
different
recent.
teams.
Oh. fairly recent, in 2000s or
by
way
your
before?
by your and I standards, yes, but a bit before then.
Before 2000.
Before 2000.
Wow.
If you got to go back to the 80s.
Right.
A very, very great batsman indeed.
Overseas.
Overseas.
Viv Richards.
You're in the right neck of the woods.
Desmond Haynes.
You're getting even closer. Blatherwick's in and bowls outside off stump. He's caught behind. Mulder fencing away, made a little bit of room for himself. Well, Blatherwick continues to impress here in very difficult circumstances. Pacier delivery took the edge, and Mulder comes and goes quickly. It's 311 for 5.
Yeah, well, that's 5 down. Keep chipping away, and that 400 that you're thinking we're going to be chasing 400, keep taking wickets. If you can get it more manageable down to 350, there's a touch of movement there from Blatherwick. It just pitches and moves back into Mulder. So a dangerous player goes, and there's a new batter coming in. He is enormous. Who's this?
This is Louis Kimber, and I have an awful lot of time for Louis Kimber. He's a brother of Nick, who plays for Surrey, and he's one of those ridiculous sportsmen who plays golf off more or less scratch, does everything brilliantly, but goodness me, he hits a long ball, and if he gets in, and it is an if, the crowd's going to have to be watching out, because he will bombard them. He came in for the last 3 balls against Kent and hit them for 6-4-4, and again, he really does. He plays correctly, hits very straight, but he's got very quick hands as well. We ought to give the listeners and viewers the name of that batsman who's got the top 2 list scores. That's your man.
Got to be Gordon Greenwich.
There's your man.
Yeah. He must have been limping as well. When he started
Almost
limping,
certainly.
he used to get loads.
Dealt in boundaries once he got injured, didn't he? But spectacularly so.
What a pair of openers. Greenwich and Haynes.
I think that's one of the saddest things about modern cricket, and hopefully it's a circular thing, is the decline of West Indies cricket. What a side they were in the 80s, a terrifying side. Not missing any cricket. Louis Kimber has had a chat to Colin Ackerman and the Lancashire team, Jennings and Blatherwick. He's got plenty to say as he directs traffic. He's now got 3 for 56, and he's got 11 legitimate balls left to bowl. Louis Kimber, he made, I think it was 89 off 60 balls against Surrey in the first game of this competition. Blatherwick is in 2, and he bowls full, good delivery, almost Yorker length, just outside off stump, dug out rather by Kimber, only as far as mid-off.
It's a debate for another time, but West Indies cricket, there's an obligation for everybody else to refinance. Most definitely, they don't get great broadcast deals.
No, I agree.
Eventually, you'll have nobody to play. Move on.
Blatherwick, casting a long shadow now, is in. Bowls down the leg side. A slower delivery to Louis Kimber. Tried to help it on its way. No signal of wide, so it must have just flicked the thigh pad. It went quite slowly to Hurst. Dot ball.
So Ackerman is still there, 45 from 37. Just 2 quick wickets. It's so important now that Lancashire can just gather themselves, just nip another 2 out, and your 400 drops down dramatically.
It does. There's another all-rounder to come in Tom Scriven, former Hampshire product. Well, current Hampshire product, of course, because that's the system he came through. And then Chris Wright, who's got 3,000 first-class runs to his name. Young Hull. Blatherwick is in. Kimber looks to pull, doesn't time it off the back foot. Dribbles out rather towards deep mid-wicket. There is no mid-wicket, so there is going to be one running in from deep mid-wicket. Fielder gets his throw away quickly. Single taken. We've got some banners up in the old hotel. If that's the right description. I'm not sure what they signify. I think that's... is that a Leicestershire fox on the one on the left? Not quite sure. Blatherwick is in and bowls full to Ackerman, who correctly leans forward, drives through the vacant mid-off area down towards long off. Villas is the fielder. Single taken.
You've had some good barrackers down at Grace Road. Lewis was fabulous. He used to stand.
Sadly, no longer with us.
Where the players came out.
Yeah.
And there was another years ago called Chris, who just used to walk round the ground. You could hear him coming from the streets outside, and he just used to, come on, Leicester. Come on, Leicester. There's the flags. Oh, it's a fox.
It's a Leicestershire fox and a Lancashire
Red Rose, yeah.
Rather splendid next to each other. Blatherwick is in two. Oh my goodness me! An absolutely, well, maybe 10 feet high beamer that soars over Kimber's head directly into the gloves of Hurst, and the young man will get his warning. Plus, obviously, a no ball as well. He apologises to all and sundry. Safe to say, he got that one wrong.
It landed straight in the keeper's gloves, who stood way back. And so he gets the first warning for dangerous bowling.
He's got a big grin on his face now, and it was such a high beamer that it wasn't a dangerous beamer. Very clearly got that one wrong. In he comes again to Kimber, and Kimber pulls in the air, doesn't quite again time it as well as he would have liked. Pretty straight as well off the back foot, runs out towards long on, takes one, keeps a strike, and gets a consoling arm round the back and an apology, which is nice to see from Jack Blatherwick. 9 overs, 3 for 61 for the young man, who's impressed very much today.
Well, he's got 1 over left. It was good to see that. I mean, it's unintentional when a beamer comes in like that. It lands straight in the wicket-keeper's gloves, so you need an apology, and he did that perfectly well. But looking at the score, 5 down. This is when the coaches would say, right, come on, real tight. Last few overs, 8 overs, keep it as tight as we can. We'll change 400 down to 350, 360.
Here's Jack Morley starting his 8th over, left arm round the wicket, fizzes one in, glorious shot by Kimber, up and over, extra cover, has he got enough? Bouncing to the left of Williams, who's come from long off down towards that kind of cover boundary to try and catch up with the ball. They actually come back and they run 2, 318 for 5.
Be good passage of play with this, with the left arm spinner on from the Statham end.
Into Kimber, goes a flatter delivery this time, playing a miss by Kimber.
So Kimber's looking to go leg side and hit over the top of the offside. So he's followed him there, leg side.
It's a dot ball. Morley twirls and again balls, clip down towards short fine leg. And they shuffle through for a single.
It's good so far, is this, from Morley. Just his figures are okay in what we've seen. He's into his 8th over, 2 from the first, a dot ball single.
Ackerman 4 away from 50. Waits for Jack Morley. Looks to sweep. Well, he's been signalled wide. It's gone down towards the boundary as well. And the score moves up to 3-2-4 for 5.
That just scrubs away down the leg side. It's given us wides. It pitched and just rolled. Beat everybody.
Ackerman remains on 46. Morley in and balls. Comes down the pitch. Oh, he's got a little inside edge on that. He's gone past the stumps and the keeper, and it's bouncing down behind the keeper. And he goes through for 1. Scratchy single, but he moves on to 47. 3-2-5 for 5. Kimber waits for Morley. Hammers it out towards the leg side. That's gone all the way for 6. That's a big hit by Kimber. Swings through it. Out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. And he's causing damage to the seats.
He's gone straight through a seat there. An effortless shot. Just swings through the line of the ball. He's a big unit. He's pushed a seat. He's gone straight through it.
3-3-1 for 5. Morley in, balls a little flatter and quicker to Kimber, who chops it away into the offside and gets through for a single. And that's the end of the 43rd over. 332 for 5.
None for 65 for Morley, so a bit of damage at the end there. Blatherwick to finish his stint. So he's got 3 wickets. and he's come out of this okay. He's the quickest of the bowlers. Ackerman is on 47 from 39. Kimber is on 12 from 10. There's a lot of threat from both these, particularly Ackerman. Kimber's just getting into the swing of things. 7 overs remain. Run rate is increasing. That's significant. Just looked at it previous. It was 7.5. It's now 7.72.
Blatherwick's final over this. In and balls. Kimber chops it out towards the offside. Bouncing out towards extra cover. 333 for 5. Blatherwick's 3 for 62 from, well, 3 for 61 before this over. It's a pretty healthy return on a difficult pitch to bowl on, a friendly one for the batters.
Take wickets. If you get wickets, they need a couple quickly, Lancs.
333 for 5, Leicestershire, with Ackerman unbeaten on 47 and Kimber on 13. We've already seen today a big century by Rishi Patel, making 161. Lancashire set to face a pretty high run chase. We're in the 44th over, and Leicestershire are 334 for 5.
Just changing his pace, Blatherwick, as well, which is good. Get your slow delivery in.
Kimber waits as Blatherwick bowls, and he clears extra cover to the left of Williams, who's on the very edge of the circle there. Slashed away a little by Kimber, quite came out the middle of the bat. Takes him to 14, 3-3-5 for 5.
How are they looking in the field, Lancs? The last few overs. You've got to really try and turn it on. A little bit of magic, just a run out or a great catch. The coaches will be looking at these last 5-6 overs.
Ackerman stands and waits for Blatherwick, who's in and bowling. Sliced down towards third man. It was a full toss. It might be no ball, that. It's gone for 4. Yeah, it has been called a no ball. No ball. That does bring up Ackerman's 50. Nicely put together, a half century by Colin Ackerman, 52 from 41. And I think he's going to have to come out the attack here, Blatherwick.
Oh. So that would be deemed a dangerous delivery. It's a full toss that was edged or flirted down to third man. Blatherwick has been taken out of the attack by the umpires, so that must have been deemed as a dangerous delivery to go with the full toss the previous over. Not just, I'd like to see that. It's a free hit as well. You know, I didn't think there was anything untoward really. I thought it's just a high full toss.
So it's a free hit for the no ball. Blatherwick has been removed from the attack by the umpire, which means that Bailey will have to come in and complete the over. Scores moved on to 3-4-1 for 5. This is a free hit as well.
Oh.
And Ackerman says, thank you very much, I'll take the free hit and absolutely wallop it out towards the long on boundary for 6 to bring up 3-4-7 for 5 now.
We're behind glass here, and we heard the thud as the ball belted into the Emirates sign in front of the point down there.
Ackerman to 58. Bailey comes in and bowls to Ackerman, who drives through mid-off for a single. Moves on to 59, not out. 348 for 5. I must say, Bumble, I'm with you. Watching it live, it just looked like a full toss.
Yeah. But it was called immediately. So from side on, that would be the square leg umpire that would say it's too high.
Final ball of the over. Bailey is into Kimber, and the slower Bailey delivery, which is just pushed up towards the circle at mid-on, and goes through for 1 and keeps the strike as well. Well, the over started with Blatherwick. It was ended through Bailey. It's seen Ackerman reach a half century, and it's seen Leicestershire edge slowly towards that 350 mark. 349 for 5 with 6 overs remaining. This is the delivery we're talking about.
Just seen a rerun there, yeah, and it is high. When you see it, it's above waist high. He's played it very, very well. Let it run down to third man, so, you know, it's fair. The umpires are deciding that this is too high, and it was. We've seen it a couple of times.
So Blatherwick's day with the ball is done. 3 for 70. Let's see Will Williams return. What's he got left? He's got 3 overs left. Aspinwall's got 3 left. Morley's got a couple left. Balderson's has got 5 left. So Keaton Jennings does have options. Of the bowlers, of the seam bowlers, George Balderson has been the tidiest of the lot. 5 overs, 1 for 24. Obi Williams to Kimber. That slower ball beats Kimber. It's gone through to the keeper. There's no run.
But these last few overs have gone Leicestershire's way. Blatherwick taken out to the attack. 6 overs remain, including this. Every chance of 10 and over, which gets you 400.
It's a run fest at Emirates Old Trafford today. Williams balls to Kimber. That's sent high towards the leg side. George Bell takes a very good catch. Had to make up some ground, Bell, to his right-hand side. Out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. And Dame Vela says, well done, young man. Good catch.
Well, he looks about 12 years of age, George Bell, out there on the longest boundary. It's a hit off Williams into the breeze, and it hangs, but it's a good catch as he moves away to his right, very close to the boundary. Very assured as Kimber, another danger player for Leicestershire. 349 for 6. Ackerman is still there on 59.
Yeah, Kimber this season in the One Day Cup for Leicestershire. Averaging, striking at 145, top score of 89. He's a powerful hitter. Hitting out to Bell, who takes the catch.
I'm just looking at it from Lancashire's viewpoint here, and you'd think with 5 wickets down and 6 overs to go, they'll get 10 and over, they'll get 400. Now they're 6 down. So Lancashire need a good 6 overs here, because you can change that 400. What you'd be saying as a team, and your captain, your senior players out there, you'd be saying, well, if we take another couple of wickets, we'll drop that 400 potential. You drop that down to 360, 370, and we've done okay. We've saved 30 runs. The 6 down, Ackerman's still there. They need another wicket. Scriven is the new batter.
Tom Scriven joining Colin Ackerman. Will Williams with his first wicket, 1 for 56. Sets off from the Brian Statham end of the ground. In a balls to Scriven. He's back and across and pushes into the offside, and there's no run.
Challenge for the fielding side. Lancashire here. How many dot balls in this last 6 overs? Just look at this. What a great start for Williams. Dot ball, wicket, dot ball.
349 for 6. Williams turns and sets off again. Scriven waits. Plays forward. Easing the ball through mid-on for a single. Gets his first run. Brings up the 350 for the Leicestershire Foxes. 350 for 6 in the 45th over.
Ackerman is back on strike. That's a big wicket, is this? If Lancashire can get Ackerman, move them 7 down.
Williams to Ackerman. Glanced off the pads down towards fine leg. Takes him on to 60. 351 for 6.
Just look at this field on the leg side, Scott. I mean, there's 4 fielders. They all seem to be on Deansgate, miles away.
Does feel like he's nearer the city centre, doesn't it, than the playing pitch. Here's Williams to complete the over. It's dragged away through the leg side. Just before a single, though. It's a good over that by Will Williams. 3 off it. And the wicket. 45 gone, so 5 remain. 3-5-2 for 6.
That is so important for Lancashire, that he's just gone for 3, that last over from Williams. He's picked up a wicket. Can they hold it together? It's all about the chase. I mentioned earlier that it's all about Lancashire chasing down this total. It was always going to be a big total on this pitch. He just glanced at it, just looked at it, and this is runs, and a lot of them. Who's bowling now? Is this
Bailey?
Bailey.
Yeah, Tom Bailey to send down the 46 over. Tom Scriven on strike. He's looking out towards that leg side boundary. He's looking towards the party stand. There's a 3 on the rope on that shorter boundary, which he tries to whip it too, but a play and a miss. Ball sneaks through into the gloves of the keeper. No run.
Dot ball. Another dot ball, which means Ackerman walks down the pitch, talks to Scriven, give me the strike, get me back on strike.
This is the 7th score of 350 or more against Lancashire in List A cricket. And the slow ball by Bailey off the back foot by Scriven, pushed away into the offside. Jennings is at point, stops it, shuffle through for a single.
I am confident that I would have nothing to do with any of those at 350 and 50 overs. We used to have that Gillette Cup, and it's 60 overs. If you got 230, you were out of sight. Nobody would get anywhere near you in 60 overs.
3-5-3 for 6. Ackerman waits as Bailey's in and bowls. Swing and a miss, and taken by the keeper. There's no run. The highest List A score against Lancashire was at Trent Bridge in 2019. 417 for 7 by Nottinghamshire.
Did they win?
They did, but only just. Lancashire came really close to chasing it down. I think that's the game where Villas got a slightly dodgy LBW decision. Was worked away back onto the leg side by Ackerman for a single, and they were on course lengths to chase it down.
Did my lad give him? I think was it my lad who gave him out?
I can't remember.
I seem to think it
was
might
it?
have been, yeah. I'm sorry, Graham, if it wasn't you. But
I didn't realise. 3-5-4 for 6. Scriven waits as Bailey's in and bowling. Full ball. Good Yorker sent down by Bailey. Dug out by Scriven. They want to come back for 2, and they will do, because Bohannon is on the long on boundary. So by the time he's galloped up towards mid-on, they can shuffle back for a couple. 3-5-6 for 6.
So in these 7 that have been 350 plus, did Lancs win any of them?
Well, I've got actually Lancashire's highest totals winning.
Right.
Bailey's in and bowls to Scriven, who steps across the stumps, and it's beaten him and gone through to the keeper. That's the end of the over, so there's 4 left here. And Leicestershire are 3-5-6 for 6 with 4 overs remaining. The highest totals batting second to win in List A cricket by Lancashire. Scores of 316 for 9 against Warwickshire. That was here in 1996. 318 for 5 against Leicestershire here in 1995. 341 for 7 against Nottinghamshire in Blackpool last year, and 372 for 6 against Northamptonshire in Blackpool last year.
They won.
They were winning scores, batting second.
So who would you back now? You're looking at the odds for this. Who would you back? I've seen the pitch. Lancashire's strength, I would say, is batting.
Four overs left. Ackerman waits as Williams is in. That's worked out through the onside. And they'll hustle back for two. It's good running. It's a nice shot played down towards long on. Ackerman straight away wanted two. Takes him to 63. 3-5-8 for 6.
No, that's prompted a field change. And I was just thinking that there are plenty of twos here. Change your ones into twos. But that last two, the displeasure of Williams, he thought it should have been one, so they've changed the fielder.
Williams from the Brian Statham end into Ackerman. That's worked out towards the leg side again. This time Bohannon just scamper up. And Williams is a happy bunny now because Bohannon's prevented the second.
So he's the quick fielder, Bohannon is the quick fielder now at long on. Who got removed? Somebody got removed.
George Balderson.
George Balderson.
3-5-9 for 6. Scriven on strike. Williams striding in. 1 for 62. Another slow ball. It's down the leg side by Williams. Albeit he thinks that perhaps the bat has stepped across the stumps and therefore maybe there's a little bit of leniency that can be factored into it, but the umpires call that wide.
Been questioned by the captain, by Jennings. Gone across and had a chat with umpire Harris. He ain't going to change, I'll tell you that.
360 for 6.
And he looks like one you're not going to bother with either.
Fair point, yeah. If it's a wide, it's a wide, isn't it? From Williams to Scriven. Full ball, which he drives down the ground. Here's Bohannon again. Quickly onto it. Fizzes a throw in towards the keeper. And they shuffle through for 1. 361 for 6.
He wasn't having any truck with that, was he? The bowler was remonstrating. The captain went up and questioned. He never moved. Umpire Harris. He looks like Bluto, doesn't he? You remember him? Popeye and Bluto.
Williams for Lancashire with Ackerman waiting. Wristy shot, which he manoeuvres the ball out through the leg side. He's in front of square. It's a big boundary, and the field well set. So Ackerman knew there was always two there by the time that Velas went up the ground to catch up with the ball. So he comes back for a second, takes him to 66. It's now 363 for 6.
It was Popeye, wasn't it? Popeye, olive oil and Bluto.
Williams over the wicket, balls. Ackerman again to the leg side. Again, he'll want two here. He just worked it very deliberately towards just beyond the edge of that 30-metre circle. By the time Bell gets up on this occasion, again they can scurry back for 2.
There's plenty of twos. We've seen that so often. The fielders are looking to protect the boundaries but giving twos.
365 for 6. Leg side boundary, fine leg, deep square, deep mid-wicket, long on. 4 fielders on the leg side on the boundary. Williams to Ackerman, drives it straight down the ground. Oh, and Bohannon puts the dive in. Super work by Bohannon. They've come back for 2. Terrific piece of fielding though.
Yeah,
getting the dive.
Yeah, it is. Terrific. Just saved a couple. 367 for 6. Ackerman 70 from 51. This is a telling innings. Williams 1 for 70 off 9. How many off that over? 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9, 11. Yeah, you're getting 10 and over. You need wickets, Lancashire. John Cooper Clarke. Oh no, it's not.
Decent crowd inside the ground today.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not too bad.
I'm intrigued also in front of the new hotel. There are some red seats and there's plenty of people there. Hello. Very colourful. Very Mediterranean.
They're like quite comfy seats then. Are they
do,
kind of
don't they? Yeah.
executive type seats? Padded chairs. Aspinwall returns from the Anderson end, balls. Scriven off the back foot, going deep in the crease. Muscles it away towards the leg side. There's the very busy and effective Josh Bohannon.
I went to the opening of the bar there. It's the Hodgkiss bar, after the Lancashire chairman who passed away, David Hodgkiss. Oh, brilliant man. Bon viveur.
Aspinwall as the sun tries to break through. Balls to Ackerman, driven back over his head. All the way for 6. Blimey. 374 for 6.
Yeah, they're getting away again. Ackerman deep in his crease. Lots of bottom hand into the shot. It's the sponsor's logo. So Aspinwall, 1 for 70, 7.2 overs. Just pumped for 6.
So this will be a record run chase in List A cricket. The previous record highest chase was 372 for 6. And there's more here. Ackerman driving a full wide ball through the covers for 4 more. Hits it with such power, doesn't he? Colin Ackerman takes him on to 80.
He's well organised, and we keep seeing him side on. His first movement, he goes so deep back into the crease and then climbs into anything that's full length. Aspinwall's going round the park.
80 from 53 for Ackerman, 378 for 6. This will just be a single this time. Another full ball wide of off stump. Squirted away into the offside. Moves on to 81 not out. 379 for 6. There's 2 balls left at the 48th over, and then 2 overs remaining for the Leicestershire Foxes. Lancashire will be set. Challenging total. It will be a record run chase if they were to complete it. Swing and a miss by Scriven as Aspinwall sends down the penultimate ball of his 8th over.
I went to the opening of that bar as they unveiled a plaque. And the plaque opened and the bar opened, and a tray full of glasses just crashed to the floor. I thought, that's Hodgkiss.
One left at the 48th. There's Aspinwall to Scriven. And he's scooping this over short, fine leg down towards the boundary for 4 runs. It's cheeky by Tom Scriven. It moves him to 11. It's 383 for 6.
16 from the over.
And this is a record one-day score for Leicestershire. Having reached 383 for 6. There's your bar, Bumble.
There it is, the Hodgkiss bar. You can see there, top right hand, the Hodgkiss bar. I remember all the chairmen here going all the way back to Cedric Rhodes in the 60s. Bob Bennett, Jack Simmons, Michael Cairns, David Hodgkiss. They were all wonderful fellas, hands-on, knew everybody. How many overs left? 2. We talked about 400, haven't we? And it's going to be near as damn it.
It'll be Williams to send down his final over. He's bowled 9 overs, 1 for 70. He's got Ackerman 81 not out. In comes Williams from the Statham end, bowls full, and it's driven for a single. 384 for 6.
Most economical has been Balderson. I mean, and he's only bowled 5 or 6 overs, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 24. Williams into his 10th over, 1 for 71. Bailey's gone for 74 from 8.3. Banding short by Williams and hooked down towards fine leg by Scriven for a single. He's up to 12. Score moves on to 385 for 6.
16 from the previous over, that was Aspinwall. So who's going to bowl that last over? Can Ackerman get to 3 figures? He's 82 from 55.
He's on strike for Williams. He's over the wicket and bowls. Low full toss, driven down the ground. This is helping his pursuit to 3 figures. He's gone for 6, hit straight back over the bowler's head. 391 for 6 now.
Low full toss. Fast hands, it just reaches the boundary for 6. Yeah, 400. Well, Lancs wanted a chase, they've got one. Where is it? Where? It's under there somewhere.
And a big chase it will be for Lancashire. And for a thrilling evening if Lancashire can get somewhere close. Yeah. Ackerman 88. 3 figures in sight. Flicks it off his hip down to fine leg this time. And through he goes for 1. Moves on to 89. 392 for 6.
So important for Lancs to get off to a start. Get busy. Push Leicestershire back. Push them back. Might have a roller on it. Doesn't matter. Spruce it up a little bit. Won't change.
392 for 6. Williams to Scriven. Full ball thumped to mid-off. Jennings fields. 393 for 6 now.
One delivery to go in this 49th. Then who's going to bowl the last?
Captain Keaton Jennings with that decision to make. Will he turn to? Here's Williams bowling. Driven to Jennings. And that completes the work by Williams today. 394 for 6 at the end of the over. With Ackerman on 90 and Scriven on 13.
Well, it's been terrific from Leicestershire, winning the toss and batting first. Got off to an absolute flyer. Patel with 161 from 129. Buddington with 81 from 61. A couple of wickets. And then Ackerman. This has been a super innings from him. 90 from 58. So the final over is going to be Tom Bailey, I think.
It is. Bailey from the Anderson end to Ackerman. Ackerman hammers it back over his head. Clears the sight screen. Gets a 6. Brings up the 400. And he's within another big hit of 3 figures himself.
He's played that so many times. It's a short arm jab. You think, well, he's just punched it down the ground, but he's punched it for 6. There have been so many boundaries. Plenty of maximums, plenty of 6s. He's on 96.
400 for 6 with 5 balls left. Bailey in and bowls. He goes again down towards long off. It'll bounce just in front of Villas. And he's through for 1. Takes him to 97. And the score's 401 for 6.
How many deliveries? 8. Oh no, last delivery. He's on 97. Finished on 97. 1 delivery to go. Scriven on strike. And they're having a chat. 2 batters have punched gloves in the middle, having a chat.
Get me back on strike, please, mate. There's Bailey to Scriven. Slashed out towards the leg side.
Now then.
Just the 1.
Now then. God, they've got the 400. This is huge. I'm not surprised. I just looked at this pitch and think, well, they've got a super lineup. Not troubled by the 100, not many players in the 100, so loads of internationals and experience. Ackerman, 97.
And here's Bailey to bowl to him. In and balls to Ackerman. 4 ball. He's just pushed it in towards the onside. He'll want 2 here. And he'll come back for 2. It's excellent running. Weighted perfectly to mid-on. And he takes him to 99 not out.
Well, it's been a super knot. 61 deliveries. He'll just gather himself, have a look. The field is way, way back. It's there. There for the taking.
Long off for long on. A deep mid-wicket, a deep backward square leg, deep point. 99 not out. Bailey to Ackerman. Hits it down the ground and gets through for a single. And moves on to a wonderful century. He's got there from just 62 deliveries. Fabulous effort by Colin Ackerman. The second centurion in the innings for Leicestershire, who move on to 405 for 6, and Ackerman 100 not out.
Well, it's been a superb innings. Patel played wonderfully well at the top of the innings, but Ackerman in the middle there, 100 from 62 deliveries. Plenty of 6s, plenty of 4s.
Yeah, the details of that. 6 4s and 5 6s in that century for Colin Ackerman. Final ball of the innings, and Scriven down on one knee plays a magnificent shot. A slog swept in towards the party stand for 6 to end a really stylish innings by the Leicestershire Foxes. Scriven moves to 20 not out. Ackerman is 100 not out. And the Foxes finish on 411 for 6. It's 412 to win for Lancashire.
Yeah, they've got it all to do, Lancs, into unknown territory of chasing, getting a big total. So what have you got? You look at the positives. It's a super pitch, is this. Short boundary on one side. What's your strength? Lancashire's strength, looking at the team, I would say batting. That's been a bit of an ordeal. They've had a chasing round. Forget it. It's all done. You can't take it back. Get into the business now of chasing this down and get off to a good start.
And we shall see just how near they can get Lancashire. If they get somewhere close, we're in for a thrilling finish. Centuries for Rishi Patel, a brilliant 161, set up beautifully with Saul Budinger at the top, who made 81. Ackerman's unbeaten century, and a little cameo at the end by Kimber and by Scriven as well. 411 for 8 at the end of their 50 overs. 411 for 6 at the end of their 50 overs. So Lancashire set 412 to win. We'll take a break and we'll catch you in about half an hour.
call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Nice room.
How's that? How's
How's that?
We're really excited here at Lancashire Cricket to be working with New Balance Team Sport. It's always good to have a fresh approach, and New Balance Team Sport is certainly bringing a fresh approach to everything we do.
Lancs were great to work with. They had a really clear direction of where they wanted to take it. We really wanted to incorporate both the old and the new within the kit design.
The design of the kit's really important for us here at Emirates Old Trafford. We look at the Red Rose, we look at the history that's established with us, and everything's got to weave together.
We met up with Lancashire Cricket and the design team to learn about their values and what they wanted the kit to represent.
The team really focus on what works not only for the players and the professional environment, but what works well for the fans.
New Balance and Lancashire Cricket share the same values of inclusivity, so it's really important for us that the shirts can be worn both on the pitch but also when people are hanging out with their friends.
There's a sense of pride there that we've found a partner that just fits with everything we're trying to do.
I think a club with such a rich heritage such as Lancashire Cricket allows for much more of a story to be built into the shirt and what the club stands for.
And it's just really exciting to think about our ladies and gents going to be walking out onto the pitch before long in their New Balance Red Rose tops.
Welcome along to another edition of Beyond the Boundary with myself, Paul Allett, and today I'm delighted to have the greatest left-arm quick bowler in the history of the game alongside me. Played for Lancashire for 10 years, has become an adopted Lancastrian and had a wonderful international career with Pakistan. Wasim Akram, welcome along.
Thank you, Alt.
Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford. Does it still feel a little bit special when you come back
Of course it does.
Manchester?
When I was parking my car, so a lot of memories came rushing back. The playing days, obviously the ground has changed a lot for better. But yeah, every time I come here, last time I was there about 3 years ago when there was a COVID test, so we were in a bubble in the hotel.
Yeah.
But over and all, playing for Lancashire has been the highlight of my cricketing career. You know, I'm writing my book, it's almost ready, it'll be out in November.
Okay.
So a lot of positive stuff of Lancashire. For me, playing for Pakistan and coming to Lancashire was like a little oasis. Everything was comfortable, you guys just played cricket. And we had 3 senior players, Paul Allett, Michael Watkinson and Graham Fowler. They used to make fun of all the junior players.
It was a tough school at times, I agree.
It was.
But it's great that you hold Lancashire in such reverence and such esteem. But tell us a little bit about how you came to come to Lancashire in the first place, because you were a very raw international cricketer in the late 80s and 88.
Yeah.
You hadn't much experience of Western culture.
None.
I don't think you had much experience of playing over here at all, had you?
Not at all. I think in '86, the great Imran sent me to play league cricket up north in Durham.
Okay.
I played for a club called Burnup Field.
Yes.
Boundary was about 25 yards one side. And it was tough for me, you know, as a kid from Pakistan coming to this weather and this country. But the idea was '87 we were touring. So just get the idea how the wickets work, how the weather works. So I enjoyed it. We used to end up every night at that nightclub on, you know, on the Newcastle River, on a
the
ship.
Tyne, the River Tyne.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. I bet, and the fog on the Tyne was
and
all
then,
yours.
yes, coming back to your question, 87, I think, or 88, 87, we were playing in Sharjah.
Yeah.
And Neil Fairbrother was playing for England. He got picked up. And Laurie Brown, a physio, great guy, one of the best physios I've worked with, great human being too. They got hold of me there. They said, would you like to play for Lancashire? And remember those days, Lancashire, county cricket was, you got to be #1 player in the world. Only one overseas was allowed to play in playing 11, and you can only register 2.
That's right.
So I thought they were talking about Lancashire League. I said, yeah, sure, I'm ready for Lancashire League. They said, no, county. I said, really? So yeah, that was my first experience that I found out.
And did you knew nothing about county cricket, presumably?
No idea. None.
Nothing about it?
Nothing about county cricket. I only read about it in Urdu magazines, cricketing Urdu magazines, that's how it works. But when I arrived here, I remember in 1988, but before that in 87, there was a test match here at Old Trafford. And our chairman, Bob Bennett at the time, Lancashire think tank, they got my family here.
Yeah.
For my birthday surprise. They called everyone, my 2 brothers, my younger sister, my dad and mom, to celebrate my birthday here. I think it was on 4th of June, if I remember correctly. But that was the first experience of me of, Lancastrian hospitality.
So the club embraced you right from the word go, and you in turn embraced the club. It was actually David Hughes and Alan Ormrod who were running the cricket department at the time, and they must have been the 2 that instigated your first appearances for
Yes,
for
probably. And I remember both of them, David Hughes, Yoza and Alan, has been a great influence early on as a 20-year-old kid coming from a different culture altogether and mixing up with, Western culture. And they really helped me a lot. Remember the first time we met, we was a Forte Post House in Nottingham. That hotel on the first floor.
Yes.
And Alan told me to come to team meeting at 6 o'clock in the evening, day before the game. I said, okay. He said, it's in the bar. Okay, I said, that's different. I come from
you're not a drinking culture.
Exactly. But again, you guys, the minute I arrived, walked into that wine at the bar, you guys all shook hand and said, welcome to Lancashire. So that gave me a bit of confidence. And remember, the next day there was a game against Nottingham, and I was sitting in the corner right somewhere, because huge seniors, I don't know if it still happens or not, the senior players, they have their certain spots in each dressing room, and they go and sit there. So you as a junior, you have to wait that everybody is comfortable, then you pick up your spot, if you get a spot.
I remember wandering into a dressing room, and somebody, it probably wasn't you, was sitting in where I normally change. I said, listen, I've been changing for 15 years.
I think it was me.
Well, I would let you off.
But that's a good culture, though.
Yeah, I suppose it is in a way, although it might be a bit outmoded now.
Yeah, no, probably.
Now then, your rise and appearance in cricket was quite extraordinary, because you played very little first-class cricket, if any, in Pakistan.
None.
And you turned up and bowled at the nets.
It was a camp.
Of a Pakistan camp.
It was a camp for 100 kids, young kids, and I did, well for my club, Ludhiana Gymkhana in Pakistan. So they, said this guy is good. So my name was in that in particular camp. And I remember first 4 days, there were 100 kids, and including Ramesh Raja, who played a test cricket then, 1 test, and Mohsin Kamal, another test cricketer, and top first-class performers were there as well. So nobody gave me the cricket ball to bowl, so I got a bit down, depressed. So I went back to my captain in the club, Sadiq Khan. I said, look, there's no point in me going. I've been standing there for 4 days. He said, no, you go tomorrow. I'll have a word with the camp commander, and he'll give you the ball. So the next day, 3 or 4 batters to go, he gave me the old ball. I impressed him for some odd reason. Agha Saadat Ali, another late test cricketer. And then the next day, he gave me the new cherry. And you see, I used to bowl big in-swingers then. And I troubled almost everyone.
To the right-hander?
To the right-hander.
Good ball from a left arm quick. Good ball.
Yeah, so, I impressed everyone there. And then Javed Miandad was the captain of Pakistan squad. So he came to practice. So Gaddafi Stadium is a huge ground. So one side was our camp, and his net was the other side. So he wanted some bowlers. So the camp commander said, you want to bowl at Javed Miandad? I said, what? Javed Miandad? I had a poster of him in my room. I would love to.
Well, one of the best Pakistan batsman ever.
Ever.
And one of the best in the world.
So I went to bowl at him for a couple of days, and he got impressed by me, and then New Zealand was touring Pakistan, and suddenly my name came in to play against New Zealand team, first 3-day game, President 11 versus the New Zealand side in Rawalpindi. I was over the moon, so was my family.
Right.
Javed Miandad, Sarfaraz Nawaz, Tahir Nakash, all these test, Ramiz Raja, Salim Malik, all these guys were in the squad. And Javed dropped, I think, Tahir Nakash or Sarfaraz to have me in playing 11. That was my first-class game.
How on earth did you feel playing international cricket from straight out of club cricket? How on earth? Because that would well, it would cause issues for an awful lot of guys when you were 17, 18?
I was 17.
17.
Yeah, 18.
So how did you feel?
I think
probably too young to even bother about it.
I was too young to even bother about it. Absolutely spot on. It was blessing in disguise. I didn't know probably half the team of New Zealand. I knew Martin Crowe, Jeff Crowe, Jeff Harwood, John Reid, Jeremy Conning, the big names there, cricketing.
And they were a good team.
Great team at the time.
Yeah.
So I got 7 for 50 in first innings. I don't know how. And second inning, 2 for 50. I was just running in and ball, and I didn't know at the reverse swing at the time, but it was just happening.
I know how.
How?
Because you're a good bowler. But I mean, were you quick, and presumably you were raw then, as you say.
Raw.
You say I don't know how, but you did swing the ball. You swung the new ball, and you had this very quick arm.
Pindi wicket was like a road. You know how Pakistani flat,
no bounce,
flat, no grass, no bounce. But I've got, I think before lunch I got John Wright caught in second slip. And then from there onwards, just everybody walked in, I would just start bowling full, and everybody was getting leg before bowled. So yeah, I think I was too young and naive. It was blessing in disguise that I didn't know who the players were.
And and you didn't have time to worry about it,
no.
Presumably. So what about your development then? Because you're set into the world stage straight away.
Yeah.
And you've got this natural, raw talent. Were you allowed just to carry on doing that? Or was there some pressure on you to change what you were doing?
Oh, there was no pressure. I had very good mentors in Javed Miandad, and then Mudassar Nazar, who still lives in Manchester.
He does, yeah.
Well-travelled person in India.
Yeah,
well-travelled, who also helped me off the field. And then that was on New Zealand tour. And then Imran was joining us. He was playing for New South Wales. So he was joining us. We were meant to tour to go to tour to Australia for Mini World Cup in 1985, where India, I think, won eventually. India, Pakistan were in the finals. So I played, I think my first game was against Windies or against Australia. And I got 5 for 21, first top 5 wickets. Again, just bowling full, no control of the swing. That I learned eventually. But in the beginning, just come and bowl and hit the right areas, and that's what I did. And Imran was standing at mid-on, telling every delivery what to do. So that, as a young kid, was a huge confidence. My hero was telling me what to do, and I listened to everything he wanted me to do. And I think that's how I sort of got into the groove of Test cricket.
Was Imran a good teacher, a good mentor? Did he allow you to develop naturally?
Yes.
Or was he dictatorial?
No, he was very easy, whatever I'm comfortable with. But he always wanted me to work hard when I was 17, 18. Those were the trades I've learned from him, Miandad, Mudassar, that, talent can stay for 2-3 years, and the hard work can prolong that talent for another, say, 20 years, 15 years. And I think that's where I have to come back to Lancashire. When I played in 88, I remember getting my first 100 here, first class 100. And in 89, I became the #1 player in the world. That 6 months of county cricket, playing with you guys day in, day out, travelling. And you guys were very helpful. You were helpful as a bowler, captain. Yours are.
I don't know. It's probably the best compliment that anybody's ever paid me, for you to say that I helped you with your bowling. But I'm flattered. I do remember giving you a real kick up the backside once when you came off because you said your nose was running and you didn't feel very well.
Yeah,
Tunbridge Wells, do you remember?
Yes, I remember. I remember that game as well, Tunbridge, Wales. Don't want to play there anymore.
No.
I never liked it there.
So I said, come on, this is hard work. Bowling is hard work.
Yeah, I remember.
So you have to bowl, even though you might not be feeling great, you might not be bowling great. So that might have been a lesson.
Probably. I think tough love sometimes works.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm glad you did that. It helped me. And you see, the whole team was behind me, the captain, the club.
Yeah.
I remember they would put me in this hotel. It's still there or not? Trafford Hotel? Just
Down the road. Yeah.
Down the road.
Well, Bob Bennett the chairman used to stay there.
Yeah, so
he?
they gave me a room
No, I don't
there.
think he's still there now.
Nah.
But it was all right at the
It
time.
was okay. So I went. So we went to play away games. We were away for about 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. I came back. They checked me out. I couldn't find my clothes. I said, "Where are my clothes?" They said, "We checked you out. I thought you were not coming back." So we had some great stories. But again, when I bought my place here at the time, I remember I must give compliment to this Pakistani Sufi Sadiq. He's still around. Accountant. He says, "I'll help you with your accounts and all." I said, ask Lancashire. He said, "You buy a house." I said, "Buy a house? I'm 20 years old. I have no money." "What do you mean buy a house?" He said, "Get a mortgage." I said, "What's mortgage?" Then he explained, "You have 6-year contract." So Lancashire gave me a 6-year contract. First time any overseas player got such a long contract.
Yeah.
So that shows the shrewdness of the skipper, Yoza, and of course Alan, that they realized this guy can actually...
Well, those were the golden days of county cricket, being able to sign overseas players long term, because now, of course, there's so much cricket you can't
can sign somebody for 2 weeks.
But
and
you were available for us virtually all the time, except when Pakistan were touring England.
Yeah, and because there was no, cricket was not all year round. It was only Pakistan season from September, October onwards till March.
That's right.
And then county started from April onwards till August, September.
Okay, so county cricket was essential in your formative years.
Yes.
Because you're such a pioneer, and because you are one of the best bowlers there's ever been, with the record, you've got over 900 international wickets across one-day internationals and test matches, over 400 in test matches, over 500 in one-day internationals. It wasn't all about just running in and bowling fast. You pioneered the ability to reverse swing the ball, which is now.
And if you remember,
I wouldn't say it's commonplace, but it's a fundamental part of the modern game.
Yeah, it really is. Now it's called reverse swing. It used to be ball tampering then, if you remember.
Well, so they said. But you used to throw me the ball when you were bowling at the other end. I couldn't swing it.
Yeah. You used to bowl this outswing, then suddenly the ball is going towards leg side.
A little bit.
And then eventually you got the hang of it. You said, okay, if it's going in, I'm going to just pitch outside off stump. And I remember the first year when there used to be rain, I used to take Gehan Mendes at nets.
Yes.
And you got me, Paul got me on the side and said, Vaz, listen, I know you're young. There's 6 months to go. So just take it easy.
You used to roar in, didn't you? In the
Yeah.
nets. Nobody wanted to face you in the nets because you were unplayable.
But I think nowadays, obviously, mindset has changed. The more you bowl, a lot of youngsters ask me, how should I increase my pace? What to do? It's a very simple answer. The more you bowl, the quicker you'll become, because your bowling muscle gets strong. And bowling muscle is not just one particular muscle, it's everything in your body. And I think nowadays you bowl 8 deliveries and say 12 deliveries, say, okay, I'm done. Okay, thank you very much. So probably cricket is too much, but mindset has changed over the years, sure.
But reverse swing didn't just happen.
No,
you must have developed this in line with Waqar probably. And
Waqar came a little later.
Imran was the
Mudassar
one.
and Imran.
Yeah.
They were the one who actually taught me how to reverse swing.
And I remember you being absolutely paranoid about keeping the ball dry when we were out there.
The rough side.
Just keep it dry.
Keep it dry.
Don't
Do not
spit
shine.
on it. Don't put sweat on it.
Especially
dry.
the rough side.
Yeah.
And I remember our spinner, very good spinner, Gary Yates.
Yes.
He used to bowl like this.
Yes, he did.
And I had to go at him 3-4 times. I said, you better change your habit, buddy. Because the rough side, if it gets soft, then it won't reverse. The rough side has to be rough and shiny side has to be shiny.
And we had at Lancashire, we had a wonderful 10 years when you were 88 to 98. We won all those one-day games. And you were actually constant in that team. But there were actually two teams, because the old guard, like myself, Graham Fowler, Guillaume Mendes, moved on in about 91, 92.
Yes.
And then you had another crop of lads with the Athertons and the Fairbrother was there as well. Crawley.
Peter Marin came in.
Chappell,
Peter Martin came in. Chappie came in a little later. Then Bumble, Junior Bumble, Ian Austin, the great man.
Yeah.
What a performer he had been for Lancashire in shorter format.
Who was the guys that stuck out most for you in Lancashire? Who were the guys that you really either admired or got on with, or whatever?
I mean, you guys were seniors. I had always admired you as a senior players. But of course, Harvey Neil Fairbrother is a very good friend of mine. Still, we are in touch. Ian Austin I was very close to.
Yeah.
I believe he's got a bar now in wherever he's living. Beautiful wine bar.
I think he has.
Yeah, and he's a granddad.
He is, and he sells beer as well.
Oh,
on top
brilliant.
Of that, which he was always destined to do.
Destined to do, absolutely. No, but everyone. I mean, it's difficult to name any.
Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford, where Lancashire are up against it against Leicestershire in this Metro Bank Cup match. 50 over game, and Leicestershire opted to bat first. They got 411 for 6 in their 50 overs. David Lloyd is alongside me. David, that's a mammoth total.
Yeah, but what have they got? It was a fantastic pitch. You just had a look at the pitch and you knew that this is runs. An inexperienced Lancashire bowling attack, I would say, and the strength would be Leicestershire. They've got a lot of seasoned international players. So they've got to chase. They've got a great pitch. That pitch won't alter, but they're into unknown territory, aren't they? They've got to do something they've never done before.
Yeah, well, how do they go about chasing this? The highest run chase they've ever attained is 372. They got 406 against Nottinghamshire, but lost
at Trent Bridge.
At Trent Bridge. Yeah. So how do you go about chasing a total like this? What have they got to do?
Get off to a great start. And so you're pushing the opposition back. And I think when you look at Leicestershire's team, their strength will be batting. And so I don't think they're going to get anything different out of this pitch. So it's get a great start, push Leicestershire back, make them do all the changes. They've got a young leg spinner making his debut. So it might be that you target certain bowlers. But in effect, Leicestershire will have to learn from what Lancashire did. Change your pace lots of times. Have they got any great pace? Probably not. So I think you look at Lancashire, that's gone, 411, and I think it was predictable. You know, you get off to a great start. There've been 2 centuries, both players played wonderfully well. So what have Lancashire got is a great pitch. Let's see how far we can take this.
Yeah, I mean, we were all saying, weren't we, on commentary very early on, that there's 350 minimum on here for Leicester. Yeah. And they still lost a clutch of wickets and got past 400, which was phenomenal.
Yeah, build your partnerships, and I think that's what they did very, very well. If they lost a wicket, a batter came in and took it on again. So Lancashire need to match that. They need a couple of big centuries. Bohannon in the last game gets a century. And if I'm looking at Lancashire's lineup, I'd say that their strength is batting. So it should be a terrific chase.
Blend of youth and experience at the top of the order. You've got Keaton Jennings, who's captain and England international, and young George Bell.
Yeah.
Now, that's 2 ends of the spectrum there.
Yeah, but Bell is a wonderful young player. Bohannon coming off a century. Villas in the team. George Balderson, well capable. So I should think in the changing room, you just say, that's gone, it's finished. We did okay, but we're never going to do much more on that pitch. So you're now looking at the chase. Let's see how far we can take this.
Is there a danger of Leicestershire being slightly overconfident, thinking they've won this game already?
Well, that would be dangerous if they think that way, because they will have seen that, you know, it's superb, it's just a batting paradise. And so they've got to do things well. They would say, well, if we've done that, they're well capable of doing this at home. So I'm really looking forward to the chase. I like them stats that you said. They got 400 and lost.
Yeah, at Trent Bridge.
At Trent Bridge.
Chasing 417, I think it was.
Records are meant to be broken. No better time.
That's right. And as you say, this pitch is about as flat as it gets. Well, when I say flat, it comes onto the bat nicely. It's the sort of pitch you want to bat on.
Yeah, well, every batter that's come out there
has had confidence in the bounce. It's so predictable. You can hit through the line of the ball. There have been plenty of sixes, plenty. There's a short side towards the party stand, although you're hitting into a breeze, but it's so short on that side. There have been so many sixes and so many fours. So Lancs, again, you'd say, we've got to manage that. We've got to match it as well. So it's all about getting off to that start and pushing it deep.
And Lancashire, let's not forget, Keaton Jennings said he wanted to bowl first, so if he'd won the toss, he'd have put Leicestershire in.
Yeah.
Are there any dangers when we're talking about playing now through into the evening with the floodlights coming on? Is that easier for the batting side or the bowling side?
Well, I don't think conditions are going to change. It's a quick outfield. You get value for your shots. It's breezy. I doubt whether there'll be any dew. The lights will be on. I don't think they'll take any effect. It's just that if you're captain and a senior pro in that dressing room now, you say, right, let's really take this on. Let's have some fun. You've got to have some fun now, because there's no saying, well, I'll play myself in. You've got to get on with it.
Look at it for one ball and then go for it. Is that it? The batsman coming down the steps now.
Well, here they are. These two lads get off to a flying start. There's a young un and an old un.
And they've both got smiles on their face, haven't they? Young George Bell, who's scampering out to the middle now with Keaton Jennings, the Lancashire captain. The Leicestershire fielders are on the field, umpires out in the middle. It's a glorious evening.
I can tell you, Paul, I've never seen a 12-year-old open the batting for Lancashire. He's a little lad.
I first saw him play at Alderley Edge about 5 years ago. He was just the same size then. Yeah. He did well against Timpley, I tell you. Let's get upstairs and join Scott and the rest of the commentary team.
Welcome back. Those who've been away to Old Trafford. Beautiful evening here in Manchester. Could be a spectacular evening's cricket as well. Lancashire chasing. Would be a record total to win the game. 400 and that's better. 412 is what they need to score at a run rate, believe it or not, of 8¼ runs per over. But this is a flat track, and you never quite know. Chris Wright is going to open the bowling for the Leicestershire Foxes from the Anderson end. The old pavilion end comes in and bowls, pushed out into the offside, and Lancashire immediately up and running. Bell pushes the ball out towards the point boundary. Should pick up 3. Does pick up 3. Had to hurry a little bit there. Jennings wasn't entirely sure, but Uttam Ramji, Leicestershire's debutant, got to the ball quickly, got away a good throw. He's clearly got a strong arm, the young man. Diminutive figure out there, but Bell insisted, Jennings responded, and he was right to insist. Bell, he picks up 3 from the first ball, so Lancashire ahead of the run rate. I've picked up the... That would help as well. I picked up the wrong headphones and mic there, apologies.
Oh, that's okay, just a little bit tangled, that is all. That's fine. It's all good.
I wondered why you hadn't put a pair on. Ah, dear me. Scott Reed of BBC Radio Manchester and Lancashire Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester. His right goes in and bowls outside off stump, stroked away all the time in the world by Keaton Jennings to the extra cover boundary for 4. So Lancashire are going to make short work of this massive target of 412, it would appear. They are 7 without loss after just 2 deliveries.
Good start. Lovely shot by Jennings, wasn't it? Beautiful shot.
And if you're not watching on the stream also has plenty of information down on the bottom of it, and it says that the current run rate is 21. It won't take long on that basis. Wright ponders his options.
Do we have the win predictor for this? I don't know. In the T20 we have a win predictor, which is always quite exciting. But I don't think we've got it for the one day, for the Metrobank One Day Cup.
Right, staying over the wicket as he comes in to Jennings. Short, cut away for more. Well, the start that Lancashire wanted, more than the start Lancashire wanted. 3-4-4 from the first 3 balls. And the Old Trafford crowd, who slightly subdued during the interval, perk up markedly, settling back in the sun to enjoy this chase. Still keeping the slip in. Lewis Hill, Leicestershire's captain. He knows how important a couple of early wickets might be. But at the moment, Lancashire flying 11 off 3 balls. Right is in again to Jennings. Straighter delivery. Turned into the onside. Leaning forward, Jennings pushing it past Mulder at mid-wicket, but had to wait just to see in case Mulder managed to get a hand to it. He may have just have done so. He's shaking his right hand off, and Hill able to get round behind to cut the ball off and produce that rare thing in this game so far, a dot ball.
They have been few and far between, haven't they? Yeah.
The Leicestershire scorer, Paul Rogers, came up to me during the interval as Wright goes in and bowls to Jennings, who, looking at, I think initially to turn the ball into the onside, almost let it hit him in the end. Perhaps it was a touch of movement, a little bit of bounce, and it came off the thigh pad, dropped out into the offside as he made sure everything was out of the way of anything important, that is, bat or gloves, was out of the way of the ball. It bounced out into the offside, and he said, do you know how many dot balls Colin Ackerman, who scored 100 off 60-odd balls, faced in going from 20 to 100? He said 1. Just 1 dot ball. Right, charges in and bowls to Jennings on off stump. Jennings with 11 off the first 5 balls. Knows has plenty in hand, just blocks it out off the back foot into the offside. End of the first over, and a good one. As far as Lancashire are concerned, they are 11, as I say, without loss. 3 to Bell, who's faced just the 1 delivery. 8 to Jennings, who's faced 5.
So he went from 20 to 100 and faced just 1 dot ball.
He did, yes.
It's good effort, isn't it?
It is. He turned. He went quite slow in going to 50. He came off 41 balls. So, actually, that's remarkable, isn't it? His second 50 then came off 22, I think. So he made sure the momentum didn't lapse, but as we've already seen, that may mean nothing.
Yeah, centuries for Rishi Patel and for Colin Ackerman. 81 for Saul Budinger. Good cameos too from Scriven and from Kimber. As Mulder comes in from the Brian Statham end and bowls to Bell. Just angles that one away to backward point. And there is Budinger to field. Bell gets a single. Score moves on to 12 without loss. And some rather bruising bowling figures for Lancashire. And that big total, 411 for 12. And have you gone through the records, Richard, or not? I mean,
mentioned most of them. It obviously was a record, as you've said, a list A score for the Foxes.
There's Moulders into Jennings, and that's driven to mid-on, no run.
Patel, also an individual record against a first-class county. Okay. Vince Wells scored a double century in the previous record total score, which was 406 for 5 off 60 against Berkshire in 1996.
Mulder to Jennings with a slip in place. Jennings will flash it away off his pads down to backward square leg for a single. Actually, no, he'll come back for 2. So he moves on to 10. And a score to 14 without loss in the second over. Target of 412. To continue the theme of records, that would be a record run chase for Lancashire. As Jennings drives, and it's a single, moves on to 11.
We were speculating, but it would surely be an aggregate record if they do get it for a list A game. Over, 820 plus runs in 100 overs. The Old Trafford crowd getting their money's worth.
Mulder to Bell. He's asking for an LBW as Bell looks to try and work it away to the leg side. Ball just deflects off the pad, probably just angling down the leg side. Yeah. And half an appeal really by the ball. It wasn't an appeal with much conviction, in truth. So the final ball of the second over. And there's Mulder
into to Bell. It's a lovely shot, eased out through the leg side. It'll be worth potentially 3 for him here. Yeah, they're going to hurry back for a third. Tom Scriven catching up with the ball, but by the time he's done that and got to it and picked it up, turned and throws it in, they can run 3. Bell moves on to 7. That is the end of the second over, and Lancashire are 18 without loss. 2 overs into their run chase. It's a monster total that have been set, 412 to win on a breezy but nice and sunny evening in Manchester. As we get into the second half of the innings of the match, the 2 supporters just tucking into their sandwiches, and checking in with friends and family perhaps as well. Bar's doing a decent trade, I would have thought, in the Hotchkiss Lounge, into the new hotel.
Chris Wright in from the Anderson end. Bowls. Bell drives beautifully for 4. Lovely shot. No great follow through, all about timing. Punched it away almost. Diminutive right-hander. Just over pitch from Chris Wright. And as we have seen, you can trust this pitch with your life, essentially. Punched away to the extra cover boundary for 4. Lancashire's progress in pursuit of this total are rapid. Leicestershire's bowlers this season, 6 wickets for Josh Hull, 6 for Roman Walker, all in 1 innings that was. Been left out of this game. Chris Wright, 5. As he comes in and bowls down the leg side to Bell, who makes sure everything is out of the way, and of course it is signalled wide by the umpire. I suppose economy rates are as important as anything in the context of this game. Right, up to now has been Leicestershire's best, 4.75 runs per over he has conceded. 24 overs he's bowled in the competition so far, well, 25. Now, this is 26th, and he's already begun to ruin that economy rate. Comes in and bowls. Bell plays it nicely out towards deep mid wicket, almost too firmly in that fielder out there, able to get quickly to the ball. Louis Kimber out there in front of the empty party stand. 1 taken. Bell on to 12. Quite a lot of talk about George Bell as a prospect.
Yeah.
In terms of his size, he's not the biggest, but well, we've already seen that it's the size of the fight in the dog that counts. In goes Wright, and off the back foot, Jennings strokes it out into the offside. Doesn't quite time it, and being a left-hander, Kimber having come up to the edge of the circle at extra cover makes the stop. Think of Alex Davies, a relatively diminutive figure now at Warwickshire, of course, but played some great innings for Lancashire. Combative, cricketer. Davies. Right, air flopping is in. Bowls outside off stump again, looking to force it away off the back foot, and again not quite timing it as well as he would have liked. Keaton Jennings, it runs out into the covers, and again Kimber is the fielder.
He's been given a chance at the top of the order, George Bell. He's batted predominantly in the middle order for Lancashire in red ball and T20 cricket, but in the One Day Cup, and the chance to open the batting with his captain. He's a fine player, former England under-19s player.
He waits watching as Wright is in again to Jennings, who again covers up on off stump. Better over this so far from Chris Wright. Jennings dropping it out into the offside, trying to get forward. Scriven comes running in from mid-off to field. No run. The 2 men out are at square leg, and I can't see the other, so I'm guessing he's down here at third man. That's the usual way of things. Josh Hull is up on the edge of the circle at short, fine leg on the 45. Short, long leg really, but always sounds a bit odd. In goes Wright and bowls, turned off his legs by Jennings only as far as Ramji running in from that deep backward square position. Throws hard. He does remind me of his mentor, I think he would describe him as. If you can have a mentor who's also 18. Rehan Ahmed. But he says he talks to him a lot. Understandably so. End of the over. 25 without loss, so a relative triumph in those terms. Just this, was it 7 runs from it?
Bumble asked him before, I don't know if you heard this, Richard, said to Ramji, as Mulder comes in and balls to Jennings, it's clobbered down the ground. Hammered for 4 through straight mid off by Keaton Jennings. And the score moves on to 29 without loss. Bumble asked him if he's got any tricks. And he went, I've got them all.
He's a confident young man.
I like that.
He's going to get the opportunity to show it. I think if I was him in these circumstances, I would be pretty nervous on a very flat track, knowing what might be about to happen.
Jennings to 16 with that shot. Half a step forward and just angled into him by Mulder, just so Jennings advancing towards him.
I suppose in a way he's got nothing to lose though in those terms. Yeah. Everything in favour of the batsman. He's not too much expected of him. If he comes in and picks up a couple of wickets, well, make himself a hero for the Foxes.
Mulder from the Statham end. Glorious evening. Some beating down. Jennings lifts it back over his head. 1 bounce and 4 towards long on by Keaton Jennings, who's come out with a great deal of intent and positivity. 33 on the board halfway through the 4th over.
Can be a little bit straight up and down, Vian Mulder. He might have to make an earlier change than he'd like to, Lewis Hill. As a captain, he's still sort of learning his trade to a certain extent, and in 1 or 2 comments that he likes a plan, Lewis, and likes to stick to it. A plan that's often made up sort of beforehand, and how good he is at thinking on his feet remains to be proven.
Mulder to Jennings, steered nicely through straight mid on this time for a single. Takes him to 21. The score moves on to 34 without loss.
Better to have the man out straight if you're going to bowl straight, though. That has to be the case. Rishi Patel went back down to long on for Jennings. Not now, though.
Bell on strike now. Mulder to Bell. That's just run down to 3rd man. And jogs through for a single. Moves on to 13, 35 without loss. Got 1 ball left of the 5th over. Keaton Jennings back on strike. Mulder bowling for Leicestershire from the Brian Statham end. A long on in a deep square leg. And Mulder sets off again into Jennings. Oh, it's a good ball, that beats him. It's coming down the pitch, Keaton Jennings. Just kind of angled across him into the gloves of the keeper. End of the over. A couple of boundaries in that, a couple of singles as well. 10 off it. And it's 35 without loss after 4.
Ball beats back. Bat, shock. Even. Going to stay with Chris Wright. Lewis Hill. For the time being. They like to give Josh Hull a little bit of extra cover, so to speak, so he tends to come on after sort of 10 overs, but let's say they might change things around. In comes Wright and bowls straight, and Bell looking to drive, had to check the shot slightly, punched it back down the pitch towards Wright, who put out his right hand, half stopped it in his follow through. Ackerman came in to complete. Jennings and who's he having a chat to there? I think it's Mulder. He seems to be enjoying captaincy, Keaton Jennings. As much as I can tell, he seems lots of smiles out there and chats. When Leicestershire were batting, in goes Wright and bowls. Bell again is looking to drive, slightly inside out there. He bounces down into the ground and out towards Ackerman at extra cover. No run.
He was captain of this one-day competition last year for Lancashire. Captained them all the way to the final. They lost to Kent in the final last season, and the decision in the winter to replace Dane Villas, who'd been captain for the previous 4 years with Keaton. He's captain across all formats now for Lancashire.
Right is in. Bell is advancing down the track, then defending with an angled bat, pushing it between point and cover. Ramsey runs behind Sol Budinger, backward point to field. One is taken. Bell on to 14 off 10 balls. 36 without loss. Again, good so far from Wright in this over. Wickets going to be the key for Leicestershire if they're going to keep any sort of check, you feel, on the Lancashire run rate. Wright is in and bowls and advancing down the track, hitting hard, but not quite timing it. Is Jennings slightly across the line as well, rather smears it out towards Hill at mid-on. Wright moving on from Leicestershire at the end of this season. He's signed a 2-year deal with Sussex. He's going to have a couple of years on the south coast. Who can blame him?
No, absolutely not.
He's 38 now, but so he'll be 40 by the time he's finished at Sussex. But he keeps himself very fit, as you can see. And he's been Leicester's most effective seamer throughout his time at Grace Road. In he goes and bowls. Slower ball, and Jennings looking to turn it into the leg side. I don't think he got anything on that. Came off the pad, bounces out towards square leg. The leg by is signalled. And if Right, we'll get on with it. I should be able to get this last delivery in before my update.
It's going to actually about kind of new recruits for Leicestershire. We've heard quite a lot about players who are leaving the club, and you mentioned that one or two have signed new contracts. Is maybe who's set to come in? Any news on that?
Yeah, no, not at the moment. They will need to bring in at least 2 over the winter. Right is in. Bell flashes in. He's caught. Really well caught by Budinger at backward point. Didn't quite get on top of it. It travelled very quickly, low, probably just between the knees and the waist area, and Budinger holding up his eyes to the sun, having taken the catch, but it should have been low enough for him to see all the way. Clearly it was from the way he took it. Bell goes, caught at a backward point by Budinger off the bowling of Wright, and Leicestershire have their first breakthrough.
I mean, he absolutely nailed that, didn't he, George Bell? But flashed it straight to backward point. It went straight to Budinger. Did so well to take the catch. Watch back on the replay here. Bell carving that one away. Can't believe it, can he? Looks up towards the skies, and to his horror, the ball's gone straight into the hands of Sol Budinger. So Bell has to depart. He's gone for 14, 37 for 1. We've had 5 overs. You can see Josh Barnum to come out and join Keaton Jennings, and Lancashire lose their first wicket. 37 for 1 after 5 here at Emirates Old Trafford on Lancs TV and on the BBC Sport website and app. Big target for Lancashire, 412 to win. They've just lost their first wicket. Richard Ray's gone next door to do his radio update, and Bumble's back alongside me.
What a catch.
Belt.
That is an absolutely super catch. He's nailed that, George Bell. Diminutive batter, he just lets it come, and he flashed it just at backward point. I was just looking at the boundary, and it hit the fielder. A metre either side, that's 4. And it hit him, and he's sort of reckoning that the sun's in my eyes, but it just stuck in there. It's a super catch.
It's a 37 for 1, 5 overs gone. And Keaton Jennings gets himself set to face this next over from Mulder from the Statham end. He swings through that one, Jennings, into the gloves of Peter Hanscom. There's no run.
It's just a sign of the times, just listening to you chatting with Richard, that Wright is going to move from Leicester and going to play for Sussex for 2 years, and he's 38 years of age. It's just showing you that these players are fit, and it's just a number. I was amazed. I'll have 2 years at Sussex.
Mulder to Jennings, back of a length, the delivery, nudge back down the pitch, no run.
There's a caveat to that, is that at 38 years of age, and you look at Chris Rushworth as well, moving down to Warwickshire, they must look after themselves. They must look after the lifestyle and the fitness.
Mulder over the wicket to Jennings. Down the pitch he comes. Hammers it away through the covers. 4 more for Keaton Jennings. Lancashire advance to 41 for 1.
I had just a little chat with a guy in the lift, and I said that, you know, this is a big chase. I said, it's a fantastic pitch. He said, is it? I said, well, yeah, it's fantastic. He said, it's not a contest. I said, of course, from what we've seen, batters has been in charge. I said, but if you get somebody at 90 miles an hour, just see what it's a bit different on this pitch.
Mulder to Jennings. Oh, that's played back towards him. He's gone leaping away to his left. Sticking his left hand out. Maybe he's got fingertips to that. Off his own bowling, Mulder. Jennings goes through for 1. He moves on to 26. 42 for 1.
In my experience, this ground, this pitch, it's a test match pitch. If you're 90 miles an hour or a leg spinner, you've every chance. Because you'll hit the pitch hard and you'll get great carry, and there'll be apprehension with the batters. So as it is, from what we've seen, the batter's been, you know, solely, firmly in charge.
Leicestershire do have a young leg spinner up their sleeve on debut. This is Bohannon for the first time on strike. That's angled into him by Mulder. Just turns it away to the leg side for a single. 43 for 1 now.
What's the name of the young leg spinner?
Ramji, 18 years of age. He's your mate.
He was lovely.
He gave you a good insight.
He was lovely. Like Rian Ahmed, of course. Rian Ahmed's 18 and he's in the 100.
Mulder in, balls to Jennings. Jennings advances towards the bowler, drives the ball square of the wicket. 4 runs for Jennings, hits it firmly for 4. 47 for 1 now.
Just describe this shot that he's played. He's a very tall batter. He's advanced 2 steps down the pitch and he's using his full height. He stands tall, he hits the ball on the right, square on the offside, in total command. He's done that a couple of times now. He's just advanced down the pitch. So I get back to 90 miles an hour. You ain't advancing down the pitch at 90 miles an hour. But he's taking advantage here of what's on offer. And this is a good combination, isn't it? You've got a left-hander at 6'4", 5. A right-hander, 5'6", 5'7". Good combination.
Chris Wright to start his 4th over. 1 for 19. 6 overs gone, 47 for 1. Bohannon looks to drive, little inside edge, it deflects away into the offside. And there is no run. Yeah, it's quite an intriguing combination, isn't it? The tall left-hander, the short right-hander. It's in contrast to what Lancashire use, for example, in 4-day cricket, which are 2 tall.
Yeah, Luke Wells, yeah.
It's right to Bohannon. That's just dropped into the offside. And there is no run.
Going back to Clive Lloyd and Harry Pilling. Left hand, right hand, tall, small. Bowlers, they used to have a nightmare. What's the length? They're totally different lengths to each batter.
Comes right again from the Anderson end. Bohannon waits. Just try to roll it down, backward of point. Buddinger's there. It's a good stop. Away to his right, low to his right. Having made a terrific catch earlier on. Just a few moments ago, actually, to dismiss George Bell. It was thumped to Budinger. He got everything behind it. Made a terrific catch. Here it is for viewers on Lancs TV. Hammered away by Bell. Budinger with the catch at backward point. Stopping runs just a few moments ago here. Right in and balls again to Bohannon. He's in behind it and defends. Full face of the bat. Bouncing back to Wright, who scoops it up off his own bowling, and there's no run.
4 dot balls here. Excellent over so far.
balls left of Wright's 4th over. Sets off again, arms pumping back and forth. He's into Bahanan, just leans into it again, just trying to roll it down through that gully region. Buddinger alert to it at backward point.
Slow delivery. Left. Slow delivery. Now are we going to get a maiden? I don't think Lank's bowled a maiden.
I think you're right. You are. There's a few bruising bowling figures though in this.
Yeah.
Final ball of the 7th. Can Wright get the first maiden of the match? He can't, because Bahanan just clips it up towards mid-on and goes through for 1, but it's a good over by Wright. Just the 1 run conceded, so 48 for 1. We've had 7 overs. The only other game taking place at the minute is a match between Essex and Middlesex. Well, Middlesex are 105 without loss. Mark Stoneman on 56. They've got a target of 299 to win the match against Essex. So Essex making 298 for 8 from 50 overs. Middlesex in reply in the 16th over are 105 without loss. Already today wins for Hampshire, for Kent, for Durham and for Sussex. Bumble, I'll leave you. I'll bring Paul in to join you.
Good side, Hampshire. Got a change of bowling. Now this is another young lad that I chatted to. He's a giant. Left arm over. Number 20, Hull.
Well, he's in for his first delivery. It's right on the spot as well. Good length. Angled across Bahanan. And Lancashire off to a flyer. We said you wanted them off to a flyer, David. 48 for 1. They could have done without losing the wicket of George Bell, but that was a cracking catch.
Great catch.
And was that your first sight of George Bell?
Yes.
What do you think?
Yeah.
I know it was only short.
Yeah, he's obviously going to be a player.
Hull in again, tall, rangy, and again on the spot, just angled away by Bahanan down to backward point for a single. Takes him on to 3. Scored a 49 for 1.
It's always good when you've got a left arm bowler. This lad Hull is very young, but he's tall. He's got to be 6'5". You've got a different angle. I just saw there Keaton Jennings wants to know, is he swinging it? Any sort of swing? Well, we've not seen any.
Josh Hull to Jennings, who's angled that away, very fine, just fine of the keeper and down to fine third, and that's another boundary for the Lancashire captain. Probably a bit of a moral victory for the bowler, really.
Definitely. It's an outside edge. There are no slips. He's pushed the field back as Hill.
Hill and Hull.
Hill and Hull. But I chatted to him before. He was looking at the pitch. I said, you've got to hit the pitch. Don't float it up there. Hit the pitch.
Well, he's a good chance of hitting it. He's tall, 6'5". In he comes again. Long, rangy run. Clipped off his legs by Jennings this time. It's only a single, though. Jennings on the 35.
It's a good action.
It is, isn't it?
Wrong. Yeah, good action, good run up. We always talk, is he going to swing it a left armer? Well, we tend not to see these white balls swing.
It's nearly 19. On the 20th of August, his birthday. Bahanan looking to give himself room as Hull bowls a fuller ball. It's not timed and it's a dot ball.
It might be the massive influence of my time here when you got Wasim Akram in one-day matches. I think left arm overs are worth the weight in gold, the different angle.
You were talking about the 2 things you need on this pitch here at Emirates Old Trafford. Pace and leg spin. The third thing is a left arm.
Yeah.
Change of angle.
Yeah, change of angle.
Hull in again. Accelerating up to the crease. pulled away this time by Bohannon. He'll come back for 2. He's nearly overrun it. Nearly overrun that, but Bohannon gets 2. It's 8 overs gone, 56 for 1. Bohannon up to 5, Jennings 35. And when you've got left arm pace as well, as Akram had, he was slippery, wasn't he?
Oh yeah.
You've got everything there.
Yeah, as quick as anything around. And this lad is 18 years of age, and I'm always sort of looking, well, is he in the sort of swimmer things at international level? Are people looking at him? Because that's one over there. What has he got? He got a super approach. He's got a good action.
6'7" he is, David, not 6'5". Yeah, and he was in the Young Lions Invitational game against Sri Lanka under-19s last August.
Oh, well, they've
so
got him then.
He's on the front,
yeah.
He's noticed. It's going to be right again.
He's only 18 and 6'7". He's a bit to go then yet.
Well, we've got the other end of the spectrum bowling now at the James Anderson end. Right, in he comes. How old? 38. Twice as old.
Didn't Chris Wright used to have a lot of hair?
And we all used to have a lot of hair.
But who did he play for? He
Essex.
That's him, Chris Wright.
Yeah, for ages.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's no good coming in vision now just because we're on.
No.
I'm talking about hair. So it's right again. Jennings flails at that and it flies over the top of cover. Despairing dive. But it's 4 more. Up and over from the Lancashire captain.
Fast bat speed. And again, standing so tall. We're talking a lot about height of bowlers and batters. He's a big lad, Jennings.
Yeah, he's 6'4", 6'3", and he does stand tall. He advances as well, and stays leg side generally. And again, a big cry of weight as the ball is crashed into the covers.
Chance of going on the full Test tour to India, Jennings. Good player of spin. He's got a chance. His injuries have just held him back a bit this year, but he's okay now.
Yeah, he had that really bad. I mean, he's had 2 nasty muscle injuries in the last couple of years. A bad calf strain, and a really nasty hamstring, which kept him out best part of 8 weeks earlier this year. It's right again, pacing into his delivery. Sees Jennings coming at him and bangs it in short over the top of the batter's head. It's a good bouncer. It's 1 for the over. It's not a wide. It's not a no ball. Lots of waving of the arms from the umpires. It's a good response from the bowler. Don't like being charged. Don't like being advanced upon. Opening bowlers. Right, pondering his next delivery. He's in now. Bowls. Jennings swats it away on the leg side, running hard and wants to come back for 2 and will do. There's a fumble. Jennings up to 41, the score to 62.
How many overs?
Not very many.
9 at the end of this. 9.
Yeah. Well, it's a 7 and over pitch, isn't it? And having said that, Lancashire have to score over 8s to get there. Right again with the final ball. Slower ball. Well bowled. Jennings waited for it but couldn't get it through the infield. It's a 62 for 1 from 9. Jennings 41, Bohannon 5. And Wright has bowled his 5 overs for 26 runs and the wicket of George Bell.
I think he's bowled very well, Wright, and used his slower delivery to good effect. Jennings is off and running, 41 from 32. So there were 2 centuries in Leicester's innings. So you'd think that Lancashire need to match that. Need 2 massive scores, 2 big scores.
Yeah, or 1 really big one. I agree. Well, uncharted territory for Lancashire as they chase this. They'd never got past 3-7-2 to win a match, batting second. Bohannon on strike. Hull again Bohannon giving himself room. I don't know if it's a hint of desperation, but maybe trying to hit the ball too hard from Bohannon.
Well, he just needs a start. Just knock the ball around, give it back to Jennings, give the strike to Jennings, he's going fine. You can do your best work just at the start of your innings at the other end. Just stand and watch and get accustomed to what's going on.
Hull again then from the Statham end. It's a wide, and it will be called a wide. Wide of off stump. Just too much angle from Josh Hull. Two novice umpires.
Novices? What do you mean, novices?
Aren't they?
Novice?
Yeah.
Time served, these lads.
Novice at this level. They've got Neil Mallender here looking after him. Here's Hull again. It's a dot ball, well bowled. As Bohannon can't get it away. They're novice, they're young lads, generally, aren't they?
He's a big lad, this Harris. You're not messing with him.
Anthony Harris and James Treadwell.
And they've got, you see the little camera on the chest there?
Yeah? What does that do?
Well, it takes pictures, hopefully.
Of what?
What's going on?
Oh, I see. Is that for the umpires or for the statisticians, the ECB? Hull's in again. Just stirring onto the leg side, and Bohannon has steered that away nicely. He's timed it well, and it's run away for 4, backward a square on the leg side. Just marginally offline from Josh Hull. Bohannon picking it off.
Well, that might just be what he needs. You'd say it's a little bit scratchy at the start. Bohannon gets into a good position to work that into the leg side. Fine leg is inside the circle.
We've no speed gun here, have we? So we don't know what Josh Hull's bowling at, but it looks... Well, he's up towards mid-80s maybe. Low to mid-80s. In again. Full ball that Bohannon drills at mid-off. Comfy single in the end.
I've got him at about 80.
Oh, have you? Just that?
Yeah. Touching 80.
Not bad at 18 and a bit. Well, nearly 19.
That size, it's his height, he'll get a bit of bounce. Reece Topley, there's another. Very, very tall, left arm over. He's had a tough time, Topley, a good bowler.
Lots of injuries, haven't they? We've got to watch it with this young lad as well. He's tall, 6'7". Got to make sure that he can get through these formative years. Jennings down the ground, he's drilled that, and Bohannon has to take evasive action at the non-striker's end, which just as well he did, because it's rifled away. Straight back past the bowler for 4.
No swing. Very little. We don't talk about the ball swinging, these white balls.
There's no seam, no swing, is there? It's, you know, it's hit through the line if you're a bad batter's game, David. On here. Hull again. Accelerating up to the crease. It's a wide ball outside off stump and signalled wide. It's marginal, but it's signalled. So second wide of the over from Josh Hull.
The umpire Harris has got the style of Peter Willey.
Oh, crikey.
You're not going to mess with him.
He's a bit bigger than Peter Willey, I'll tell you that.
He could just look at you, Pete Willey.
Yeah, so can Mr. Harris. Hull trying to complete his over then. Jennings down the ground and will get a single. 74 for 1 then. 10 overs bowled by Leicester, and Lancashire moving along nicely at 7.5 and over. That's good from them. Bohannon 10, Jennings 46. Not an easy day for the bowlers.
No, it's not. I mentioned that I was in the lift and I just said a cracking pitch, and the chap said, "Is it really?" And he said, "There's
was
nothing
he a bowler?
in it." Yeah, he said, "There's nothing in it. It's not a contest." And that's what I said. Well, it would be if you got 90 mile an hour and a leg spinner.
Yeah.
You've got a real game, and it's a super pitch. It really is at that. But if it's all round about 80 miles an hour, the batters are going to be in charge.
Well, it's the sort of pitch that I think sides cry out for one-day cricket, and crowds as well. They like to see the ball hit and hit well. You could argue that there's not enough in it for the bowler, but when you posted a total like Leicester have a 411, it makes it a great contest, really good contest. Lancashire not out of it by any stretch of the imagination. Got a change of bowling now. Scriven is on. Tom Scriven made 20 off 15 balls, and he's just loosening up at the James Anderson end. He's just had a practice run up, he's had a chat to his captain, and he's in now to bowl to Keaton Jennings for his first delivery. Jennings hits it through the covers. The power play, the initial power play is over. Fielding restrictions relaxed somewhat. You have to have 5 fielders in the circle now. So for Bahanan, as the fielders change, because Bahanan is obviously right-handed and Keaton Jennings left-handed. Got mid-on and mid-off up. There's extra cover, backward point, deep cover. Third man. Finally, deep square, mid-wicket and mid-on. Fairly conventional field. Scriven surveying that field. In he comes again. Bahanan thinking of getting one on the offside, but thwarted in that. Hit it straight to the fielder at backward point.
Just thinking of the Leicester coach, Alfonso Thomas, who was a great exponent of the slow delivery. And this is the type of pitch and the type of attack that you need lots of slowies.
He was a good bowler of those cutters, really, well disguised. Scriven in again. This has gone high. There are fielders circling under it. 2 of them, 3 of them. Caught. Nicely caught. That was a real swirler because it's blowing a strong breeze as well. But Scriven comes on, gets a wicket with his 3rd delivery, and Josh Bahanan, who never really settled, has gone for 10. And Lancashire are now 75 for 2.
Well, it's a steepler, is this? Plenty of fielders around it. And what you've got to do as a catcher is get everybody out of the way. It would have been swirling in the wind. It's gone very, very high. Scriven into the attack, and Bahanan advances down the pitch. It's so high. It's a good catch in the end. Mulder is the catcher. Lancashire has lost a 2nd wicket. 75 for 2.
I think this will be the pattern of the innings, though. Lancashire, they can't afford to do anything but try and score at 7 and 8 and over, try and keep up with the rate. And to do that, there will be chances offered. So there may be a regular fall of wickets, but hopefully in Lancashire's case they'll be keeping up with that run rate as well.
Well, they're just behind the run rate as it is, and of course for Leicester keep taking wickets. Lancashire get a partnership, get a big partnership going.
Well, 2 old hands now at the crease for Lancashire as Dane Villas makes his way in at number 4. And Villas will have memories of that chase against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge when Lancashire were chasing 417 to win. They got to 406 and Dane Villas scored 180 in that chase and got them so close. 0 for a repeat, but 1 better. So Tom Scriven with the figures of 1 for 1. Villas on strike and not off the mark first ball. He's just pushed it to Mulder, the catcher, at mid-wicket.
Last time I was here, Dave Villas didn't play in the championship game, but he was out of form and off to the nets regularly. So it looks like he's got his form back.
He's not had the best of summers, I don't think, in any form of cricket. Scored a few runs at Blackpool, though, which will have done him good. It's a good start, this, by Tom Scriven. Just a single in his first 5 balls, and that wicket of Josh Bohannon. And it doesn't take many overs just to peg Lancashire back when you're chasing such a huge total. Can't afford overs where you just score 1 or a couple. They had 1 earlier on. Bohannon could only get 1 off a Chris Wright over. This looks as though it may be similar. Scriven in again. Blocked. Oh. With a bit of timing, which gets the ball to mid-off, and a single to get Dane Villas off the mark.
He hits it straight back and hits the stumps at the non-striker's end. Non-striker Jennings is way out of his ground. Bowler didn't get any sort of hand on it, so Villas gets a single. Good over that from Scriven.
Yeah, good over. Villas punching that back down the ground. Maybe the cannoning off the stumps might have robbed him of a couple of runs. It's 76 for 2, 11 gone. Villas just off the mark with 1, and Jennings, the captain, 47 from 35 with 9 fours to his credit so far. So it's going to be Josh Hull to continue, bowling to Dane Villas, who's kept the strike. In bowls, it's a full delivery and drilled by Villas, but not quite timed through extra cover. They get a single.
How many matches do they play in this competition? They play 8, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
And so Lancs have played 3. Had a couple rained off.
2 round, those first 2 against Sedbergh and Scarborough rained off. Here's Hull again, tall, rangy, straight, drilled back at him by Jennings from a full ball. It's well stopped with no damage done to the bowler.
That's where we had, you mentioned the storm with the stumps and what have you.
Oh, is that when?
That's where Scarborough as well.
Well, the cover's leaked.
Well, I live over that end. Barbados.
Did you go? Were you going to go?
No, I got COVID, didn't I?
Oh, no.
Yeah, from the Oval Test match on the tube.
Oh, dear, oh dear. Do you know you got it on the tube?
Yeah, definite.
Hull in again. Jennings on strike, using his feet again and giving himself a little bit of room. He'll pick up 2 to backward point, deep backward point. Easy 2.
Yeah, I knew I definitely got it.
How did you know he got it on the tube?
I thought there was a coughing contest on the tube.
Oh,
I thought we better all join in here.
Oh dear, it's dreadful, isn't it? I don't like that tube, do you?
No.
Hey?
No, I'm not a fan.
Not the way to get about, is it? In a tunnel.
But it were only £6.70, you see.
Does it go all the way to North Yorkshire, the tube? Anyway, here's Hull. Jennings again using his feet. Couldn't quite time that. I think Hull took a little bit of pace off that delivery outside off stump.
There've not been many Hulls, have there? Rod? An Emu.
Rod Hull, Emu Hull, and Josh Hull.
And he attacked Michael Parkinson, that Emu.
He didn't like it, Parky, did he?
He didn't like it at all.
No. It was the only time he really lost it, I think. Here's Josh Hull now. Oh, if he'd left that, would have been a wide. Got a toe end on it. Could be run out. Shying at all ends here. Jennings is in, but only just. And he's got to 50. Josh Bohannon and the Lancashire team applaud him from their balcony. So too does a useful crowd here at Emirates Old Trafford. 80 for 2 is the score. Jennings 50 from just 39 balls. Villas on strike. Hull bowling the final ball of his 3rd over. It won't be the final ball because that's way wide down the leg side.
That run out, he was way out.
He was, wasn't he?
Hit the stumps.
He was running in quicksand then, wasn't he?
He was 2 or 3 metres out.
Almost signal wide then, did the umpire, before it had got past the batter. Hull in again then. Takes a while to get to the crease. He runs something like 30 metres. That's on off stump and it's pushed to cover. It's the end of the over. It's 81 for 2. Jennings 50, Villas 2. Rate required is up, nudging 9 and over. And they're going along at nearly 7 and over. That tells you the mammoth task in front of Lancashire, needing 412 to win after Leicester's mammoth first innings. 411 they made in their 50 overs.
I should think they'd be thinking, let's keep it round about 7 and a bit, down to the last 10, keep wickets intact, let's see where we are, 10 to go.
Good approach. Scriven will continue from the James Anderson end. Firmly struck to mid-on, deep mid-on for a single. Bowled a good first over, did Tom Scriven. Got rid of Josh Bohannon. Just conceded a couple of runs.
Waiting for the leg spinner.
Yeah.
Waiting for the leg spinner to come into the attack on debut.
Uttam Ramji.
Yeah, he's on his debut.
Only 18, isn't he? Here's Scriven. Leg side and tickled away down to fine leg. So fine that fine leg can't get round to it. Good addition to the score for Dane Villas. That'll give him a little bit of confidence. Perfectly deliberate stroke. The fine leg glance.
We've seen a number of that shot, just a little tickle down the leg side today, whereas fine leg is set wide.
Yeah, trying to short boundary leg side, relatively short. Scriven in again on the leg side again and whipped away by Villas for a single. Walker, the fielder, I think he must be on for somebody.
He's a sub, surely.
He is a sub. Don't know who he's on for.
Patel. Opener Patel.
Oh, yeah.
Rishi Patel.
What do you think? Is he out of puff? Jennings will get one. To the next delivery, bowled by Scriven, just a push into the offside.
I'd be all over that as a coach. This lad's got 160 and he's not fielding. What's wrong with him?
Slight niggle.
Well, yeah, that's all you need to say. He's got a slight niggle.
Used to be fairly commonplace, didn't it, years ago? Batters getting lots of runs and not really wanting to field. Anyway, here's Villas on strike. Drilled and drill wide of mid-off. That'll be 4 for... Oh no, he's got a hand on it. Got a hand on it, did mid-off. Good diving stop. Pushed it away to extra cover and ran round and collected it. So just 2 to Dane Villas. It's a good stop.
It is.
Full length. Scores up to 90. Only had 12 overs and 5 balls. Scriven in again. Worked away. Leg side again by Villas. That's the end of the 13th over. 91 for 2 is the score.
I'm right. Now Walker's coming off, and number 24 is. Where is Rishi Patel? I might have done him a disservice.
You might.
Oh, is he now? Rishi's here, 26, isn't he?
Yeah, he's not been off.
He's not been off.
No. Is it right that's been off?
I'd have to go into the match referees and apologise profusely, asking why is he not. Well, he is. He's been on all the time.
It's just the cynic in you, David. That
No, he's still on. Walker's still on. He's fielding here in front of us.
Is he?
No, that's Mulder.
Yeah, no, he's just been off, Mulder.
I'll get my jacket.
He's just changed his vest. Now then, we wondered whether Ackerman would have a ball. Well, he is. He's coming on at the Brian Statham end now. So, introduction of slow bowling, bit of off spin from Ackerman. He's bowling to Dane Villas. Villas giving himself room to steer the ball to deep cover, the only fielder out on the boundary on the offside.
Bowlers always used to have a vest on, didn't they, to absorb the sweat in the lower of the back.
Now, do they? They have the shirts hanging out.
They used to. They used
to have a vest and a back cloth.
Yes, a back cloth.
Thick back cloth. All they did was get very wet with sweat and probably make you stiffen up more than if you didn't have one on anyway.
They all used to have them.
Bob Willis, dear old Bob, he used to wear a string vest. One of them, big holes in it. Ackerman in to Jennings. He gets a single. I don't mean holes that wore out holes. I mean, that's how they were. You don't see string. You can't go into Marks and Spencer's now and buy a string vest, can you?
Jack Simmons used to wear one for going out as well.
Ackerman again. And Villas giving himself room, can't get the ball through the offside.
He went out.
Did he have a best vest?
He had a best vest, and it was one of them string vests. It looked like an onion bag.
Ackerman reverse swept by Villas, but straight to short third. They didn't do a twin set, did they? They have string undies as well. Maybe we shouldn't go there on a Friday evening. Ackerman hammers this in. It's a fast ball, but it's a dot. And there's a appeal for run out, but it's hopeful rather than anything else. And Ackerman bowling it quicker and quicker and quicker. Villas was off down the other end to try and get a single. Didn't get one. Gives himself room this time, but only gets another single. It's a good piece of bowling from Ackerman. 3 off his over, his opening over. Lancashire relatively becalmed at 94 for 2 from 14 overs.
You'll know that when we were batting, when Lancashire were batting, this is all for Lancashire supporters, this. In the old changing room, Jack Simmons had the dressing room locker right next to the big window, and when we were batting, he'd get changed, put his string vest on, his underpants which went down to his knees, and his slippers. He'd have the racing post under his arm and wouldn't have a clue what were happening when we were batting.
He'd have a fag on as well.
Oh dear.
I know. Fancy that. I mean, Villas picks up another single. Scriven, the bowler. Yeah, I mean, can you imagine that, having a fag in the dressing room?
Well, we never had a meeting. We had a good side. We had a good team in the sort of 60s, early 70s, a good one-day team. Never had a meeting or nothing, except about the John Player League, because the John Player League representative, the Sunday League, brought in a full pack of cigarettes, 10 packets of 20.
Oh, underage.
Well, there's 11 in the team, so somebody misses out. The meetings that went on about who's got to miss out. And it was, well, they don't smoke, he don't smoke, and he'd say, yeah, but I want them for my granddad. I want to give them my granddad.
How times have changed. We shouldn't perhaps be talking about this now.
Oh, a filthy habit.
Awful.
Absolutely filthy habit.
You and I never did it, I must admit.
Never.
Anyway, back to things on the field. Jennings has a right smear at that. And got it over mid-wicket and away for 4. I said they were being becalmed. Everything's relative when you're chasing 400, but Jennings with a classic chassis, couple of strides down the pitch and a heave over mid-wicket. Goes to 57. It's 99 for 2.
It's a well-organised shot that he plays, you know. He comes down the pitch. Wicket-keeper's up, by the way, now. But he stands tall to hit it, so tall.
Yeah, it's a bit unfair to call it a heave. Scriven in again. Jennings has to stay in his ground. The keeper's up, gets a punch single. The 100's up for Lancashire in this chase of 412. They're nearly a quarter of the way there.
Well, there's a long way to go. Tick it off, tick the 100s off, keep your wickets intact, build your partnerships.
Well, what shot that is from Villas. Just got a little bit of something on it as he ramped it over the keeper standing up. Got himself into all sorts of a contorted position here, down on one knee, watching the ball. Executed.
And the keeper has to get out of the way, or he's wearing that.
I know. Well, that's why they have to have a helmet on when the stand stood up.
Yeah, Anscombe is the keeper.
Yeah. Yeah, he's well protected. Gloves, of course, pads, of course, but the helmet as well. So necessary when some of the shots are played at in this modern game. Oh, now that's a bit more traditional. Straight back over mid-on. Stand and deliver from Dane Villas. A 4 followed by a 6, and Lancashire on the march again at 110 for 2 from 15.
And the technical aspect of that shot is it's a length ball. Wicket keeper's up to the stumps, and it's on the length, and he just hits through the line of the ball.
Good play. Good play. 302 required off 210 balls. Not bad if you say it quickly. He's put on 35 already, Villas and Jennings. Villas is 23 now, Jennings 58. It's Ackerman again, round the wicket this time to Jennings. Solid push down the ground to long off. I think the temptation from Jennings will be to play the innings that means everybody at the other end can just try and flourish. Villas uses his feet nicely this time, gets it away behind point. It's a good diving stop. Kimber out there on the deep point boundary had a lot of ground to make up. The ball was still travelling when he got there. Again, Villas giving himself room, but this time dragging to long on. Just for one. Mulder down there.
He's just getting into the swing of things here, Villas.
Yeah, well, as you said, you can't afford to hang around and take your time, can you? Just got to keep ticking over. Ackerman to Jennings. Wait is the cry as the ball is pushed to mid-wicket.
It's 8 and over required, but they're 7.28, so they're going okay just at this stage. Keep building these partnerships.
That's just pushed, another length ball, just pushed down the ground.
And then, of course, Leicestershire have got to pick the moment to bring a debutant leg spinner into their attack. Ideally, they'll want to break this partnership before they do that.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. When you bring your younger bowlers on is key. I mean, Ackerman, good bowler actually in one-day cricket, and he will take up this senior slot. The offside being reinforced because Villas wants to hit offside. Now he changes to sweep it away. The ball from off middle stump to square leg, gets a single. Still a good over from Ackerman. He's bowled 2 overs for 9 and yet to concede a boundary. It's 116 for 2. Villas 27, Jennings 60. Don't forget, Lancashire chasing 412.
Another 12th man has come on. Now I'm watching this time. That is Rishi Patel that's gone off.
Ah. Your suspicions were, well, maybe not founded, but maybe realised. Sun beginning to sink away in the west. The floodlights are on, don't need them yet. Still blue sky and long shadows. It's a perfect evening for chasing down 412. Dane Villas just attending to a shoelace.
It's a change of bowling.
I think it is. Mulder's coming back. Yeah. Mulder, change of ends. Bowled 3 overs from the Brian Statham end. He's now having a go from the James Anderson end. The pavilion end here at Emirates Old Trafford. He's sprinting up to the crease. Villas has got that past short third. They just brought the fielder up from the boundary edge at deep third to short third. Villas gives himself room, just stabs it away for a very deliberate 4.
It's Hull at short third, such a big man to get down there. They just brought him into that circle.
Sent him, oh no, he's coming back in again now. So short third, a backward point, an extra cover, deep cover, mid-off on the circle, and 4 on the leg side.
They must have a field there with nicknames at Leicestershire. There's Hull, so he'll be Rod. Captain's Hill, so he's Benny.
Yeah, have we got any more? Mulder gets clipped into the leg side for a single by Dane Villas, who's quickly up to 32 from just 23 balls faced.
Look at Jennings, 60 from 48.
Yeah, going nicely. Got Kenneth Williams, of course, bowling for Lancashire. Oh dear. They'll get one here as Jennings gets a bit of pad or thigh pad onto it. I think we're going to be substituted in a minute.
I think we've got the shepherd's crook. They're ready. Look,
they're circling behind us. Anyway. And Bill Bailey.
Has he not gone home yet?
Oh dear. Oh, it's 4 more down to third man, so that's 2 this over, down to fine third. Dane Villas quite deliberate. I think there might be a change now. In the field, I was saying, not in commentary. Richards, he disposed of Bumble. And Richard, you can carry on.
He does tend sometimes to go around the park, Van Mulder. A little bit sort of straight up and down.
Well, if he's going to go around the park on this sort of pitch, it's the right sort of pitch to go around the park on if you're a batter, that is for sure.
It is. Mulder is in, cut away for 4 more. No chance at all for Ramji there, behind point. And, well, like a tracer to the boundary, and Lancashire's charge very much on. The only downside from their point of view, they've lost a couple of wickets, but they're up with the run rate required, and with these 2 going nicely, this could be a record-breaking day at Old Trafford, Paul. Over 800 runs.
Well, hang on, we've a long way to go. Yes.
We have, but
it's that sort of over, you know, with 13 and
20
14
off it.
Yeah.
No.
14.
2. Yeah, beg your pardon.
14 off it, but it's symptomatic of a resurgence in the charge for runs. 3 boundaries. It's that sort of over that just gets the Lancashire batters' juices flowing again. Ackerman's bowling very well though, really steadily. Only gone for 9 off his 2 overs.
And he goes, bowls to Jennings, who defends, blocks the ball out from Midland off to short extra cover. No run, taking the pace off then. You've got as good a chance as any if you're bowling. In he goes, slog swept, a little bit top edge, but he's got that down behind square. Keaton Jennings, I think I was doing him a disservice there. He got plenty of that behind square and with a man up on the edge of the circle at short fine leg on the 45. No chance for Kimber down there on the square leg boundary to get round to cut it off. Jennings continues to go nicely, 64 now to him off 51 deliveries. Judging it nicely. Could have been run out going for his 50. Ackerman's throw missed. In he goes and bowls. Jennings uses his feet, comes down the wicket, plays it firmly on the walk, out through the vacant mid-off area, down towards long off. Takes one. He's done his job for the over. That boundary, getting the and then the single. Leans on his bat, Lancashire's captain. Watches as Ackerman makes changes to the field, not pronounced changes, just sends his backward square a little wider, goes in and bowls to Villas, who was backing away. Maybe Ackerman saw him going, fired it in, followed him, and all Villas could do was drive it back to Colin Ackerman. The Durham-bound Colin Ackerman at the end of the season steps in and bowls, good length, but nicely played by Villas. Went back, just delicately dabbed it down towards third man. Almost got a little bit too much on it in a way, in that the man at short third, who I think is Mulder, was able to get across to cut it off. It was just the single, 1-3-6 for 2 again. Ackerman good so far. Can he finish the over strongly? In he goes round the wicket. He can. As forward goes Jennings. No, 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 he says as he blocks it out into the offside. Buttinger feels, and that is just 15 off Ackerman's 3 overs so far. Will they turn to Uttam Ramji? Mulder's gone for 40 off 4. He's going at 10 and over, but just 5 and over off the gentle off-spin of Colin Ackerman. Paul departs. Scott comes back alongside. Bit of a dark cloud coming over Old Trafford at the moment. No threat of rain. It's still very pleasantly warm out there. Floodlights, of course, on now. 1-3-6 for 2 off 18.
Could do a little double like those two, couldn't they?
It goes Mulder, and that should be 6. It's down the leg side, lofted over wide, long leg. Just for a minute, it looked as though Rishi Patel might be in the game there. Patel did dive away to his left, but it would have been a miracle catch. A lovely pickup from Villas, so he starts the over with a 6. Mulder is very much going the distance at the moment.
Not the only bowler, is he, today, to have gone the distance?
No, he's not, but he's kind of not adapting, and sometimes he just doesn't. He's such a fine player. But when he does go, he goes a long way. And he charges and bowls. Cut down to third man for more. Dane Villas is going so nicely at the moment. And with Josh Hull at short third, he has an awful long way down to go to get to the ball. He sprawled away to his right, couldn't get there. 4. And that is, astonishingly, Villas's 50. And it's come off just 29 deliveries.
Yeah, the one-day cut for Dane Villas could just be the perfect competition for him. He's not quite had the season he would have liked, certainly not to his ridiculously high standards of the previous 4. But he's got a 65 in the game against Essex, 51 on Wednesday against Kent, and now a 51 against Leicestershire. So 3 successive half-centuries in the one-day cut for Dane Villas in a season, as I mentioned, that's not been to the level that you come to expect from him. So maybe this competition is kind of the perfect way to get his season up and running. He's batted beautifully there, hasn't he? And it's a great foil with Jennings, who's 65 from 53. So it's a dangerous partnership that these two are putting together here.
Very. Mulder 10 off his first 2 balls of the over. Bowls pulled over mid-wicket, and that might be 4 more. It will be 4 more, and directly over the head of Tom Scriven, but it was well over the head. So 14 off the first 3 balls of the over. Mulder is going around the park. It brings up the 150 for Lancashire in the 19th over.
Yeah, super stuff. 70. She's now 76 run partnership, I think, isn't it, between these two?
Of which Dane Villas has scored 55, taking the pressure right off Keaton Jennings. Mulder is in. It's only going to be 1 off that delivery. It was almost a Yorker, dug out by Villas through mid-on. There isn't a mid-on at the moment, just a long on, so 1 is taken. But when you've taken 14 off the first 3 balls, and pressure very much off, 15 off 4, Villas onto 56, 151 for 2. Crowd really getting involved now, sensing something rather special maybe happening here at Old Trafford tonight. I don't know if we've managed to find an aggregate, record aggregate for a List A game in terms of the total number of runs scored, but honestly can't imagine it's much more than 800.
Can't be, can it?
Surely not. Round the wicket goes Mulder and bowls. Jennings gets a foolish delivery, hits it down into the ground, bounces back towards Mulder, and the chance of lanky. Oh, encouraged by the scoreboard, or did the scoreboard respond, or was the crowd responding to the scoreboard? Chicken or egg?
Yeah. We're very quick on the scoreboard. I think it's Mike and Colin operating the scoreboard today.
Mulder staying around the wicket. Jennings is down the pitch to him, but again Mulder sees his coming, bowls well, a full delivery that Jennings almost makes into a Yorker, pushes it out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. So 14 off the first 3 balls of the over, but came back well at least. Vian Mulder just conceded 1 from the last 3. Even so, a very good over as far as Lancashire are concerned. 151 for 2. I'm afraid Hill and Hull are just Hilly and Hully as far as I'm aware, sadly. They haven't if you mention those names, Benny Hill or Rod Hull in particular to the Leicestershire guy, I think they'd look askance. Who, they'd say. So, entertainers from another era, boys. Entertainers from another era.
Here comes Colin Ackerman into Dane Villas, who's on the reverse. Sweeps the ball away for a single. Moves on to 57. 152 for 2. And brings Jennings on strike. 77 run partnership from 52 balls between Keaton Jennings and Dane Villas. Lancashire 152 for 2 in the 20th over. And Ackerman around the wicket. And reverse sweep by Jennings. Oh, real mix-up here. Villas is halfway down and he's run out. He's been sent back. Horrible mix-up between the two. Villas went hurtling forward for a single. Jennings wasn't for moving. Villas holds up a hand in apology. He had to quickly turn and try and get back into his ground. Throw came into the keeper's end, but Villas was so far down that the keeper could just lob the ball up towards Ackerman and run Villas out, and Lancashire lose their 3rd wicket. 152 for 3.
Well, could be a huge wicket that, because Villas was playing quite brilliantly. And they all, in a way, threw to the wrong end. But, well, the experience of Hanscom, all important there. He's always calm, Hanscom, under any circumstance. He took it above the stumps. He actually took the bail. I think he took the bails off, but realised Jennings was in his ground. He'd stayed there, and then just lobbed it, as you say, underarm. Didn't try and throw it too hard. I can think of a few keepers who'd have thrown it hard, wouldn't they? But he just lobbed it to Ackerman, who'd had the nous to get behind the stumps and take off the bails. So scoreboard pressure, I guess, because despite this sensational start by Lancashire, Duckworth-Lewis suggests they're still behind what's needed.
Yeah, the DLS target is 191. I presume that would have increased.
It was about 168,
wicket,
I think, just before that wicket. So just shows you what an effect that can have. But Jennings still there.
Yeah, that's the Duckworth-Lewis stern target. It looks like, well, I don't think we're going to be affected by the weather tonight, but it gives you a really good indication as to where the batting side are, that they would expect Lancashire to be in front, to have 192 at the end of this over, and they're 152 for 3 now. It ends a very good partnership, 77 runs. A dangerous one for Leicestershire, so important wicket for them. As Jennings just leans onto it and nudges the ball away to the leg side for a single. So he moves on to 66. A 153 for 3. Got Ackerman about to bowl here at Emirates, Old Trafford. With Lancashire 153 for 3. Target of 412. Ackerman from around the wicket into Bolson, who's the new batter. And he plays forward and defends and pushes the ball calmly back down defensively towards the bowler, and there's no run. Twirls in again, Ackerman. And driven once more by Balderson away through the covers for a single.
Scoreboard has Ackerman down as having a wicket. Sadly, he doesn't in this over, but it's been a pretty good effort by him all round, really.
I wonder whether he might bowl tonight. Type of pitch might just bring him into the game potentially. That's worked away through the onside by Jennings. Little nudge out to mid-wicket. It's the end of the over, so Keaton Jennings has kept the strike. He's 67 not out. George Follerson's unbeaten on 1. We've had exactly 20 overs of the Lancashire innings. Their target of 412. They've lost 3 wickets. And wickets of Bell and Bohannon and Villas. They're 155 for 3.
Run rate 7.75, which isn't that far from what is needed. It's crept up a little bit, but not too much. It's still just the 3 wickets down. Jennings, you sort of feel holds the key. If he can do what Patel did and go on to a sort of really big century, then Lancashire are going to be close, perhaps. But now Uttam Ramji is going to have his first bowl in senior cricket, if you like. Young leg spinner, bearded for an 18-year-old. I don't think I could grow a beard like that now, let alone at 60, let alone at 18. But he's a mature young man in every sense. In he comes. What will his first delivery be like? Tosses it right up, driven hard down into the ground. Nothing at all, or nothing too much wrong with that. And fielded at extra cover. Docked ball. You've taken a dot ball off your first, and then extra cover and point. Swap, because not quite sure why. I think that's Chris Wright at that's why they've moved him to backward point. In goes Ramji, bowls, drops it a little bit short, a bit of a drag down. Jennings pulls it out to deep mid wicket. He'll get 2 because he didn't quite hit it as cleanly as he would have liked. 2 though, nonetheless. The plane that sponsors of the airline that sponsors the stadium coming into land at Manchester. In goes Ramji, bowls, gives it some air, back goes Jennings, cuts it out into the gap in the offside. Louis Kimber is out there sweeping. 1 is taken. Manchester City playing tonight at Burnley. I always say Burnley in a David Lloyd accent because you can't do anything else, otherwise he's made it his own word. Burnley. Not listening. Burnley.
Richard's attempt at doing an East Lancashire accent.
All right. In goes Ramji, stroked back past him by Balderson in a sort of just having a look sort of way, pushing it out towards mid-off. Good so far. When you look close up, he does look quite young. It's just the beard, it does add years. In he goes and bowls outside off stump, knocked away off the back foot by Balderson. Again out to Kimber on the offside. 1 taken, but good so far from Uttam Ramji. Just the 4 runs conceded from the first 5 balls. Can he come out of his first over in senior cricket in just that way? Blows on his hand, goes in and bowls, edged by Jennings. A big whack, and he's got it down to find third man. It should be cut off by Wright. Puts in the slide, takes out a chunk of the Old Trafford outfield, but even so, Jennings can go back for 3, called through by Balderson, but a pretty decent effort from Uttam Ramji. 7 runs from it in the end, but that last shot was a false one. Didn't look to be any sort of particular turn or bounce for the young man, but pretty much landed everything.
Yeah, it's a good start, that, isn't it? He's up and running. This would not be easy, bowling on debut. He's bowling to a batter who's 73 not out, who's played 20 times for England. He's bowling on a pitch that's been an absolute belter to bat on, and he's got through his first 6 overs pretty well there. Sure, he'll have eased a few nerves. He's in the game. Spin from both ends here. Ackerman from the Statham end to Jennings. Comes down the pitch, plays a lovely shot, punched through mid-off for a single.
I should say that Lancashire actually are ahead of where Leicestershire were at this stage. After 21 overs, the Foxes 159 for 1. They had a sort of slightly fallow period when they lost 3 wickets fairly quickly, didn't they? So nothing in it in those terms.
Ackerman to Balderson. Forward and defence, no run. Because crucially, they did have wickets in hand at the end, didn't they? It certainly allowed that freedom. Certainly Patel at the back end of his innings, and then Ackerman, knowing that there was still batting to come. It's driven through the covers by Balderson, and he'll hurry through one, and he'll come back for two. And the score ticks along to 167. Correction, 165 for three.
It's lightning fast, that scoreboard.
The boys downstairs must have had an extra potion of chilli for their tea downstairs. Scores on the board straight away. 165 for three. So Balderson's on to 4. Ackerman to Balderson. That's swept, and he gets 4 for it. Behind square on the leg side. Nice looking shot by Balderson, sweeping across that front pad. Away to backward square leg.
Just drifted it on towards leg stump. Ackerman. That's all it took. Long legs up on the edge of the circle.
169 for 3. Ackerman bowls and punched uppishly, but safe enough with mid-off halfway back to the boundary.
Looks an elegant player.
He is. Yeah, he is. Stylish player when he's in full flow. 2 left-handers batting here for Lancashire now, Balderson and Jennings. Ackerman from around the wicket, final ball of his 5th over, 170 for 3. And Jennings works it to mid-on. And there is no run, that's the end of the 22nd over. It's 170 for 3. With Balderson on 9 and Jennings on 74. On a lovely evening in Manchester. Plenty of blue sky, just the odd little cloud above us, but it's a pleasant night. And we could be set for a thrilling, high-scoring run chase.
Cheadle Hulme High School. George Balderson, a product of. His biggest cricketing regret is bowling leg spin until he was 14, he says.
Okay.
Presumably means not concentrating on his batting. Ramji is in, bowls. Balderson drives out to mid-off. If the throw hits, oh, that would have been very close. And judging by the reaction of 1 or 2 of the Leicestershire players, particularly Budinger, who was right in line with the crease, might have elicited a finger up from the umpire.
Oh, he's out, isn't he? He's out.
So a couple of run-out opportunities not taken by the Foxes. Ramji is in to Jennings, who goes back and chops him away through extra cover. Kimber slides on to the ball, gets his sidearm throw away, but fairly comfortable 2 taken by Messrs Jennings and Balderson. 2 tall left-handers, slightly differing styles, but good to watch. In goes Ramji. Bowl drops short, slapped over mid-off, only just over mid-off. Well, I say only just. Hill is going to cut it off running back from mid-off before it gets to the long off boundary, but again didn't quite get it all, Jennings, but he picks up a couple. But it was a little bit of a long hop from Ramji, so he might feel he kind of got away with it. He's sporting a sort of ear stud of sorts, Uttam Ramji. As he goes in and bowls, Bohannon is forward, looking to drive. If that throw hits, he's gone. Yep, Jennings has gone. He went, no, beg your pardon. Balderson has gone. He went charging down the pitch. Once again, Jennings sent him back. And it was Jennings' call. He turned, but the left-hander couldn't get back in time. It was a really good throw in from extra cover. And Ramji kept cool. He took the ball nicely, whipped off the bails, and Balderson has to go. A run out, the second Lancashire run out in a space of 4 overs. He goes for 10, and suddenly the Red Rose 175 for 4.
A big run chase, 2 run out. Villas first to be run out. Balderson follows shortly afterwards. Another mix-up here. Hit it firmly. Balderson set off, didn't he? And then to his horror, to turn and try and get back in. Well short. It was a run-out chance just a few moments prior to that. I think with a direct hit, Balderson would have been run out just a few balls earlier. But he has to depart to quick breakthroughs for Leicestershire. That partnership between Jennings and Villas had Lancashire in a very healthy-looking position. The 2 run-outs later, it looks a different proposition now.
It was Sol Budinger, the fielder. Good work by Budinger, but good work by Ramji as well. I say mature, not just in appearance.
Yeah, he's started nicely, hasn't he? 1.4 overs, 12 runs conceded.
You'll kind of feel he's in the game now as well, won't he? Had to watch all the way through the Leicester innings. I'm sure he didn't mind that too much. But now he's fully involved, and he's taken part in, or played a part in, taking a Lancashire wicket. 175 for 4. Jennings faces as Ramji goes in, bowls to him, goes back, cuts him away to Kimber on the cover boundary, takes 1. The replacement is the wicketkeeper, young Mr. Hurst. Has come to the crease, a right-hander.
Yeah, he can hit the ball, Matty Hurst, but it's a different challenge entirely, isn't it, with the team needing 230 to win. A powerful hitter. We showed a little bit of what he can do in the warm-up match against Cumbria a few weeks ago.
Where was that played?
Yeah, that was at
Was it here, or
no,
did you go over to Sedbergh?
Sedbergh, yeah. In fact, Hurst and Aspinwall put on 100 together, actually, in that game. They were clearing the ground quite a few occasions. A big moment for him. First senior game here at Old Trafford.
What will he make of Uttam Ramji, who is in, bowls? A little bit of a drag down. Hurst just goes back and calmly works it to the vacant mid-wicket area, down towards deep mid-wicket, who is Kimber. 1 is taken. End of Ramji's second over. None for 14, but a wicket in the over, albeit that one that isn't credited to him, but one in which he played a part. 177 for 4 after 23 overs.
Already today in the One-Day Cup, Hampshire beating Nottinghamshire by 91 runs. Kent beating Surrey by 87. Durham beating Derbyshire by 27 runs, and Sussex were 4-wicket winners over Somerset in Taunton. There is one other game which is taking place at the minute. There's Ackerman's in to Jennings. That's played, sorry, to Hurst. That's played back down the pitch, and there's no run. That's the Essex-Middlesex match, which is taking place. Turn to the onside by Hurst. There's no run. Essex making 298 for 9 from 50 overs, and Middlesex in reply a 208 for 3. It's off the back foot and cut away by Hurst. Mark Stoneman making 93 in that game, so Middlesex in a good position to go on and win, needing 91 more to win from 17 overs with 7 wickets.
Game against Essex at Kipworth on Tuesday. Well, the first time the 2 counties have met for 5 or 6 years, I think, maybe a bit more.
Coming around the wicket, bowls, but down the leg side to Jennings. Just tries to get bat on ball and make the most of that wide. Signalled by the umpire. The score moves on to 179 for 4. In comes Ackerman again. Push wide off stump this time, and he cuts the ball out through the offside for 1. Just kind of bending his knees there, Jennings, and slicing the ball away through the covers. Ramji out in the deep fields. Jennings moves on to 80. Lancashire to 181 for 4. Ackerman to Hurst. This defender back to the bowler. Again, there's no run.
A few things that supporters enjoy more than seeing a young local boy playing is coming through the academy and starting and making an impact. Both Lancashire and Leicestershire supporters will be enjoying that in this game.
It's down the leg side by Ackerman to Hurst.
Did it flick the pad or something?
I'm not sure why it's not been called otherwise.
Did he back or did he move? Hurst. There have been 1 or 2 odd wide calls in this competition so far, and that's one of them. Just wondering whether we'll get a replay, just see if the batsman moved or it flicked the pad or something. perhaps not. 30 off 6. Ackerman's record, which he would take in these circumstances, 5 and over. Run rate 7.5 is creeping up towards 9 in terms of rate required now. Ramji is in and working him off the back foot is Jennings. It's reasonably good, accurate stuff from Uttam Ramji. No turn for him, of course, but worked past the diving Budinger out to Kimber, who is the fielder, on the extra cover boundary to the left-hander. Mid-wicket boundary now for Matty Hurst. Is he a Matty or does he prefer Matthew?
I think he's Matty.
Okay. I bet his mum wants Matthew.
No, I'd be full Matthew, that one. Yeah.
Yeah. You usually get calls at this stage.
You do, don't you? Yeah.
I remember when Louis Kimber in the Cricketers Who's Who gave his, for some reason it gives his birthplace as Scunthorpe. I had Mrs. Kimber got in touch, said it was definitely Lincoln. She said, I was there. Yeah, fair enough. Ramji is in to the right-handed Matty or Matthew Hurst. There's an appeal for leg before he's got his first wicket. Well, he went back and turns and walks away. Hurst, he kind of knew his fate, I suspect. Whether it skidded on a little bit, whether he just missed a straight one, I suspect possibly the latter, but a big wide grin on the face of Uttam Ramji, and Leicestershire have their 5th wicket. Matthew Hurst goes for just 2 of 7 balls. Leg before wicket to Uttam Ramji.
Yeah, big beaming smile on his face. Lovely moment. Moment he won't forget. First wicket for Leicestershire. Debut at the age of 18 here at Emirates Old Trafford. Lovely ball too. Just straightened and...
Did it turn a little bit?
I think he did, yeah, I think so. Yeah, nice moment for Ramji. A terrific smile on his face too, wasn't it?
Might have gone on to hit a leg stump. But Uttam Ramji won't mind. It's in the book. It's in the book.
He started well, hasn't he? Hit the ground running. I mean, got through that first over really well, didn't he? Kind of.
He did, yeah.
Really calm, and then he landed every delivery. Been involved in the run out. Now got his first wicket.
Tom Aspinwall comes out to join his skipper, who's sporting a very nutty pair of sort of black camouflage. Well, there they are, black camouflage undershorts.
Sure
I think
Keaton will appreciate that close
your
up.
style.
Yeah. He'll be thrilled at that close up. Well, Lancashire's captain.
Spectacular. There is a manufacturer. A lot of the cricketers wear them, don't they? That the point of them is to draw attention to is it testicular cancer that one of the underwear manufacturers makes a special sort of brand.
Oh, that's right. I remember Graham Onions coming out to do the when he was
whether
playing
it's still
here,
a thing, I'm not sure.
He came out to warm up with his briefs on.
Yeah.
That was it, to promote to the charity that this company were advertising. Yeah, I remember that when he was playing here.
I don't think they were of that genre. Ramji then is into Tom Aspinwall. Bowls. Oh, goodness me, that was presumably the quicker one. He dragged it down a bit, absolutely fired it in. And unfortunately went down the leg side slightly. Aspinwall managed to work it away down towards backward square and take 2. I don't know quite what that delivery was, but that was something different. Don't mind seeing that one again. Definitely the quicker one, presumably. Tosses the ball from hand to hand, bounces in and bowls, gives that one a little bit of air. Aspinwall just manages to go back and work it straight past Rishi Patel, who's in there at straight-ish mid-wicket, runs out towards long on where Mulder is the fielder, takes 1. Difficult for Jennings now. How does he pitch this? He has to kind of keep going for his shots, doesn't he? But also has to give Aspinwall a chance to get his eye in. He waits as in goes Ramji, bowls to him, just works it out towards mid-wicket. They'll think about 2. Jennings turns. No, he shouts, having run in, and wise to shout no as Ackerman came in and threw on the bounce to Hanscom behind the stumps. And doesn't want a third run out, Keaton Jennings. be involved in a third run out. He might feel he isn't to blame for either so far. Arguably he isn't. Balderson had only seemed to have taken a couple of steps, but he's a tall young man, and they'd taken him quite a long way down the pitch, hadn't they? Ramji is in again to Aspinwall. It goes on towards leg stump and just worked out to deep square, where Rishi Patel is the fielder. One is taken. End of the over, the 25th, 186 for 5. Lancashire halfway through their innings, and although they're ahead of where Leicestershire were in terms of runs scored, they have lost a couple more wickets.
They have. Lancashire's card, George Bell for 14, caught Buddinger bowled right. Josh Bahanam for 10, caught Mulder bowled Scriven. And then Villas run out by Hanscom for 57. Balderson run out by Buddinger for 10. And Hurst LBW to Ramsey, his first wicket for Leicestershire for 2. It's punched up to mid-on by Aspinwall for a single. So he moves on to 5, 187 for 5. The 26 over. Well, into the 26 over. Ackerman on strike. With ball in hand from the Brian Statham men. He's around the wicket and ball into Jennings. It's worked away into the onside. And there's no run. We'll have a change in the commentary box. We'll bring Bumble in because I know he's been looking forward to watching this young leg spinner. And he's in the middle of his opening spell. We'll get Bumble's thoughts on Uttam Ramsey. As Ackerman comes around the wicket and bowls to Jennings, who's down the pitch. Good use of the feet. Hammers the ball away through that wide mid-on. Through for 4 runs. It moves on to 191 for 5. The 26 over, and Lancashire's hopes rest almost entirely on the shoulders of their captain, who's 86 not out. 191 for 5. We're halfway through the 26 over. Ackerman's gone for 35 so far. And he's into his 7th. He's got Jennings on strike. Deep square leg. Deep point. Long on. And Ackerman's in and bowling. Long off. Jennings chops the ball away through the offside. There goes Ramji. Quickly onto it. Jennings turns and comes back and adds 2 to his total. And on to 88, 193 for 5. Bumble's back with us.
Run rate's fine. It's the 2 run-outs that have just cost Lancashire. You tend to think that they're needless of run-outs.
Ackerman around the wicket to Jennings off the back foot, worked into the onside, no run.
And I think both run-outs came from nowhere. They look very comfortable. A good partnership between Jennings and Villas. A bit of magic in the field.
Ackerman to Jennings. Takes a single, just leans into it, works the ball forward through mid-on. Through he goes for a single, keeps the strike as well. 89 to Keaton Jennings. It's 194 for 5. 26 overs gone. 24 left for Lancashire. And their target is 412 to win, so a further 218 runs.
And just looking at the Worms, they're roundabout. It's the wickets that are a problem. So what about Aspinwall? Is he a bowler who bats a bit, or is he a batter who bowls a bit? He's got a golden opportunity here. Lots of young lads playing in this game on both teams. So Aspinwall has joined Jennings. What about this tail? Come on.
Here's Ramji to Jennings, thumped down towards long on. Takes Jennings to 90. And 195 for 5.
And just to recap, in Leicestershire's 411, there were 2 Centurions. So Jennings is matching 1. They need another massive innings.
Aspinwall on strike. Ramji from the Anderson end spins the ball from one hand to the other into Aspinwall, who goes back and cuts the ball. Buddinger's been terrific there for Leicestershire tonight. And he's just back with a point again to save some runs for his side.
We're going to hear a lot about Ramji. Looks absolutely fine.
In and balls to Aspinwall, who who sweeps a little under edge down towards short fine for a single. Takes him on to 6. It's now 196 for 5.
He's got a super action. He looks uber confident, enjoying what he's doing. Ball's at a good pace.
Into Jennings. It's clipped out towards square leg for a single. 91 to Jennings now, 197 for 5.
So they're well served with leg spin. Rian Ahmed at Leicestershire as well. I bet they're as thick as thieves, them two. Two leg spinners together, two young 18-year-olds learning the tricks.
Aspinwall waits for Ramsey, who's in and bowling. It's pulled in front of square on the leg side. 2 fielders on that leg side boundary. And he's got it to the left of Patel, who's just behind square. Brings up the 200, that, for Lancashire. Thumped away. 4 runs for Aspinwall. He moves on to 10. Can he provide a foil for his captain at the other end? Goes big, goes high, goes for 6. On the slog sweep. 2 rows back into the party stand. Tom Aspinwall batting for the first time in a senior match here at Emirates Old Trafford. Gets his first 6. It's the end of the over. It's 207 for 5.
It's such a good shot as well. There's nothing wrong with the delivery. Plays it from the crease into that slog sweep, deep mid-wicket, shorter boundary. How's the breeze? Oh, it's still there. Breeze is still there. 411 for 6. Look at the 2 big centuries and an 81 from Budinger.
Jennings is 9 away from becoming the 3rd centurion of the match. Gets onto the front foot this time and drives into the offside. Budinger fields at extra cover, no run. We've got Ackerman continuing from the Brian Statham end. Into Jennings. It's a wristy shot off the back foot, going deep in the crease. Works it through mid-on for a single. 92 now to the Lancashire captain, 208 for 5.
Ackerman's doing well, isn't he? He's just getting through. This is his 8th over.
Gone for 39. Comes over the wicket to Aspinwall, who goes on the reverse, and reverse sweeps it straight to short fine, and it's caught inside the circle, and Aspinwall has to go for 16, and Ackerman picks up his first wicket.
And it's Rishi Patel just in that backward position. Aspinwall looks awkward as he plays the shot. The ball's too near to him. He gets a top edge, and it's a tame top edge, and it lobs nicely to Rishi Patel. So that's another big blow to Lancashire. Jennings still there, but losing wickets, losing too many wickets. They're up with a rate, but they're 6 down.
Losing partners. Lancashire captain Dane Vellas. That's Keaton Jennings when he was with Dane Vellas. The partnership was building nicely. They put on 74. Since the fall of Vellas, wickets have tumbled pretty quickly. Vellas run out, Balderson run out, Hurst LBW, and Aspinwall reverse sweeping. Top edge into Rishi Patel, who's having an excellent day here at Emirates Old Trafford. Blatherwick, Bailey, Williams and Morley remaining for Lancashire. They're still 204 runs away from victory.
And they're ahead of the rate. The 6 is a problem. And it's the 2 run-outs that they've really cost Lancashire. The run-outs with Villas well set. Leicestershire pushing back on the defensive. Couldn't bring leg spinner Ramsey into the attack then, but as soon as he got the wicket, he brings him into the attack. He's done well. Ackerman now 7.3 overs, 1 for 39.
It's a super job by Ackerman, isn't it? We wondered a little earlier on whether how much of a role he will play with the ball. Well, he's provided a fantastic role for his captain here. All at this Brian Statham end, just kind of tied one end down as he bowls to Blatherwick, who's the new batter. It's flatter and quicker, that first delivery. That's defended to the onside, no run. 1 for 39 into his 8th. Terrific stuff by the experienced Colin Ackerman. Gets Blatherwick on the front foot, playing and missing. taken by Peter Hanscom, and there is no run. Yeah, this will be 8 overs on the spin by Ackerman.
Good job. But the look at the 2 run-outs, you know, they were going so well on this pitch, pushing Leicestershire on the defensive. And experienced players, 2 very experienced players, and it just shows communication wrong.
Final ball of the 28th over. Ackerman to Blatherwick. Off the back foot. Sliced away through the offside. Up towards deep point. Blatherwick gets a single, keeps the strike as well. It's a 209 for 6. Lancashire here at Emirates Old Trafford on Lancs TV. And we're on the BBC Sport website and the app. It's the Metrobank one-day cup fixture. This is Lancashire's 3rd home match, actually. So just one more home game remaining of their group stage, which is next Tuesday, with Hampshire here next Tuesday morning.
Good side.
And then there's a bit of a road trip. We're off to Guildford, and then to Lords, and then to Welbeck. These are the run-outs. The first one there was Dame Villas. And then it's George Balderson who was sent back. Run out by Budinger. And those 2 run-outs. Perhaps just turning the momentum Leicestershire's way. Ramsey's come out of the attack. And Wright replaces him. Blatherwick drives out through the offside for 1 run. Moves on to 210 for 6.
So he's done well there to get Ramsey into the game. Had a nice little spell, so he brings him out. Wright comes back in, having bowled the first 5 overs.
Yeah, Wright started off in the 5 overs, 1 for 26 at the top. He sense an opportunity here. Leicestershire having got through the bulk of Lancashire's batters, but the captain's still there. 92 not out. Here comes Wright in and bowls to Jennings. Steered out through the offside for 1 run.
It's Lancashire's next game on Tuesday, Tuesday. So that's the end of their home fixtures, and then they're on the road for 3 away games. So you look at this game here and you reckon that next one against Hampshire is a must-win, definitely.
The one-day cup group table following the earlier results today. Hampshire are now top. They've played 3 and won 3. As Wright comes in and bowls to Blatherwick. He's groping at that outside the off stump and through to the keeper. No run. Nottinghamshire are second with 2 wins from 4 and 5 points. And then Lancashire, Leicestershire and Kent in 3rd, 4th and 5th place, all with 4 points. Yorkshire with 2 points are in 6th, and then Middlesex, Surrey and Essex with 1 point each at the bottom. The top 3 qualify. If you finish first, directly to a home semi-final. 2nd and 3rd place for teams face a playoff match. Driven into the offside by Blatherwick. He moves on to 3, 212 for 6.
I'd say that next Tuesday game is a huge game. Hampshire at the top. You need to turn them over. The home fixture.
Yeah, then to Guildford to take on Surrey, and then to Middlesex at Lords, and up to Welbeck.
Where's that?
To take on Nottinghamshire.
All right.
Right to Jennings. It's worked away off the hip. He's behind square on the leg side. Ramsey comes up from the boundary to field. Jennings moves on to 94, 213 for 6.
He fields well, Ramsey. He's very quick to the ball there and got a rocket arm.
He's enjoying a good debut for Leicestershire.
Excellent, really good.
In contrast, the experienced Chris Wright. He's in and bowling to Blatherwick. That's just pushed out into the offside. And there is no run, fielded by Saul Budinger. End of the over, so 29 gone. It's 199 more runs required. 126 balls left, but just 4 wickets remaining.
And just 4 runs from that over there from right. 6 overs for 30, no damage there. Last delivery was a cross seam. It didn't do anything, but it's something different.
Ackerman's spell is going to continue. He's 9th over on the spin, 1 for 40. Done a super job for his captain. And ball to Jennings off the back foot and takes a single through mid-off.
Again, there's no damage to him at all. He's bowled these 9 overs just off spin, nothing else, no mystery. But Lancs haven't been able to get after him. He's bowled it quickly. He's quite tall.
Experienced white ball bowler, isn't he, Ackerman? Played back towards him by Blatherwick. Oh, it's a super catch. Wonderful catch off his own bowling. Done really well to react to that. Low down to his right. And Blatherwick has to depart. He's gone for 3. Caught and bowled by Colin Ackerman.
Thick outside edge. It's a one-handed, right-handed catch going low to his right, and he parries the ball. He just punches it in the air, gets it on the 2nd attempt. So this is a better still spell of bowling by Ackerman.
Yeah, it was a 2nd attempt, wasn't it? He's juggled it. There he goes, great reactions. Parried it up and took it 2nd time round. 2 for 41's a terrific effort into his 9th over.
Not the worst coming in now, Tom Bailey. Jennings is still there, 95 from 83. It looks a lost cause, 7 down. Just looking at the catch again, and it's a thick outside edge. As he's trying to turn it into the leg side, into mid-wicket, pushes it straight back. But it's a good catch. He goes away low to his right, and he pushes it in the air and gets it the 2nd attempt. So now very tall batsmen, 2 of them. Tom Bailey joins Jennings. Jennings has stood firm.
Yes, he has. 95 from 83. Leicestershire do go on and win this game, and go joint top with Hampshire.
But they move up then, yeah. So where are they? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Will they have played 4 matches?
Yep.
And 3 wins if they win this.
6 points level with Hampshire at the top. Should they go on to win this game? Ackerman to Bailey. Oh, and Bailey kind of getting half forward, trying to jab the ball away. With a little bit of bounce and turn there for Ackerman.
It did.
Actually back on the replay, that delivery. Into Bailey. He just leans into it and works the ball through mid-on for a single. And he gets his first run, 2:15 for 7 in the 30th over.
I wonder in the aftermath that the coaches and the staff would think, well, they got too many. That's a lot of runs, 411. How did we bowl? What do we give ourselves out of 10? Maybe a 6.
Ackerman around the wicket to Jennings. The back foot driving into the offside, but for no run. 2:15 for 7. One ball left of the over. And Ackerman's in, and he bowls to Jennings, and that's played back down the pitch, and there's no run. End of the over, 30 gone, 2:15 for 7.
Jennings on 95, Bailey on 1. Is there still belief? Well, the smiles from Tom Bailey there. He can hit a long ball, but he's got to stay with Jennings. Has to stay with him.
Bumble, you do one more. You do one more with Paul?
Absolutely.
Now come and replace you.
Just needed another big over. Just needed another big over. He's still, oh no, he's got right, comes back. And he's bowled well. The experience of Wright, the experience of Ackerman.
right in, and Bailey just nudges that away on the leg side. It's looking a tall task, David, this for Lancashire.
Run-outs.
Run-outs,
Oh,
I
no.
know.
Not on a pitch like this.
No. No, why? Dane Villas is always pushing pushing his partner, basically, because he's so fast. That he was batting so well. Just, well, he ran two, almost.
He did.
Didn't he?
He did.
Still, as long as Keaton Jennings is there, there's hope for Lancashire, and Tom Bailey can play nicely too. Right, in again. Right doing what right does. Chance of a run out. Overthrows here. No.
Do you know, at the end of the Leicestershire innings, as the players walked off, there was a resounding boos all around the ground.
Yeah, what was that for?
Because the security had taken the beach ball. They took the beach ball off the children.
Well, why did they do that?
Oh, they were having fun.
Yeah, you're not allowed to have fun.
Hey.
Right, in to Bailey. He always stays, or tends to stay leg side, Bailey, and that just clips him on the pad. Would have gone well down the leg side.
And a good shot there, an appeal with the wicket-keeper going down the leg side. He's sliding down there, so it's going to go in that direction.
Good bowling performance from Leicester, from the two senior bowlers, and the other bowlers have chipped in nicely, but Wright and Ackerman particularly got good figures. Wright 1 for 31, and Ackerman's just finished nicely 2 for. That's Tom Bailey. Pulled it away from just short of a length on middle stump, and that's boundary to Bailey.
When you look at the two bowlers that have been really good for Leicestershire, all the experience and no frills.
No.
Just doing what they do. I've done it for years, and this is what I'm going to continue to do. Just basic. Ackerman has bowled all the way through, and nobody's been really able to get after him.
2 for 42, Ackerman.
Off 9, has he bowled 9 or 10? 9, isn't it?
9, I think.
9.
Yeah. Yeah. And Wright, as you say, I mean, he does what he does. He just runs in and bowls straight. He varies his pace a little, but doesn't bowl any rubbish at all. He's in again from the Anderson end. Short ball this time, flapped away by Tom Bailey. Off the splice, away to square leg for a single. That's the end of another right over. 1 for 36 for him from 7. And Lancashire double Nelson, 222 for 7. For the viewers of Lancs TV, see the worm there, and Lancashire actually level pegging with Leicester in terms of progress.
7 down,
but the wickets are the thing, and run rates comparable as well, as it would be, obviously. So it's Ackerman to complete his spell. Just last over for him from the stay the men in bowls. Bit of width for a change, but Bailey can't capitalise. Mistimes it out to cover.
It's been a great plan for Leicestershire for him to bowl all the way through, Ackerman.
Slightly shorter this time, and Bailey nudges it off his hip for a single. Well, it was the run-outs, I think, as you said, that have enabled Ackerman to carry on bowling, haven't they?
Yeah,
I mean,
costly.
Never a question mark about Ackerman and his bowling. Lancashire unable to exert any pressure on him. He's in again, bowls. It's just that nagging back of a length, push through at pace, and Jennings gets a single to long on. Tom Bailey will have a go though. He'll have a swing away to mid-wicket. You watch. Oh, he kept himself in check there as Ackerman bowled it full and on, middle and off. just pushed into the leg side for a single.
So he'll probably, when Ackerman finishes at the Statham end, bring the leg spinner back in.
Could do, couldn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Final ball then for Ackerman. It's been a really fine spell to follow his 100. It's a single off that final ball. Ackerman's over complete, 2 for 46 from his 10 overs, 226 for 7. Jennings on 98, Bailey on 8, and Bumbles off on the tube to the wilds of North Yorkshire.
Well, hopefully it's not closed as it was earlier.
Oh, was it?
Apparently.
You've not come on the 62.
No.
Richard's here, folks, from Leicester. If he's come on the 62 from Leicester, he's come a long way around.
I did, yes. No, but I am a Yorkshireman, and I was
your route then.
So yeah, absolutely. Spent a lot of time covering rugby league as well, so up and down that M62 corridor for a fair old while. Chris Wright is in. Jennings cuts him down into the ground from just outside off stump. He's going to run down to wide third man. He's going to take one, move on to 99. He seems to have taken a while to get to the 3 figures. Keaton Jennings, who started very quickly.
Yeah, everything's just slowed up, hasn't it? As wickets do. I mean, they just slow your progress. You can't build a partnership. And Leicester firmly in control of this, with Lancashire needing 190.
Wright is in to Bailey, who, without too much foot movement, pushes firmly, but comes off a slightly inside part of the bat, runs it out to mid-on, where Hill will be feeling reasonably okay with the state of affairs at the moment. Fields hands the ball to Wright, has a quick word with his senior bowler. Not much, I don't think you could tell Chris Wright at 38.
No, just saying, David and I were just saying that the 2 senior bowlers, Ackerman and Wright, have done a brilliant job for Leicester.
They have. Wright charges in and bowls hit up into the air by Bailey, but he's got it over long off for 6. Felt for a minute it wasn't going to travel quite as far as it did, but in fact, big levers from Bailey, and when you see the shot from sideways on, it's a lovely hit. And he picks up 6. He has not given up, not by a long chalk. 233 for 7. Bailey on to 14.
Well, he plays it aggressively, Tom Bailey, always does. Doesn't matter what form of the game it is, whether it's red ball over 4 days or white ball, he will always bat aggressively.
Wright is in to him. Fuller this time, driven out by Bailey, only as far as Ackerman, but it was moving pretty quickly. It rather bounced off Ackerman's hands and a few feet away to his right. Seeing that, Bailey called Jennings through, for in the end was a safe enough single.
You've only got to be near Tom Bailey on the golf course to realise that he can hit a mean ball. He hits it miles off the tee. Miles.
The cricketers are pretty good at golf, aren't they?
Yeah.
Must be some affinity between the two sports, the swing, the timing, the ball sense. Right, into Jennings on 99, clubbed out towards mid-off, but only as far as mid-off. Dropped it a little bit shorter there, Chris Wright. Jennings tried to sort of baseball style whack it away with a horizontal bat. Didn't quite time it. He remains on 99, 90 balls faced now. 12 fours. Lancashire skipper anchoring the innings, but he's going to have to explode, having gone to his 3 figures, if they're going to get close. In goes Wright, bowls to him. He strokes it out into the covers, but only as far as covers. There's a boo from the crowd. I don't think it's aimed at Jennings per se. I think the fact that it just went straight to a field and they were ready to applaud.
I think it's a boo for the fact that he hasn't got his 100, or why Leicester would let him get to 100, I've no idea. But
it's not yet.
No, it's not part of the game, that, is it?
So, do the decent thing, Leicestershire. Give him one.
Give him one. No, well, no. It doesn't work that way.
No, I don't think so.
No. It's another good over from Wright. Just 1 for 44, his figures. Now then, we've got a change of bowling, haven't we?
We have. And I'm pleased to see it. Louis Kimber's coming on. He bowls a sort of kind of off spin as well, but I haven't seen him this season. So see how he gets on. Well, he drops that one short and it doesn't really spin and it's cut away for 4. So, well, I say a kind of off spin. He's better than that delivery, Louis Kimber, which sounds a daft thing to say, but he is, but he just doesn't get much chance. And when you don't, the more occasional you become, the more occasional your bowling sort of becomes in terms of its consistency. In he goes and bowls. Again, he drops short, pulled this time by Bailey, but only as far as Mulder at long on. Takes 1. Bailey on to 20.
Well, it's no pitch to bowl as a on which to bowl as a part-timer, that is for sure. You have to have your wits about you, and you have to be accurate. Ackerman has shown how to bowl off breaks and with not much variation, apart from in pace, and done it brilliantly.
Kimber steps in and bowls again a little bit short. Jennings goes back and cuts it into the gap in the covers, out to Ramji, coming in from the cover boundary, and that is the single the Lancashire captain needed for his 100. It has come off 92 balls, includes 12 fours, and he holds both bat and helmet up all around the crowd.
Yeah, it's a thoroughly well appreciated 100 by the crowd and his team. He's led from the front as captain and opening batsman in this chase.
Kimber is into Bailey, who goes back and wristily turns the delivery out towards mid-wicket. Ramji comes in and field. A bit like yourself, I thought he might come on to replace Ackerman at this end, Uttam Ramji.
Yeah, I don't know why. Maybe just wants to get an over or 2 in from Kimber, give him a bit of exposure as the next ball is drilled back straight at the bowler. No run.
Gives them another option if they can get Kimber bowling, the Foxes. Kimber steps in, bowls, better length, but well, he hasn't got that one away. Keith Jennings went for the sweep. It wasn't quite far enough down leg side as far as he was concerned. He missed it, came off the pad, bounced out into the onside end of the over. 7 from it from Louis Kimber, and well, that's 3 less than Lancashire needed, or need at the moment. The rate required is 10.69 from the remaining 16 overs. That's a lot of pressure. 3 fours and over, basically.
11 and over for 16 overs with 3 wickets in the hutch. I know where my money is.
I guess. Just thinking about Chris Wright. How old were you when you stopped, when you retired?
Oh, me? 36.
36. Right, he's 38 now.
Yeah.
And he's just signed for a 2-year deal with Sussex, so...
Good effort. Looked after himself well. And keep playing as long as you can, I say. A long time out of the game.
Yeah.
Here's somebody just entering the game. Josh Hull, who's just, well, 19 next week. And has bowled pretty well so far, like what I see.
He's having a go from the Anderson end, the pavilion end. Bowls outside off stump, crashed away through the offside by Bailey as far as Ramji, who's out there on the cover boundary, slides, picks up, gets his throw away, just the one. Usually gets a little bit of swing, but not today, not those sort of conditions.
Well, you know, does he swing the white ball? Does he swing it when it's old? Does he?
Not when it's old, no, yeah. I mean,
not reverse swing.
Really, do they? But
not reverse swing?
No. Not that I've seen.
Well, these balls don't get much of a chance to get older. They only have 25 overs maximum.
They don't.
Ball at either end.
But even so, after 3 or 4, there's not much usually there, is there? In he comes and bowls to Jennings down the leg side, spears it down the leg side. Jennings steps inside, ignores it. Taken by Hanscom, wide, of course, signalled.
But he looks a decent prospect, Josh Hull. Just have to manage himself a little bit at 6'7", tall, gangly bowler. Make sure
he's already had a slight side issue.
Oh, well, you always get those as bowlers. Bit of a nip in the side. Don't want to get more than 1 or 2 in your career, that's for sure.
charges in and bowls to Jennings, who clubs him very, very straight through mid-on, back down the wicket on the onside, down to long on for 4. Stood and delivered there, Keaton Jennings.
Well, it's one of his favourite strokes, isn't it? Didn't use his feet this time. It was more a stand and deliver with mid-on and mid-off, both up and in the circle. Just able to swing through the line of the ball. Still up as well, mid-on, mid-off.
Hull, looking determined, runs in and bowls to Jennings, who pulls him out towards mid-wicket. Ackerman scampers across to his left from the edge of the circle, makes the stop, 1 taken. They see the likes of Hull as sort of foundation for the future. Leicestershire trying to develop young players now. I'll have to make a couple of signings over the winter. Hanscom might come back.
Ackerman's going, is he?
Ackerman has signed to go to
Wright's
Durham.
going.
Wright is going to Sussex. Callum Parkinson is going to Durham. Hull is in and bowls to Bailey. Again, minimal foot movement, chops him away through point. Ramji feels, slides, can't pick it up first time, so a comfortable 2 taken by Bailey. But those 3 departures were sort of all announced at the same time, and there was general concern among Leicester supporters, well, who will maybe follow, especially on the back of Nixon leaving as well. But Foxes have managed to sign up pretty much everybody else, or extend contracts on everybody else, including Rishi Patel, as we were talking about earlier. So they'll hope that they'll have a base for next season. In goes Hull, bowls, short, pulled around the corner, down 2 long leg by George Bailey. He's fighting away, 25 off 20 for him. Jennings 105 now. 250 up for Lancashire. Scott was saying you're overseeing a new ground being built, or development of a ground in Preston as a sort of...
Yeah, just south of Preston,
ground.
round about Bamber Bridge, a place called Farrington. We've got planning permission. It's a joint affair with Lancashire Council. It's going to be a centre of excellence for women's and girls cricket in the northwest of England. It's going to be our Lancashire's academy ground. We'll play second team, some first team cricket there when Emirates Old Trafford is being used for other things.
Hull into Jennings, might have been a slightly slower delivery, hit down into the ground, bounces past Hull, but slowly, and as a consequence Hill can feel comfortable at mid-off. End of the over, 251 for 7 after 35.
Yeah, it's an exciting project which is hopefully going to get underway this winter. And
so is it a greenfield side?
It's a greenfield site.
Okay.
Yeah, two cricket ovals. Nets, pavilion, so it'll be a first class ground which will have probably capacity of around about 8,000, and Lancashire may play 50 over cricket, T20, maybe the odd county game there, championship.
Kimber into Bailey, just works it out towards mid wicket. Ackerman fields, turns, throws to the non-striker's end. Kimber gathers, single taken.
Yeah, Tom Bailey up to 26, so going well. Can play, can throw the bat and play a very useful support role to Keaton Jennings.
This is not over yet, by a long way. In goes Kimber, bowls to Jennings, who slogs it out to mid-wicket. Hill takes it on the bounce, gets his throw away, but the throw is slightly short, slightly wide, and Hanscom can't take it. Bailey might have made his ground anyway. Didn't bounce very far short of Lewis Hill. Didn't quite get all of that. Keaton Jennings gets 1. Moves on to 106. Is in, gives it some air, slogged, sweat, or tempted slog over mid-wicket by Bailey, hit hard down into the ground, trickles out to mid-wicket.
If you've ever seen Tom Bailey bat,
that was his.
Just float it up, see what he wants to do. He'll try and hit you straight back over your head.
Kimber does that, and he goes for the drive, and doesn't connect, taken by Hanscom. Better this over from Kimber, he's given it a little bit more air, and pitched it a little bit further forward. The first over, there were a few shorter deliveries, but perhaps beginning to find a little bit of his rhythm now, a little bit of line and length. Steps in and bowls. Down the wicket goes Bailey. Maybe Kimber saw him coming, dragged his length back a bit. Bailey just defends it out, blocks it out into the offside. There is a single there because it's wide of Hill. But good from Kimber. A better over, as I say, so far. Can he come out of it equally well? That's the key. Last ball, round the wicket he goes to Keaton Jennings, who smashes it to mid-wicket and is dropped. Diving away to his right by Leicestershire skipper Lewis Hill. Got two hands to it. Would have been a good catch, but not an impossible catch. It wasn't a sort of miracle diving away to his right. It was a sort of goalkeeper-style parry, and he got there. And having got there, he'll be disappointed he couldn't hang on. Jennings picks up one.
Yeah, he got a full hand or two hands on it, did the Leicester captain.
That would have been that, probably, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, I think so. Yeah. Jennings not timing it, but hitting it hard enough to make Lewis Hill wring his left hand. Staying out there, so no real damage done.
157 needed off 84. Duckworth Lewis suggesting the score should be about 345. That seems a bit high.
Well, it's because they've lost 7
because
wickets.
Of the wickets, I suppose.
Yeah, that's why.
But even so, it does seem a bit harsh with 15 overs to go.
With 14 overs to go,
14,
it does, doesn't it?
Yeah. I don't know. Hill is in and bowls a slightly slower delivery. Jennings mistimes it out as far as mid-off on the edge of the circle. Takes one. Rate required now 11.28.
Scott is studiously
studying DLS.
Yeah, well, he's holding it sort of at arm's length, wondering if it can be right.
Hull is in. To Bailey down the leg side, will be wided and is swung and a miss from Bailey. A curious DLS incident at Leicestershire against Notts. Leicestershire only made 212 off their 50 overs, but they were deducted runs because we had two sort of 20-minute spells of rain. Lost 6 overs, so it was reduced to 44. But their total was actually reduced, and we couldn't quite understand it. But it was because of when they'd lost wickets before the rain breaks. Apparently, in goes Hull. Bowls driven away in the air, but wide of extra cover for 4 by George Bailey.
Tom Bailey.
I beg your pardon.
You keep
George
is the chairman of selectors for Australia, but played a bit like that as well.
I was going to say
occasionally.
Tall.
Yeah.
Right-handed.
But that is Tom's favourite stroke. That little bit of room outside off stump and smeared away at a tremendous pace through extra cover.
So Bailey into the 30s now. 31 off 25. 3 4s and a 6 to his name. Hull is in to him, short, pulled around the corner, down to fine leg for 4 more. Well, Bailey keeping the Lancashire flame burning, hopes alive still. He's hitting out to good effect. 265 for 7, Bailey on to 35.
Well, this is exactly what the Lancashire faithful would have been hoping for, and the Lancashire dressing room. One of Tom Bailey's aggressive innings. And it's aggressive, it's punctuated with classy shots. We've just seen 2 of them in succession.
Hull getting a bit of punishment, goes in and bowls, smashed up into the air, but it's going to go over mid on. Hill isn't going to get there, it plugs, doesn't quite cross the ropes at long on, and Bailey has to settle for a couple.
Told you he was a good golfer. Got plenty of spin on that. Check, it just nestled by the pin.
Didn't it? Sort of an 8 iron, 9 iron, as opposed to the 6 iron that he needed to put it into the seats underneath the point balcony. Still very well occupied. Hull charging in, bowls to Bailey. That's a better line and length. On off stump, maybe just outside, slightly short of a perfect length, and punched away by Bailey off the back foot out as far as Ramji on the cover boundary takes 1. 38 to him now. But with each single scored, the rate required goes up, although they've got it back down underneath 11, Lancashire.
Oh, yeah.
It's still there. How many's off the over now? 10, 11, 12, 13, because the wide as well means one more ball to come. This is great experience for Hull, who is into the left hand. Jennings, who steps across his stumps well before the ball had been delivered. Hull followed him to a certain extent. Jennings went through with the shot, stepping across into the offside, trying to ramp it over. Wicketkeeper Hanscom didn't get anything on it, fell rather inelegantly upon his rear end, and the whole thing goes down in the scorebook as a dot.
Well, it's not a shot to play if you're 6'4". It didn't look particularly at ease playing it either. He's getting in position to try and play the ramp over down to fine leg, and getting himself in a bit of a tangle. Viewers are now watching the fall of the wickets. Bell and Bohannon, the first two to go.
Not missing anything because Tom Scriven and Lewis Hill in deeper discussions. The run-outs, those are the key, weren't they? Oh, so far they've been the key.
Well, yeah, I mean, two poor run-outs really. Villas setting off for a run that wasn't there, so too Balderson. And then Hurst LBW.
Helps the umpire when you're already walking away, doesn't it?
Well, yeah.
He was looking back, but
it looked a little bit leg side.
I thought so.
Hey-ho.
Scriven is into Bailey. Off drives beautifully, lofted off drive, down to long off, over mid off for 4. Lovely shot. That was a proper cricket shot.
Well, he does. He hits it straight. He hits it firmly. Doesn't slog, Tom. That's a beautiful off drive with a high left elbow. Nothing wrong with that at all.
No great follow through, just held the pose at the top. Beautiful shot, beautifully timed. Hanscom standing up to the wicket now as Scriven goes in, bowls, just to drop down into the offside. Yeah, he calls to his captain, brings him through for the single, moves on to 43. 273 for 7. Ideal start to the over, 4 from the first ball. Takes a lot of the pressure off. Run rate also may be a factor in this competition, so closer Lancashire can get, obviously, to win it, but if they can't, they can get close.
Yeah, it's a tight group, isn't it? It will be a tight group. I think the rain in the early part of the tournament has concertinaed everybody a little.
When do you hope the ground in Preston to be ready for play? Sorry, is that...
well, well, it's got to be at least 2 years.
Yeah, you assume so.
Yeah.
Possibly 3 then. It's the implication.
Well, yeah,
there.
I mean, there's all sorts of hurdles to jump. And
Scriven is into Jennings, who smashes it out, but only as far as mid-wicket. Really good fielding out there by Josh Hull. It was on the right side of Hull, if you like. The left-hander, he was moving to his left, made the stop on the slide, got his throw away, 1 taken. The Lancashire sponsor Seat Unique. There's a Seat Unique stadium somewhere, isn't there? I can't.
Durham, is it?
Durham. Oh, is that the Seat Unique stadium? Is it? Yeah. In goes Scriven, bowls straightish to Bailey, who waits for the delivery and wristily clips it out to mid-wicket, takes 1. Queuing up to sponsor Lancashire, and the Old Trafford ground though, not a problem. Sponsors.
Well,
they have to be looked after.
Emirates Old Trafford is what it is. I mean, it's naming rights of the ground. Emirates have been a long-standing partner of Lancashire. Well, I don't think Lancashire would be where they are now if it wasn't for Emirates and the financial support in general that they give us. So, pretty important, the old naming rights.
They are. Scriven is in, bowls driven firmly, but only as far as Mulder at mid-off by Keaton Jennings. As well pitched up, not quite in the slot. Jennings trying to carve it away through the offside. Just kind of get the feeling that it doesn't really come naturally to Keaton Jennings to really sort of open his shoulders and slog, so to speak. He's too correct a player in a way. Maybe not. Outside off stump, reached for that one, managed to get there, drove it away through the offside, picked up one, end of the over.
Well, he's an opening bat, so he'd like to think he plays in a cultured way, but he's perfectly capable of playing a white ball innings, and he's doing well so far. Richard, it's been nice. I'll leave you in the company of Scott to see Lancashire through to what will be a memorable victory.
Thank you, Paul. It's been a pleasure. There is nothing in it in terms of the worm. If you're watching on this stream, you'll see that they almost exactly where they need to be, Lancashire. They'd, I'm sure, prefer to have another wicket or two in hand, but this is far from over. 12 overs remain. 72 balls, 136 needed by Lancashire. 3 wickets by Leicestershire. Bailey 44, Jennings 110, Scott back alongside.
Yeah, Jennings going for a big shot back over Ramji's head all the way. 4-6, I reckon. Yeah, big hit straight down the ground by the Lancashire captain, Keaton Jennings. Who's, well, he's doing all he can. He's playing his part, isn't he, here for Lancashire. 282 for 7. And hit firmly. Full swing of the bat. And over the rope and over the advertising board.
These two, the last wicket was 214. Kind of looked all over.
Goes again, 6 more. It's a bit more of a slog this time from Keaton Jennings, but blimey, didn't he catch it? Just little room and then bang, back over the bowler's head. Successive sixes.
Right, young Mr. Ramji's now finding out what senior cricket is all about, isn't he? This is going to be tough for him.
Yeah. It's been a wonderful experience, though. I mean, he's bowling to a super talented batter in Keaton Jennings, who's giving it plenty at the minute. That's hammered out towards the offside. That's going to be 4 more. So 6, 6 and a 4. Jennings moves on to 126 not out.
Is this the over? And the game swings when it turns.
Well, it's 292 for 7.
So that is over 700 runs in the game, in the day.
I think that last ball from Ramji is probably an example of the feeling a little bit of the pressure. Having been hit for successive sixes, it drags it horribly short, and Jennings puts it away. That's better. That's nudged away towards square leg by Keaton Jennings. He might come back for 2. Decides against it. So Budinger comes up from the boundary. So just the single. So 293 for 7. And Jennings now to 127 not out. 119 required from 68. But just 3 wickets remaining. At the minute, though, this partnership is worth 79. I think it's Lancashire's best partnership of their innings. Ramji bowls to Bailey. That's just turned off his hip down towards short fine leg. And they shuffle through for a quick single. And the score moves on to 294 for 7. Yeah, it is the highest partnership of the innings for Lancashire, going past Jennings and Villas, who added 77 earlier on. Final ball of the 39th over. And Jennings goes high towards the leg side. There's a man out in the deep who takes the catch. And that's the end of Keaton Jennings. Excellent knock by the Lancashire captain, doing all he could to try and keep Lancashire in the match. But falls for 127. Ramji picks up his second wicket. It's 294 for 8.
And Leicestershire's all-round man of the match is the catcher, Colin Ackerman. Runs, wickets and catches for Ackerman.
Let's hear the applause for Keaton Jennings, because as Scott said, very much kept his side in this game.
That's a fabulous innings, it is. Opening the batting with a huge score ahead of him. Fine knock by the Lancashire captain, but Ramji, having gone for successive sixes and then a 4 at the start of the over, well, he ends his 5th over with his picking up his 2nd wicket. He's now got 2 for 51.
Brave, really. Those last couple of deliveries, he tossed them up. Could easily have wiped that one over deep mid-wicket, but it's a long way out there. Colin Ackerman made no mistake. But Bailey's still there. 45, not out off 32. Need a little bit of help from Will Williams now, but I imagine, like every cricketer these days, Williams can probably bat as well. Not many genuine number 11s, are there? Not that he's number 11 or number 10.
Jennings total, by the way, 127 off 109 balls, 14 fours and 2 sixes.
6-6-4 off the first 3 balls of that Ramji over, but then just a single under wicket. 2 singles in a wicket, that's what it would have been. Scriven from the Statham end, looking down on him. In he goes, bowled slightly short, cut and punched away, really. Horizontal bat, clubbed away, baseball style almost, by Bailey, who came advancing down the wicket. Looked as though it had bounced up and perhaps top part of the bat. In fact, he got plenty of it, crashed it away through extra cover. No chance for Hull to get across, or Hill. And Bailey continues his charge. He's on to 49 already, 33 balls faced. That was his 6th 4 to go with the 6.
It's good fun to watch bat, Tom Bailey. I know Paul was saying to you, wasn't he, about how cleanly he hits the ball. He's when he gets in, yeah, he's quite good fun to watch.
Dangerous.
I think he quite enjoys it too, by the looks of it.
Scriven is in, bowls to him. He goes back, cuts it away, and that is the one he needed for his 50. Louis Kimber's out there on the boundary. As you already gathered, it came off 34 balls, 6 fours and a 6. And again, keeping his side in with a sniff is Tom Bailey. He might feel also that he didn't bowl as well as he has, or can, certainly, and maybe owes his side a knock. Well, he's certainly repaying them in those terms at the moment.
It's his first 50 in List A cricket as well. He's gone past his previous highest score, which was 45. Reaching 50 in List A cricket for the first time.
I'm a bit surprised about that. Like as you say, he looks a sort of dangerous lower order batsman. How many matches has he played, does it say? As in goes Scriven, bowls to Williams, who goes back and perfectly competently works it off his legs down to square leg. Ackerman fields, 1 taken.
This is only the 19th time he's batted in List A cricket.
Right, well. And the 300 is up for Lancashire. It's come up in the 40th. The 40th over, 39.3. 112 needed off 63 deliveries. Scriven is in. Oh, that was a chance. Bailey stepped across his stumps and tried just to ramp it over Hanscom, or fine of Hanscom. Didn't get anything on it, and the ball didn't miss the stumps by very much. So Hampshire 3 from 3, where Leicestershire go on Sunday. They won today at Sucombe near Mansfield. Against Notts, of course. In goes Scriven, bowls, slapped into the air, over his head, and I think 1 bounce for 4. Oh no, it has gone the distance. Lewis Hill looks back. Vian Mulder perhaps signalled the 6. It's below us, so we can't quite see, but a really good straight hit again. Yeah, well over. 2 or 3 feet over the ropes down there. Bailey on to 56, his 2nd maximum.
I think you mentioned this to Paul, but should it go on to be a defeat for Lancashire and an excellent win for Leicestershire, the margin of that victory could be important.
Scriven is in again. Bailey stepping across, trying to ramp, and again the ball misses the stumps by enough to make both the bowler and wicketkeeper pause with their chins in their hands, just to emphasise to Bailey how close that was. Bailey won't mind. 306 for 8 after 40, 10 to go. More than 100 needed, 106, but again, they've been keeping that run rate at about 10-11. Lancashire, they have lost wickets, only 2 to go. They probably can't afford to lose another, you wouldn't imagine, unless it's, I suppose, I don't know, what can the last man do? Can he hang around with Tom Bailey?
I've seen too much of Jack Morley batting, so I can't.
We don't know, but we assume he can bat, because they all can.
Yeah, the net run rate could be a factor in a pretty short group, only 8 matches, and already there's quite a few teams all bunched up together, so it could be important, that.
Talking about genuine number 11s.
As Ramsey's into Williams, that's 4, just turns the ball towards backward square leg for a single.
Lancashire, I suppose, strictly speaking, still do have one, and I saw him play for Kent on Sunday. Matty Parkinson. he probably is a number, in fairness to him.
Ramsey to Bailey, down on 1-0, looking to try and slog sweep it through to the keeper. There's no run. Did he play today? Kent won at Surrey, didn't he, today?
He says he now considers himself a Kent player.
Oh, he's picked up 4 for 43 today.
Good on him.
Ramsey to Bailey. High through the offside, long offs potentially in the game, a lot of ground to make up. Swatted out towards that kind of wide long off boundary, almost extra cover by the time Scriven gets round in front of the hotel. And Bailey shuffles back for 2 more. He moves on to 58. It's 309 for 8.
He said he was hoping to persuade Lancashire to let him go to Kent for the last 4 championship games as well.
To Bailey, it's a gorgeous looking sweep shot out towards the leg side, but has he got enough? Oh, it's a great effort on the rope to flick it back, hoping that Kimber will be there to take the catch. It's a fine piece of fielding.
I'm surprised he wasn't able to flick it back to his... Oh, brilliant, brilliant.
Great effort. This is muscled out towards Kimber at deep mid-wicket by Williams for a single. So who's thrown that back? Is that Budinger?
I think it is Budinger at square leg. And these days, you're kind of quite surprised they don't flick it to a teammate. He tried to, I think, but he just couldn't pick out Kimber, who was quite nearby. It went just wide of him.
Yeah, he did his best to try and find Kimber, didn't he, with that throw. It's flicked out to square leg by Bailey for 1 run. He moves on to 60. 312 for 8 is the end of the 41st over, so Bailey 60 from 41. It's exactly 100 more runs to win. 54 balls remaining for Lancashire. Bailey and Williams batting together here under the lights at Emirates Old Trafford.
That was a good, arguably a little bit fortunate there, Ramsey, but no boundaries conceded in the over. It's just 6 from it. Leicestershire would certainly take that at this stage.
This is the dismissal of Keaton Jennings, a big hit out towards deep mid-wicket. Ackerman taking the catch. Lancashire skipper going for 127.
So Ackerman 100, unbeaten. 2 wickets, 2 catches. There's Mr. Onions. Looking just the same as he did, almost, starting out at Durham. I remember seeing it. That makes me feel old. Right. Is it me?
It is.
It is. Right is in from the Statham end. Pulled out to square leg. Oh, got there.
Oh,
Ramsey took the catch.
Great
what a catch. I saw something bounce forward. It was his glasses off his cap, but he's actually chased forward from deep backward square and taken an extraordinary catch. He has 2. Yeah. I think there was a little bit of a sort of bobble, but I think it was up in his hands. But
yeah, it was good to me.
And he held on to it.
Yeah, it's been given out. The two umpires were just confirming that. Had a little conversation, and eventually the umpire raised his finger, so he's going to have to go. It's a fantastic catch.
It's a shame when the crowd boo in those circumstances, because they haven't got a clue until really you see them really close up. But Bailey goes for a splendid 60, made off 42 balls, 6 fours and 2 sixes, and he seems to be taking it fairly philosophically. Raises his bat to the crowd, touches gloves with the number 11. The two umpires have a chat in mid-pitch, but maybe we'll see another replay. He got his 2 hands underneath it. There was a sort of bobble, wasn't there? But
here we go. Let's have another look at this here.
Let's see.
Kind of super slow motion. You might be able to have a closer look at this. I mean, he's done so well to get across the ground, hasn't he? And he puts the dive in. Oh, I think that's a super catch.
It was just that second bit where, you know, whether it just sort of bobbled a bit. I don't think it went on the ground. I think it stayed above, you know, sort of on top of the hands, so to speak. But the crowd seem happy enough now, having seen the replay. And again, young Ramji. We're going to see it from another angle. Okay. Let's have a look. Okay. Yep, no, that's fine. Absolutely fine. Well done, young man. It did sort of pop up a bit in the hand, but he kept clearly hold of it, and his wrist was well underneath it, held off the ground. So Tom Ramji has had a debut that he won't forget, I don't think. Lancashire 312 for 9. As right is into Jack Morley bowls. Morley steps away, tries to sort of carve it, perhaps down to third man. Didn't get anything on it, bounces through to Hanscom. And there is no run.
I mentioned Matt Parkinson picking up 4 wickets for Kent today. So Kent have beaten Surrey by 87 runs. Hampshire beating Nottinghamshire by 91 runs. Durham beating Derbyshire by 27 runs. Sussex beating Somerset by 4 wickets. And Essex actually beat Middlesex to win the match by 3 runs. That was a pretty thrilling finish there.
Right is in. Morley again tries to do the same thing. Steps back, tries to carve it away through the offside, misses it by a distance. In terms of the table, it looks like everybody's beating everybody at the moment.
Yeah, it does.
With the exception of Hampshire, who've won 3 out of 3. Let's see what Leicestershire make of them on Sunday.
Middlesex were 246 for 4 after 37 overs, chasing 299 to win.
Right in again. Morley stays in his crease this time, just blocks it out into the offside, takes 1. So Essex stuck at it, and they're playing a pretty decent side, aren't they? Everybody's playing a fairly decent side in this competition. I said decent. In terms of as many senior players as they can muster.
Yeah, Wesley's playing, Harmer's playing.
Harmer.
Porter's playing.
Bo Webster.
Yeah, he's their new
Great
signing.
name.
Yeah, he's played quite a bit of Big Bash cricket. Aussie international.
Okay.
So it's their kind of signing for this one-day competition, Bo Webster.
Jamie Porter. Right is in to Williams, who waits for the delivery, just tickles it round the corner, down too long leg. Is sent back. Morley was interested in the possibility of a second. No, says Williams. 314 for 9. 1 or 2 in the crowd now, beginning to make their way. 726 runs so far today. A testament to both the batting, but especially I suspect the pitch. In goes right and bowls. Morley defends out into the offside. Runs 1. Maybe that these two will just try to play out and pick up what runs they can from the final 8 overs or so, on the basis that they can get the score to within sort of 50 or 60 and thereby again reduce the damage on the net run rate for Lancashire. But if so, Ramji, Uttam Ramji that is, having taken that catch, can now bowl his overs with a little less pressure on him, perhaps. 97 needed of 48 deliveries. Just the 3 singles from that right over and the wicket. The wicket coming off the first ball made all the difference. 2 for 47 for Chris Wright from his 9 overs. Uttam Ramji is ready to go, but then he has to stop. I think an insect or something in his eye, a little fly. Wipes his eye, pauses, goes back to his mark, runs in and bowls. Morley goes back and cuts it out into the offside. Sol Budinger moves across to his left in the covers and fields. 1 taken. Morley on to 3. 316 for 9. In goes Ramji. That should be that. It is lofted up into the air by Williams. The catch is taken. And we are done. Leicestershire have won, and they have won reasonably handsomely in the end. They won by, I think, 95 runs with 7.4 overs remaining in the game. So a 3rd consecutive away win for Leicestershire, the only game that they have lost this in the Metrobank One Day Cup this season. At home to Nottinghamshire a couple of days ago. Rishi Patel, the catcher there, as straightforward a catch as he could have hoped, or as that one was so chopped up into the air by Williams. So Leicestershire, they go to the top of the table in terms of run rate, on run rate that is. They have played 1 more game than Hampshire. They have 6 points from 4 games. Hampshire 6 points from 3, a 100% record for them. But in the end, I suspect it was sort of pressure told in terms of the scoreboard. Lancashire threatened all the way through their innings, really, and had they not had those run-outs, particularly of Dane Villas, who was going so well in chasing to his half-century in company with Keaton Jennings, he really would not have written off their chances at all. As it is, Leicestershire just managed to take wickets at the right time, and in doing so, able to complete a victory. What a game for Colin Ackerman, who's receiving the congratulations of his teammates. An unbeaten century, 2 wickets, 2 catches. Rishi Patel shaking the hands of the Lancashire players, 160, his best list day score, and a record list day score by Leicestershire in the county's history. Should be enough, and it did prove to be the case. So Leicestershire now, well, they're going to stay at their hotel up here overnight and head down to Southampton tomorrow. Lancashire, Scott, have to go to...
back here, actually, on Tuesday. Don't play again till Tuesday.
Oh,
yeah.
How pleasant. Yeah, for a couple of days off.
Weekend off, yeah. Yeah, impressive performance by Leicestershire. And in what has been an impressive start to the competition for the Foxes, Richard.
Yep, they'll be very happy with 3 away wins at the Oval, at Beckenham against Surrey at the Oval, at Beckenham against Kent, and now at Old Trafford against Lancashire. All they've got to do now is try and sort out their home form best they can. Happily, or not, as the case may be, it's Southampton against Hampshire on Sunday.
Thanks, Richard. With the news that Leicestershire have clinched a victory by 95 runs, let's take a look at some of the figures for you. The bowling figures there for the Foxes. 2 wickets for Wright, a couple for Ackerman, he's enjoyed a good day, 2 for 46, 3 wickets in the end for Ramji on debut. 127 by Keaton Jennings, top scoring for Lancashire. Brilliant effort by the Lancashire captain, Tom Bailey. 60 from 42, keeping Lancashire interest at the back end. But since that Villas run-out, who was out for 57, wickets continued to tumble, and despite a little bit of a rally late on, it proved to be a total too much for Lancashire to chase. Matt is watering his pitches, getting the square ready for the next fixture here at Emirates Old Trafford, which will be on Tuesday. We're back to a day fixture. It's an 11 o'clock start with the group leaders Hampshire here at Emirates Old Trafford on Tuesday. That will be your next live cricket for Lancashire's men's side
in the Metrobank One Day Cup. Thank you for all your company today, to Bumble, to Paul and to Richard, and from all the team here on Lancs TV and via the BBC Sport website and app. We shall leave you from Emirates Old Trafford with the news that Leicestershire have beaten Lancashire by 95 runs. Enjoy the rest of your night.
Mm-hmm.